Hello everyone and welcome to the ProPokeBowlRando Week 4. Things have started to look a little fancy with a couple of upsets happening over the past 3 weeks. Things are starting to clear up. We're not having this cluster in the middle that would be so uncertain. We're starting to see some rise above the foam and some sink to the bottom, looking to drag others with them. Let's take a look at the scores after Week 3. That's not the scores. That's the scores. Manny Marshadow, the sole proprietor of first place after the upset of Caravan over Ace of Beta. I'm calling it an upset only because of the observations of the first 3 weeks. That's it. The only reason why I'm using upset. Not saying it's the biggest surprise, just saying it's pretty surprising. But Manny Marshadow is the only coach to not drop a single match thus far. 3-2-0s, looking to make that happen more this week, but Ace sitting there right at second place, waiting to pounce at an opportune moment. Cincy Cascades and Chicago Night Owls sitting in third. Ice Cold Carry Event sitting in fifth. Golden State Glide Scores and Hitting Hero looking to, like I said, take people down. You know that Alka-Seltzer thing that sinks to the bottom? You see all the bubbles at the top? The bubbles at the top are the people, but the people who are dissolving at the bottom are saying, no, you will become me, and they will take over the rest of the drink, or something like that. Nonetheless, let's get to our first match of the week. I didn't mean to say that because now they won't be the first match of the week. They are the first match of the week, but they're not being seen first? Let's get into the match between Ice Cold and Ace of Bade. Last week, Ice Cold got smacked back to the Antarctic by Manny Marshadows. A mix of misplays, but also just going up against the right now the clear favorite in the tournament. It left Ice Cold out in winter bit, and you know what? I think Adish has always been that type of coach to learn from his mistakes. Does a lot of post-analysis talks with me and tries to see like what he could learn from me. And frankly, you know my track record with battles and how I can pay attention to certain mechanics. So you know, you go as far as your practice has taken you. And for Anish, well, he's looking to upgrade that area. With Ace, however, Ace looking really good in the beginning, still looking really good even in his 1-2 loss last week, still showing that he can play the game out, although showed a little bit of maybe confusions with the mechanics and, you know, not looking as comfortable in the other generations, not getting the greatest teams, not knowing how to navigate what happens when you don't have the strongest form for teams. So it'll be very interesting to see here. Kind of an Ace of Bade who's licking their wounds and an Ice Cold who's literally looking for a heater right now because it's starting to get a little cold near the bottom. He's got to try and make sure he keeps climbing up. It's not impossible. I mean, at this point, I can't say whether or not these two players are even, but based on what we've seen through it all, I think this is going to be a great best of 3. Gen 5 and 8 both banned out. Gen 1 is on the docket for us. I don't know why it's on the docket for us, but they wanted that. So we're going to go find out what that looks like. And I don't know. I'm going to drop it for people in the tourney. Oh, hi guys. Okay, I'm back over here. Oh no. Hold on. I've ruined the viewing experience for everybody. Bam. Alright, we're going into it. Doesn't even matter. We can't even see the match. It's just a matter of time. It was only a matter of time when I would jump into the coach chat instead of dropping things for people. It's just how these things go, you know? If you're not having fun with it, what are you doing with your life? Game number 1. Between Ice Cold on the close side, Ace of Bade on the far side. Let's see what these two coaches can make happen. Week 4, starting us off, get us in a position where things are looking a little better for each other. Interesting start here with the Hitmonchan versus the Haunter. They're both ready to go. Let's see how they navigate this. Of course, we talked about Gen 1 being a very swingy type of generation. A lot of hacks, a lot of mechanics that are way different from other things that you would see in future generations in general. But the Magneton's going to be the instant switch as the Confuse Ray is dropped. Very safe play here from Ace. I mean, he makes the most sense. Haunter has a very strange moveset in this, primarily relying on Nightshade, along with stuff like Mega Drain. I think Thunderbolt's in there as well, and the Confuse Ray, Hypnosis, these types of things. Just very basic attacks that are going to get the job done. But we'll have to see. Jolteon is going to be a double switch. He is going to get the paralysis on the Haunter. Paralysis is super, super paramount in Gen 1. Arguably the strongest, well, I mean, Freeze will always be the strongest thing. But the good thing about paralysis is the slower the Pokemon becomes, the higher the chance you have over them based on your speed comparisons for crits. And in this case, if you slow the Pokemon down with paralysis, that counts. Double Nightshade flying out though as the Thunderbolt does not do a heck of a lot. Gotta remember that the specials were mixed together in this gen, and Explosion's just gonna make it a 1-for-1. Ace, I think, comes out on top of that. Got a lot of damage down onto the Jolteon. Well, got one hit off on the Jolteon, but also just takes out another Pokemon. He knows that thing is useless when it's paralyzed, so he's just going to start it off saying 5-5. I've seen half your team. Let's just make this happen. Hitmonchan is going to be coming in to the Vileplume. Got to be cognizant of the sleep powder the Vileplume could very well be using. He is just going to opt for the Body Slam. Does not get the pair and the Stun Spore actually flying out here. Vileplume does run double status unless it is Swords Dance. Swords Dance, Body Slam, Double Edge maybe. Not quite sure. It could be running. I don't remember exactly what this thing could actually run physically. But right now the Hacks is not working in the face of Ace. Mega Drain does come through. Yeah, it's kind of like this weird Swords Dance, Body Slam, Mega Drain set. So that's what you're looking at. That's the moveset. That's a weird moveset. No double status, just kind of getting all that set up. But I mean, again, it'll be another 1-for-1. The Jolteon is very valuable, and we're hoping here for Ace to actually have some Pokemon in the back to be able to manage this Jolteon. Although, really, Jolteon is a Thunderbolt bot and a T-Wave bot. Outside of that, and even Body Slam, this thing is just meant to paralyze or to do damage with an electric attack. Literally nothing else. That's all it's got. And as we see an exchange of Jolts, electric across the board, actually opting for the Body Slam para and gets it. And Nish never punished. That was extremely ballsy. Could just even gone for the Thunder Wave. Maybe just wanted the damage. But I mean, you can paralyze electric types all the way up until Gen 7 with electric moves, all the way up until Gen 6 with electric moves. So maybe just forgetting that. But the Thunder Wave is going to come through onto the Snorlax. Again, para is just good no matter what. Snorlax, however, is a bit of a threat. Does have Earthquake, does have Body Slam, does have Self-Destruct. I don't know what its fourth move is. Hyper Beam, maybe. But nonetheless, Fast Boy staring down Slow Boy. Gonna have to make a decision here to figure out what exactly is going on. Or what to play around. There's not a lot of great fighting moves in Gen 1, so it's kind of hard to actually get super effective damage on the Snorlax, which is what makes it very, very powerful. On top of the fact that it actually gets away with using Rest and the like. But the agility coming out from Ace, looking to maybe just try and keep it as quick as possible, trying to get some hacks from the para and just say the rest of the Pokemon are going to get swept here. He's opted to go for the Blizzard. Of course, Blizzard had 90% accuracy in Gen 1, but Surf will do a tiny bit more damage because of Stab. Seadra, of course, just not the strongest Pokemon. The double para, though, onto a Nish, not recognizing that Snorlax is that lazy, and in fact, would suffer for its art. And the Hyper Beam does not get the kill, and he gets the Self-Destruct off! A slight miscalculation, but you can't really blame him. And, you know, you can just say there's nothing different between the two players. The Jolteons have both been sent out. They both have a nice elbow-shaped death on both their rosters. This is identical, nearly, minus the paralysis on the one Jolteon. All we're missing here is a Thunder Wave, and there you go. It is nearly identical, about a leftovers of HP away from each other. This is shaping up to be a dang good best of three. They're going to be body slamming each other, getting the crit on the slower Jolt. It is a speed tie. The double crit from Ace! That's not very nice. You guys should have brought it down super close, but Ace says, no. Aces are high, and he gets the double crit to take that out. 3-2, it doesn't mean anything because it depends on what's still in the back, but that Jolteon is still alive, could still cheese out another Thunder Wave or more Body Slam damage or whatever Ace thinks is most valuable. Honestly, I think if he's got something in the back, because this thing does have Swords Dance, ooh, the para sucks. And this is going to get the kill with Body Slam for sure. Jolt down. The worst part about it is if he gets a crit, he actually does less damage, so that's very lucky for him because crits do not allow or do not take into account any stat changes. Articuno comes in. That's terrifying, but it doesn't get the kill, and the sleep powder comes in. That could be another Swords Dance guaranteed here for Anish. And if this Ivysaur outspeeds his next Pokemon, he actually ends up going for the attack, gets the crit, unfortunately. Remember, you don't want crits in this, and he's slower, so for him getting crits, he's doing less damage, but I mean, as you can tell, the damage is not really that different. He's not waking up. He won't even be able to act on this final turn. Even if he wakes up now, you don't act on the sleep turn. He actually switches out, maybe not recognizing that. The bicep cuts through the final Pokemon, which is Wigglytuff. This is kind of an unfortunate end here for Ace. The Razor Leaf comes in, but that is a special move as the bicep will just flatten the Ivysaur. And what is the last Pokemon in Nish's arsenal? And it's his pet Goldfish, but it's got a horn, and it does an okay amount of damage. Ace is hoping that he can get some hacks here. Maybe just get some paras down, get a lot of damage. It's not completely over because Pokemon can be Pokemon, and it's not looking too good right now. He has to get some para hacks here. The Articuno needs to wake up, or game one is just going to be within a hair's breadth, whatever the hell that saying is. It stays parrot, but it stays asleep. It's not waking up. He gets max sleep. And Ice Cold take game one. Oh, man. I mean, hacks went back and forth there. It was down to the wire. Admittedly, if you take a look at what Ace tried to do at the end, it made a lot of sense. He knew he had to rely a little bit on the hacks to try and pull that out. Gen 1 could get this wild. I mean, Pokemon has hacks all over the place, but with a metagame where everything was so close and so well knit together, that's the problem with it, is something like that can go that wrong, and then all of a sudden, you have to start preying on that RNG, and well, I mean, frankly, you're playing Pokemon, so could you ask for anything less? But nonetheless, Ice Cold just barely ekes it out, but this could be anybody's game in any generation leading up to Gen 4. I mean, Anish has wanted to play this generation, and Ace hasn't played it yet. He will get to play it this time, so a newer generation where a lot of mechanics were much more balanced, also when the metagame started to develop a little more with Pokemon in general. But that was exciting. That the teams, like the sleep powder was smart from Anish to get the setup and just got the damage down, got the Articuno low. You could say, well, if the Articuno switched out, could it be over? But Ace is hoping that if his Wigglytuff can manage the final Pokemon there at the end, the Wigglytuff has to come in and just try and kill it off and take some damage or whatever it can. Sleep Claws exist, so he can't put two Pokemon to sleep. So that's as close as it's gonna get, but it's well played, and that's what you want to see, is you want to see it well played between these two, especially when both of them are very close in points and have shown general strategies and general play that's gonna be, you know, worthy of top 6, right? Moving into Gen 4 though, Ace down 1 point, but can make it happen here. He's already got a very favorable lead off. I'm assuming Anish, despite what his name says, he doesn't like playing with an ice lead. Just because he's got Santa doesn't mean it's Christmas for his team. He is readying up though, and they have both gone for it. I mean, here's the thing, Delibird can still do, he has 4 moves, right? But Gallade is a much better start here for Ace, and is also just guarantees that he has at least 1 decent Pokemon. Gallade gets better in later gens, I think, but for now, it's gonna get the job done. So Anish is really hoping, or whatever he's got behind this Delibird must be worthy of saving it. But Psycho Cut's gonna come through, almost half. The Aerial Ace is gonna do an incredible amount of damage because that is Hustle and that is Aerial Ace, and that doesn't care about accuracy drops. It just wants the damage, and Ace just eating essentially death. And he's gonna have to switch into the cap, but here's the thing, this thing does a ton of damage. It might even be Choice, I don't know, would it be Choice Banded? What would this thing run, Choice Scarf? In Gen 4, I know it makes sense to run the Hustle Aerial Ace, but what item would it actually have? Maybe Salac Berry. Oh, it might run Salac Berry, I'm not too sure. But either way, Ace or Ice Cold off to a great start here, chopping down Gallade and a chunk of Perugly. There's a lot of Perugly to go around, though, so Anish is going to have to do a little bit more work to get that down. Not as favorable as we thought it was going to be. The Illumise will come in and take the fake out to the face. It's not going to want to take much more, but it doesn't have Prankster yet. It doesn't exist, so it's going to have to just die. And it's actually just opted to die here for Anish, maybe thinking that he could try and get something cheeky going on. It can run the Thunder Wave, it could run the Baton Pass with Substitute and the Tail Glow or whatever it wants to come with, but he's not going to be able to make use of it this match. Now the Medicham comes in. Medicham can take whatever hit, kill off the Perugly, no problem. Drain Punch exists. It's not going to be an issue here for Ice Cold, and he's just going to kill it off with the Psycho Cut. Nice and easy. Maybe not wanting to show the fighting move, or maybe thinking that there would be a switch, and just wanted to get maybe the most neutral type of hit down. But the Fearow comes in. Fearow outspeeds to Pursuit. Nice use there from Ace, recognizing that it's going to switch. Anish wants to keep that, and that's a good chunk of damage just for it switching out. So, well played by Ace. Obviously, Anish is going to make the safe play and try to switch to something that can take a flying move, which happens to be the Golem. I don't think Anish will fall for it again, but the mind games are always there if the Fearow survives. And in this case, I don't think Fearow is going to stay in. It can't do much to Golem, and Golem could very well just start setting up the Stealth Rocks here and try and make something happen. And the Shuckle is not gonna like the Stone Edge when it switches in. Yes, it tanks it, but unfortunately, Rock, you throw a rock at another rock, they don't resist each other, they kind of chip each other, and Shuckle is in fact weak to Rock. So Gallade will have to come in and try and clean up whatever happened there, but that is a Shuckle just thrown away. But maybe that might be an indication that Ace has nothing better to send into it. Close combat coming out to Jump Pluff coming in. Anish is running the team of unlikely heroes because right now it's working, and it is actually having the coverage and just so happens to have the stab to get the job done. And I don't know if Ace is like... I don't know if Ace is staring at this and maybe going, I have no idea what is happening, but it's happening, and that's scary to me. And I don't blame him. This is scary to me too, that if Anish goes in with a Delibird, a Jump Pluff, and a Golem in Gen 4 and wins this, he has found some mystic arts that has just supported him way more than you should ever imagine. But nonetheless, the U-turn's going to be coming in on the Golem switch. Makes the most sense. He knows that he's not going to keep it in. Jump Pluff is just too threatened by it, the U-turn. So two good turns here where Ace has just used the standard switching, take the advantage of the Pursuit, use the U-turn, the Sphero being played as well as it could be. The Gallade is going to be coming back in as a Jump Pluff once again. Is going to switch in and take a bunch of fists and feet to the face. It's going to be okay. It'll cheer its team back on. Of course, Anish could go for the U-turn here if it has the U-turn. It actually ends up going for the bounce. I like this because that means you can't get the U-turn advantage because Fearow is faster? No, it's not. For some reason, I thought it was faster. Just kidding. He can try and get the para on the Fearow. That'd be a big deal if he actually gets the 20% para on the Fearow. But it also forces Ace to have to either take it and risk the para, or... Oh, he didn't go for the flying move. Fascinating. Could have easily... That's a very interesting play, knowing that he would be... Okay, yeah, he's got the Ice Punch, I suppose. I honestly thought he was just going to dumpster and leave the Fearow out there so that he could go for the U-turn again. But maybe thinking the Golem would just come back in. He doesn't want to put the Gallade to take the damage. So that's actually a better play that he made there. Just going for the U-turn and then knowing he outspeeds with the Gallade, because it is definitely a Choice Scarf if it outsped the Jump Pluff. So... Actually, based on those speeds, maybe just barely outsped if I'm doing the math right in my head. 50% of 178. Actually, that sounds like it would be slightly slow, or 242, right? Interesting. So that might have been not a plus speed natured... Oh my god! It might not have been a plus speed natured Jump Pluff. But you know what's happening? This Delibird is just... there's something about ice types on Ice Cold that just has a natural home advantage. It's like he just has he just has the high ground. All of a sudden it's Blizzardville and Santa's kicking ass. But that's a nice critical hit that you don't want to see. That I think the only thing that saved him was that Intimidate, because without that Intimidate, Gyarados was done. And Weavel's got to be the last Pokemon coming in. It's got to be Choice Punch. It's got to be Choice Band. Based on the way Nish did not switch up his attacks here to Aerial Ace to have the most coverage, it's definitely a Choice Band Delibird or a Choice Scarf one. But that is so much damage that is happening. And I don't think Ace realizes how hustle mechanics work and why this thing is dealing so much damage. He is about to learn, though, if Anish tells him. Maybe not. Frostlass is the last Pokemon to come in. Don't know why you switch a Ghost type into a Dark type, but nonetheless, maybe thinking that's the best Pokemon to sack off. And frankly, if I look at the team, probably Golem is needed for Fearow. Medicham could try and clean stuff up here on the back, which is coming out to do now. Anish knows he can take a hit or two from, or he can take at least one hit from the Weavile, get the revenge kill here. Ice Shard used because it doesn't have Icicle Crash yet or anything like that, or Ice Punch. It's just gonna be kicked down. 3-3, but Ice, well, here's the thing. Fearow, I think, outspeeds everybody and can just at least kill off the Medicham. Golem's gonna have to take damage, but here's the thing. Golem's an easy switch. If he does not go for the huge... Oh, he gets outsped! Right, he's a choice scarf user. We haven't seen whether or not he had fake out or anything, and he just gets kicked down. That's it. Medicham outspeeds the whole team. It outspeeds the Gallade. It outspeeds the Gyarados. And Nish kicks... Oh, never mind. Why'd I jinx it? Never mind, he misses. Wait, the reverse sweep? The reverse scarf strats? If Delibird doesn't outspeed, Ice Punch may not kill there. I would say you want to switch here. Oh, he doesn't get the freeze. He doesn't get it. I would have switched into Gyarados and just pray to God that close combat got some lucky kills. But nonetheless, that could have been one optimization that could have brought it back here for Ace. The Delibird, the freaking Delibird is going to take the 2-0 over Ace. The only optimization at the end could have been Gyarados switching in so that he could switch up to close combat and just pray for the best that he could take out both pokes, but... a solid win for Ice Cold. Now I have to listen to Anish gloat about how he won matches with a Delibird and his whole theme is ice, and use that in some really crappy shit talk later on. But GG. It was, you know, again, even if it's a 2-0, still really close in both matches here. That instills confidence in me that in round 2, when these two play each other, it's gonna be exciting. I mean, I knew Anish and Ace both have it in them, so it's not a crushing defeat. It was very close in both games down to the wire. Yeah, there's not much more to say about it. What do you want me to say? What do you actually want me to say? There's nothing to say with it. But with that, that is going to push Anish up to... I can do math. It's actually going to push him up to tie Ace, and because he has the head-to-head at the current moment, Anish is actually ahead in second place, technically. But again, Ace's score is still in a safe position. Nothing is running away when you've had a good start to the season like this. It's gonna be the most secure that it can actually be. So, what can I say? That was an even match. Could have gone either way. I get that end part of game 2. That was it. That was it. I can't say anything. It was just as clean play as it could be. Yeah, you can nitpick it apart and say both players could have made plays here and there. That's not my job. I'm gonna leave that to Twitch chat. But you know, at the end of it all, even. And I think that also tells me in the top 6, if you see the top 6 all looking like that, going through all the games, the more times you have to play battles, the more times that you have a chance to get a stronger team. More times you can go to different generations and trip somebody up like that. Ace didn't know how the hustle mechanics worked with Aerial Ace and just what hustle does and why it was missing. That's going to be a learning opportunity for the next time that he sees that. And, you know, I'm not going to say he's going to fear the bird or the bird is the word or anything stupid like that, but he's definitely going to understand why he took so much damage and how a Delibird has taken the victory here for Ice Cold. So that's the best part about these types of tournaments. That's why these draft tournaments are always fun. You get that type of learning, and with the double round robin, I don't think we're going to see Ace make that same mistake again. Not that he had anything to really tank it. That crit on the Gyarados kind of sucked. But nonetheless, that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you very much for watching. If you'd like to keep up with the bracket, exclamation bracket in chat will help you do that as well. And if you'd like to watch any of these battles that happen on Discord, exclamation Discord in chat will also get you into the hub where you can find out where all the events and all the tournament stuff is going on. We will see you at the next match for week 4. Have an excellent day, everybody. Hello everyone, welcome to the ProPokeBowlRando Week 4. You just witnessed Ice Cold take down Ace, was already down and then threw a Delibird in his face, and now we're about to see our second match of this week between Hitting Hero and the Chicago Night Owls. Hero is pulling the same thing. The one thing I could definitely say about Hero is he is consistent. Maybe not in every way he wants to be consistent, but he's pretty consistent. He has been showing spectacular proficiency in Game 1, and it seems to peter off as time goes on. That's not Hitting Hero, that's Hitting Hero. It's kind of unfortunate, but we're still trying to make it work the best we can for him here. It's not completely over. Chicago Night Owls might have a hole in their armor this week that Hero can nail with an arrow. But you know what? Night Owls doing exactly what I thought would be happening. Spectacular play, decent enough play, drops a ball here and there. It's Coma. We've seen this before. Nothing bad. Gets the job done, gets him where he needs to be to try and be as successful as he possibly could be. And against Hitting Hero, probably feeling pretty secure thus far against him. In terms of the matches, this one doesn't really matter much to me because, again, we got a D8 using guy over here in Hero, and Coma's shown that he can play pretty much everything except his very much dislike against Gen 1, as you saw in the last match. Kind of a pain in the ass when you have to deal with some of the things that happens with the mechanics. But we do have 7-in-1 band and a 5-6 and Gen 2 as a tiebreaker. So even though Hero had the double, you can still see that Coma has stayed on the later ends of the generations. Just doesn't want to have to deal with any of the older gen mechanics, even though it kind of cleans up around Gen 4 and Gen 3 to an extent. But nonetheless, just doesn't want to have to deal with it, and Hero is not afraid. The nice thing to see from Hero is, yes, he is doing a die. Yeah, he's memeing on it a smidge, which is perfectly fine. It's all about the fun. It doesn't have to just be, like, top-tier gameplay. But the nice thing is that Hero doesn't, like, he could have did a D6. Oh, hello, Bentorius. he could have did a D6, he could have did a D4, he could have said, I really hate these gens, but he's being a good sport about it and is going around the world. He's doing that thing you guys have at Disneyland where you can go taste all the different states' foods, even though it really ends up just all being the same fucking hot dog. But like, he's at least, he's dipping his toe into everything. He's definitely not afraid to say, if I'm gonna have a good time here at this tournament, we're gonna do it all over the place. And in a sense, that's kind of a mental game because yes, one could argue, well, if everybody's just going to beat Hero all the time, is he actually going to get in anyone's minds? Well, if we get to Gen 2, Coma doesn't like older gens. So, yeah, it might not be like, oh yeah, he didn't hit the generation I didn't want to play, but you put him in a generation they don't know enough about. Sometimes, hey, we're playing Pokemon. You could just somewhat, you know, make your way through it and catch somebody off on a bad day. So, I mean, frankly, I'm looking forward to this. I think it's going to play in Hero's favor here and there if he just keeps doing this and becomes completely unpredictable and says, I'll just play anything that we could get, that I get my hands on, because he's just happy to be here. And frankly, we're happy to have you here too, Hero. But Chicago Night Owls is looking for points, and so is Hero. And I'd hate to see Hero not have a single point leaving this tournament. Or hell, it'd be even cooler to see Hero rise to the top 6 and make that start for the climb right now. We already have game 1 set up. Let's see what they've got in the tank for us today. As a quick reminder to everybody, after this at 3 o'clock, Fedora Game and myself go back to Battleships, unless I'm told otherwise. Once the battle loads. And let's see what we got today between Hero and Coma. And I'll tell you right now, I already have to fix everything on the screens. Give me 1 second. I even had him bat. Yeah, there it is. That's the music I want today. Let's go. Yep, see all that stuff that I said is fixed? It's not fixed. So what I do is I do that off, that off, that off, and then I go boom, boom. And then this battle thing, you know, Slobs really hates remembering things. So that's what we deal with. All right. Let's see, we got game number 1 between Hero and Coma. Chicago Night Owls still sitting with those 4 points. Wanting to make a little bit of a run for it here. Hero's gotta get his... He's gotta get his car on the tracks, frankly. But they have both said ready, despite the fact that that ice cream is literally facing the heat death of the universe in the start. So let's see what he has planned for us today. I don't know why this music's so low. Let's blast that a little more. Perfect. Nonetheless, we're going to see a Slowbro switched in as Victini goes straight for the V-Create. Can't blame Night Owls on that one. As Magzo's going to make its way in, try and threaten something like that. Just seeing the straight scald right away. Balloon will be popped. No burn to follow up, though. No big deal. That balloon being down is a big deal. We know that Magzone will not be able to heal that off without any type of wish support. God, I love this music, by the way. I love the battle of Mewtwo. It's so good. Either way, Silver's got to get the hell out of here. We need some kind of answer. It's going to be coming in. The Heatran's going to be a fantastic answer. The thing you got to be careful about this. Could be very interesting. This could be Magnet Pull on the Magnezone. It could be Analysis. We're in Gen 5, so Analytic could exist, but it's either Analytic or Magnet Pull, which means that this Heatran can't switch, but frankly, Night Owls have to switch. They can't say we don't like this. They have to get out and show an answer. Butterfree is just going to be sent in. It's even going to be roasted here, and because we have Gen 5 burn, this thing has 2 turns away. Might be trying to get a sleep powder down, and does indeed succeed. Butterfree, even if it just roasts here, has gotten the job done. Hero's gonna have to deal with that later as now the Victini can make its way in. Now here's the thing, Victini's gonna have to go for like Bolt Strike or something like that to pop the balloon. It's not the most damaging, especially if Heatran wakes up here and goes for an Earth Power. Yeah, having the balloon is fantastic. Oh, Focus Block. Oh, no, don't crit him. He was having a good time. Let's not do this. It's like 2 o'clock. It's not even like drinking hours. Anyways, gets one shot by a Focus Blast with a crit. Galvantula will make its way in now. Could threaten with a Sticky Web. Could just drop a Thunder on anything. We'll see what Galvantula wants to... Actually, there's no sticky weapon this gen yet. Nonetheless, the Butterfree makes a lot of sense. I like the Bug Buzz. Nice and standard. Could hit pretty much anything that comes out. We'll finish it off as a nice sacrifice. Now, this will check to see whether or not it's choice, because we could be Focus Sash, and Night Owls can basically break the Focus Sash with the Will-O-Wisp, Shadow Sneak, anything he wants to do with Shedinja. Because guess what? Unless Galvantula can use HP Fire, this Shedinja won't die. And the way that he switched it in, it's most likely 99.9% a Focus Sash variant. The Swords Dance will be used as Hitmontop actually makes its way in, but Hitmontop showing it is indeed a, that's not gonna kill it. It is indeed a what's it called? A Technician one, but the Will-O-Wisp misses. Hopefully Hero sees that coming. He might just sack this thing off seeing it's Technician. Yeah, Technician, Fake Out, Mach Punch, stuff like that could be great. But, I mean, if he can get rid of Shedinja, be great. But the problem is there are two moves that he can play around with the Sucker Punch here. And in fact, Night Owls could just keep spamming Will-O-Wisp until, you know, the cows come home, because he doesn't have to, he has to just watch the burn take it down. He's not healing it off. He's gonna keep dying from it. Leftovers do not outweigh burn damage in Gen 5. So really, he could just sit here all day and do absolutely nothing. He can go for Swords Dance. He can go for Will-O-Wisp again. He can even go for the Willow on the switch and get 2 burns down. So Hero's got to figure this out if he wants to switch something in that could get burned. But simultaneously, if there's nothing that outspeeds, right now Slowbro doesn't outspeed. Galvantula getting burned isn't the worst thing in the universe. This isn't too bad either. Shedinja looks like it's going to have... Yeah, it is going to be... Oh, he doesn't have the HP Fire. I saw the promise, but the promise is destroyed. And I mean, Night Owls could just go back to what they were doing before. Say, you were saying I still have a buttload of Will-O-Wisps to hand out to all my loyal viewers. But in fact, goes for the attack instead. Maybe just saying, hey, I've done enough damage here. Koma could have wasted those Sucker Punches. Hitmontop has nothing it can set up with to really make itself a threat over what Shedinja could accomplish. So, I guess just saying, hey, I don't need this thing anymore. But 4-4, and what could have been just something that didn't need to happen. But what I was gonna say is Galvantula could have been burned, and then you just go for the Shadow Sneak, but he's not gonna have it either way. But I guess that was gonna confirm it doesn't have it. The Close Combat does a lot of damage, but not enough to see the Magnezone off. 4-3, Magnezone's looking primed and ready to take this down. Vanillix will outspeed, should be able to kill with anything from that range. Should. Not going to, it should. We'll see what Hero has in the back. But at this current time, Koma is in the lead. A Thunderbolt here is going to look spectacular as a bunch of damage is set off. And he goes for the Psyshock instead of the Scald. Maybe forgetting that Psychic is resisted by Steel. So that's just going to be another easy kill here for Night Owls. But we see the Raichu to bait it out instead. Okay, I like it. Raichu's fast. Raichu can do stuff. Raichu goes for a hidden power that's resisted, actually. Maybe predicting a switch, but this works. +1 special attack. If nothing else outspeeds, we don't actually fully know what that Victini has in it. But a +1 Thunderbolt could do a lot of damage here. Kofagriga's got to take a lot of damage. Just has to go for his own damage. Not getting a ton of damage down. Doesn't use Trick Room either. It is a 2-hit KO. Hero is looking to bring this back even just a little bit. We don't know. Most likely Koma just trying to bring it down, saying the Victini can outspeed, can get enough damage down. V-Create, kill the Raichu off. But the thing is, it's leftovers. If he doesn't go in now, how much damage can he actually do without everything else dying? This could be Hero's first win. Victini has to come in. It's got to make the job. It's got to get the job done right now with the V-Create. It's got to kill it off. It's got to outspeed. It's got to live. And it's not going to get crit by a +1 Thunderbolt. V-Create comes in. It is enough to kill. And luckily for him, he will outspeed. So that is a Scarf Victini, which means Slowbro can come in. Might use Slack Off. It's not completely over. Jinx will make its way in, but it has Dry Skin. He's gonna have to answer with a Fire Blast if it's on the moveset. I don't remember exactly what Gen 5 Slowbro ran, but if he's got Calm Mind, this thing could have Lovely Kiss too. That's the worst part, is Jinx gives this thing a big ol' smooch. And I mean, Slowbro's mouth is wide open. You know he's getting hit 100% of the time with that sleep. It's just a reality. Vanillix is gonna be a switch that has Nasty Plot is made clear. It's looking to win right now. The Focus Blast hits. That's not how that move works, Koma. It's supposed to miss nonstop. And that should just be all she wrote. Hero says I have enough HP, but can he live enough damage to get this done? Psyshock? It's not the best, as Calm Mind will be used. That won't actually give him a boost against the Psyshock damage, so he's gonna have to go for Slack Off if he has it. Oh my god, or just completely end his suffering and say, no, you cannot even have a chance at winning this. And Coma, for the third crit in a row, takes game 1 off a Hero. When will this end? It is suffering out here. Just when you think Hero has come up with a plan. It's not that the game was perfectly played, but he comes up with a plan, and it just ends him again. There's only so many times you can stare at this exact thing happening and say it's gotta stop. Pokemon is a cruel mistress, and it will just give the game back to him. I mean, we don't know if it was actually fully over because we didn't know what was in the back. Most likely that Scarfictini. I mean, we knew it was the Jinx and stuff like that. What am I saying? We knew it was in the back. But there was a chance he could have stalled that out, set up, took the hit, slacked off, and won. We'll have to check later for Ith Hero to see whether or not that actually had the capabilities to reverse sweep, and it did. But unfortunately, just gets crit on the turn that he couldn't have even gone for healing. So, not going to be given that opportunity. He's going to have to bounce back here in Coma's Element Gen 6. I just want justice for Hero. The name Hero stands for justice, unless your name is Deadpool. My god. No breaks given. But it's not over yet. Game 2 between Hero and Coma is here right now. Lomamola is a great start because this thing can be very, very bulky. But Hero is actually going to mulligan. Fancy seeing you here. Game mechanics. Mulliganing this, clearly not seeing that it's going to be good enough. Even saying, hey, I've got a Lomamola. But probably looking at the rest of his team and saying, yeah, I could have bulk. But if bulk doesn't come with some girthy head slaps, it's not going to matter. So we'll see what happens here when they come into a new match. Tim, good to see you. Hope you guys are all having a wonderful day. Mulligan lets them redo the battle in the same generation. It is prioritized by the person who chooses that match. So, for example, because Coma chose this generation, if they both say mulligan, it would be Coma's mulligan that gets consumed. They both get 1 mulligan per series, so per best of 3. So going into this match now, only Coma has to say whether or not he wants to, in fact, mulligan this matchup. Let's do it. So nonetheless, I mean, if Hero's looking to get that win, this is the time for him to mulligan if he's not comfortable with that matchup. So we'll have to see. Coma has to give the call whether or not he's going to stick. Tokus versus Mismagius both have potential to set up here. Nothing inherently overpowered for each other. And it's not looking like, based on what's being said in chat, I thought we learned our lesson here, but I'm going to get baited by it. Hero giving us the triple ellipses as the Absol, most likely Mega, is going to be coming in to take a butt ton of damage from the very beginning. Let's see what he's got going. Skarmory's going to be the answer as a knockoff's actually is going to be used. Leftovers taken down here. Good start for Hero, actually, just neutering the pseudo defensive capabilities of Skarmory. I can't balance audio for the life of me. As that is superpower coming in. Not necessarily going to be the strongest form, as in fact, we do see spikes being set up here. Now, with that superpower, did 30% before with the -1 attack, it's not going to be able to kill at this point, and neither will knockoff. So we're actually going to probably see 2 layers of spikes or even a Roost come out here from Coma. Roost makes a lot more sense. But a second Balloon Heatran says, I want round 2. Bring out your Butterfree. We're doing this all over again. And he actually just stays in and lets Skarmory die, saying, I can't tank anything with this, maybe? Maybe it just has literally nothing better in the back to take a Fire Blast. But that's a big one here, actually. Skarmory can be very annoying with a proper stall point where he could have gotten more spikes up, could have stalled out with Roosts, but I guess not seeing the value in it after seeing half the team on Hero. So Nonetheless, a good start here. A Luxray will be coming in on the Politoed, which most likely going to be going for a nice Hydro Pump where he's Scald, and that's a lot of damage. If he gets the burn, it would actually be terrible because Luxray most likely has Guts. No, just kidding, he has Intimidate. I saw it. It would have been great if he got the burn. I rescind everything I just said. But Flygon now making its way in. No problem there. Wild Charge not doing anything. Don't blame Hero for going for the obvious. Based on the way that we saw the Skarmory sacked, frankly, I'd be saying the same thing. Like, maybe he has literally nothing. Oh, but he stays in! Okay, Hero, making some good plays here, developing throughout the tournament. As an Ice Fang comes out, maybe thinking he could have hit something with it. I honestly thought he was going to go for Wild Charge, and all of a sudden Coma just switches back in and gets destroyed. But Deblade's going to be perfectly safe here. Luxray can go for the crunch, just trying to go for some damage here. Eviolite Swords Dance Deblade is literally a hyper carry in its own right with Shadow Sneak. This thing can tank for days, it can kill for days. It's taking a lot of damage for days, though. So let's see if the Heatran can actually take hits for it. Funnily enough, it does have Sacred Sword, and then Shadow Sneak will finish it off. So well played there by Coma, recognizing that, you know, basically Sacred Sword hit anything on the team, barring the Togekiss. And just using the most neutral attack that would have gotten damage done. If he had gotten a Ghost in, he has Shadow Sneak. That's the worst part. Ghost fighting is actually super hard to switch into, especially in randos, because it actually has more coverage than it sounds like it has. But Vileplume will be able to come in. It should be able to tank a +2 hit, no problem, and threaten with HP Fire, and should kill from that range. Might even go Strength Sap, actually, just try and tank this thing for days and bring it down. And he is just going to end up going for the HP Fire, taking it down. That's not too bad for Hero here. 5-4, takes out something that could have swept the priority. That is going to be key here for him to make happen. But Swanna coming in, nothing actually really that overpowered here on Coma's side. It's actually looking like that Luxray could do a lot, and it makes me question why that Skarmory was killed off, because, I mean, yeah, I guess nothing could, like, you had a lot of things that could have taken a fire move, especially if that Heatran came in later on, but clearly recognized he can manage it with a Flygon or something like this. But that Swanna being poisoned is a big deal here. Hero looking primed and ready to take his first win. Everything's kind of been slapped around a bit on Coma's team. Night Owls not taking flight the way you generally see them do in these matches. He might have banked on the miss, but it's not going to be enough, as a slow kick gives him a huge advantage. That is such a good team here for Hero against the Night Owls. This is winnable. As long as that Mismagius doesn't get, what's it called? Doesn't get Nasty Plots up, he'll be okay. Oh, the confusion. Are you kidding? Dude, stop hitting 70% accurate moves. It's really making me upset. Hero needs to switch here. He can go into that Vileplume, tank it up, try and do some damage, get the Regenerator bonuses back onto the Slowking. But the problem is Mismagius can even bank on the confusion, just go for Night and for Nasty Plot. He's gonna opt to just go for the kill. If we had seen a switch there, could have been a momentum swing for hitting Hero, but instead he's gonna go into the Absol. It doesn't outspeed though, unless he plans to Mega right now and suddenly outspeed or go for a Sucker Punch that's hidden in the back. But Mismagius doesn't need to stay in here, or Politoed can take up everything. Here comes the Mega. He does go for the Sucker Punch, but the Focus Sash will keep him alive, but he doesn't get the kill on the Absol. Does he outspeed? He does. He doesn't have to go for Sucker Punch. He can just go for Knockoff, and he brings the Night Owls down to 2 Pokemon. Flygon and Politoed have to get the job done here, and Vileplume says hello to both of them. It's at 45%, but it can still tank so much, and even then a Fire move won't be able to do anything in the rain. Vileplume's gonna be actually switched in, though. He's gotta be careful of the Ice Beam. Oh, and he gets crit again! I actually don't know how much that matters because he's in the rain. But the thing is, he actually switched. Wait a minute. Unless he has Defog on his Togekiss, he actually just set Absol to die. That's not the way Magic Bouts works. He's gonna go for the kill, but he doesn't actually get it. I think Hero may have just handed the match back to the Night Owls. Unless that Flygon can literally not touch that Togekiss, we're about to find out. Togekiss should outspeed, should be able to kill off the Politoed. We'll have to see the Air Slash doesn't miss. I was waiting for that 5% miss so I could literally go over to Europe and give Hero a big old socially distanced hug. But it is down to this. Can the Night Owls hit the Stone Edge to kill off the Togekiss? If so, it's over. If not, Hero can look for his first victory here in the tournament. U-turn is the move that's used, but Aura Sphere will be used. He's not going for, oh my god, wait a minute. Okay, he's going for U-turn. Can he not actually touch this? No way. Are we about to get a rando situation where Night Owls are just saying, unless he's just trying to BM him and just waiting to bank on using Stone Edge here, I think Flygon is licked. It looks like it. And for the first time in the ProPokeBowlRando, Hero takes a game. Pulls it out of the pedestal finally. Slays Ganon, gets a point. Nobody goes home empty-handed. It wasn't choice, it was leftovers, but what was that Flygon's moveset? If Stone Edge or Rock Slide was on that moveset, I'm pretty sure it gets Stone Edge or Rock Slide. That is fascinating. We're gonna have to hear from Coma what that was after. It would have been so close, and it would have been like out of Hero's grasp, because that would have been just like, yes, it was wasted at the end there with the Mega Absol. It could have stayed in, gone for at least more damage and guaranteed things, but it could have been EQ Dragon. Yeah, it could have been the DD setup without having anything answer that. That's huge for him. Togekiss has a really obnoxious typing in Fairy Flying, which can get covered by a lot of normal movesets. But like I've said, unless you get Kadabra'd, which is the dual screens Kinesis set in Gen 6 or whatever the hell it is, like mono psychic attacking damage stuff, unless you get, like, that's the type of moveset that can literally end you getting a point. And that's what can happen to these types of tournaments when it's random is left to your devices. Man, oh man, somebody's got to confirm for me that that thing can actually learn rock moves. I'm pretty sure it can. But even if Hero had to squeeze it out in that way, hoping that RNG does it, the man's tossing a D8. This is his plan. And now it becomes even more fascinating if he wins in Gen 2, because Gen 2 is full of it. If he wins within 150 turns in Gen 2, stuff can go really nasty here for Coma, because Coma was looking to meet everybody else with the 5-6 points, start getting back up there in challenge. But we're adding a third set here, as now Night Owls have been put on the back foot. Coma can decide whether or not his Gen 2 team sucks, though. We're gonna get into game 3. Oh, man. But that makes me question then. He saw the Togekiss, but then sacked off Skarmory, and Skarmory would be able to take on that Togekiss with Brave Bird Roost, right? Yes, you could have, maybe it could have been a nasty plot set with that Togekiss. Like it could have been tanked up. And I think Aurasphere would have did like 30-40%. But man, oh man, we gotta get into this match here, because it's 1-1. Hero has something in the bag. Can he make it double? I mean, right now, Night Owls have a say as to whether or not they keep this match. And they have a Mew in Gen 2, and he's ready to go. Let's see what Hero can make of this, because Mew is a pain in the ass. There's a reason why it's level 61. It can learn Rock Slide, not Stone Edge. Thank you. I was trying to remember what wrong move it could learn. That is so unfortunate. But that Psychic's gonna do absolutely nothing except get the special defense drop, as we're gonna see a crit Giga Drain. How do you like it, Night Owls? Hero yells out. But again, it doesn't matter. Crits in this game, it only matters when they're in kill range. Everything's healthy, everything's got rest, everything sleeps for a bazillion turns. Rest sleep talk is super popular. I was gonna see a sleep power coming out. Now, having seen the Psychic set, that means that it's not gonna be it could be mixed with Swords Dance. I don't remember how Gen 2 Mew works, because, you know, Bandit never saw it. But Blossom just kind of staying here, seeing how much damage he could do to that Mew. We'll see if Sleep Talk's on this thing, if it was gonna be like Rest Talk coverage or whatever. But most likely expecting some type of Psychic / Thunderbolts coverage on the Mewtwo. Might have Earthquake in there as well, because again, Mew could basically do anything it wants to do for the most part. And right now, Hero's just letting this Blossom take damage, as that Hidden Power is going to be flying out, showing that he can't do any super effective damage. That could have been a physical move like HP Ghost. But the Yanma is going to make its way in. Now, Yanma, as we've seen, apparently is a threat, not to Gen 3. In Gen 2, still kind of sucks. Still has to rely on stuff like Aerial Ace, and is it even Aerial Ace? What is it using this gen? Wing Attack? Might be wing attack in this. I don't remember when aerial ace came out. That is going to be a hidden power fire it just threw out there. And of course, hidden power fixes all movesets no matter how crappy your Pokemon is. But Articuno doesn't care. That was an HP fire now that I think about it because it didn't take damage. However, that could have been, no, it was HP bug. It was hidden power bug because Screech, hidden power bug makes sense. Bug was a physical move in this game. Holy cow, soft-spoken Serenity, welcome in. Hello everyone to the ProPokeBowlRando. My name is ProPokeNoob, and you're witnessing last place, potentially taking a game off the top 4 in the tournament right now. As we see the Yanma fall, no surprise there, it's a frail little bug. As submission, not even cross chop, submission, that sucks. Nonetheless, that Mew's getting chilled on ice, baby, as the Articuno is looking to survive one more submission and take out the Mew. Night Owl's already losing a very fragile, or just a very overpowered Pokemon. Could go for soft-boiled. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you, Ben. How you doing, JK Champ? Awake Live. How was your stream, soft-spoken Serenity? Submission's not gonna get the kill, and we see the rest! Hero plays it correctly! He sees that it has to be soft-boiled and not rest, and Chicago is just wasting this Mew. He's gotta recognize this is sleep talk coming in. Even gets the Ice Beam, he kills it off. Hero is up 6-4. This is what I was talking about. Hero is not afraid. The man rolls D8s to choose his destiny, and he has brought Coma into a generation that he probably doesn't know very well. And now he's down a Mew. He's up a Blissey, but he's down a Mew. That's huge. Ooh, House Flipper. How was that, Serenity? Nonetheless, the Flamethrower comes out. Steelix taking a butt ton of damage. Also is going to get burned, which sucks. Steelix was probably Chesto Berry. We're going to see the double into the Kingdra. Kingdra will be able to quadra resist. Gets another burn. Get out of here. Not even abilities in this thing looks like it has Serene Grace. If it wasn't enough hacks with the 3 crits in game 1, it's got to be 2 burns at 10% here from... Oh my god! Wait. Gen 2 present has a glitch damage calculation uses the secondary types of the Pokemon for the attacker's level and defender's defense. I think what Night Owls are saying is, I have 5 base attack, but that didn't matter in Gen 2. Didn't know that. But that, I don't think anybody in this chat knew that. That is quite ridiculous. Okay. No, I don't think you're hacking. But he fails the present. Remember, there's still a chance that he can heal the Pokemon instead of dealing damage. Can also miss. It's 90% accurate. But nonetheless, Starmie's not going to be able to get a lot of damage done here as it's literally sitting on an incredible amount of special defense. So we'll have to see. Coma, the hero right now has a burned... Oh my god, this thing is stronger than the Mew. I've never seen this before. I made fun of Delibird. I think Delibird is not the problem here. Blissey is the problem. Okay, note to self, Blissey is actually Ubers. I don't know if this thing is actually allowed in Gen 2 OU. Nice meeting you too, Stray. Thank you much for that follow. Hope to see you again. Drill Peck coming out. Ice Beam. I would have just clicked President again. I think you just go Santa Claus all over Hero's ass here because that damage is ridiculous. And he's going to go for the soft build. Yes, he can stall this out, but he's still leaving it open for Hero to get a crit with Drill Peck. He's looking for it. He needs it because at this point, ooh, the present fails that time. I don't even understand how this is going, and I already know where this is going in for the highlight reel because that is so much damage I did not expect. I just expected Bolt Beam with some soft-boiled shenanigans, but instead the sunflower seeds are sent out to die. I'm actually kind of surprised he did this. As the Sunflower, oh, he ends up going for Double Edge, thinking maybe there's gonna be a double switch to an electric type. I like the attitude here from Hero. He doesn't get the leftovers. Oh, he does get the leftovers, never mind. It's Gen 2. But nonetheless, Quillfish is gonna be sent in. Oh man, 4-3, Sludge Bomb comes out, will get the kill on that. 3-3 with a burn Steelix. Articuno and Firo have to make this happen. It will be Articuno coming in. It does have the rest. It might be able to take enough damage from the Quillfish. It's a bit sketchy. Not going for Sleep Talk there, not recognizing how many turns he's missed. He's gonna have to go for rest here, unless he gets the freeze. The hidden power is really powerful because that's HP electric and a crit to boot. So he can, unless he gets crit here, Okay, he could go for the rest. He's gonna stall this up. He can go for Sleep Talk. Even using Ice Beam is gonna be more than enough to hit. He gets a Lucky Freeze, something like that could happen. He could also 1 in 3 chance to get the hidden power. He gets it. This match is RNG incarnate. There's one Pokemon left on the Night Owls team. He's got the Blissey. He knows he has the Blissey. He could switch into the Blissey right now for the Night Owls. Heal up on this Articuno because Articuno can't hurt it. And then start delivering presents again. Christmas in July, Night Owls says. It's not done until he says it's done. Let's see what Articuno can manage off. It is going to be the HP Electric, unfortunately for him. He needs that Ice Beam Freeze if he's going to be staying in like this. He can't stall out Flamethrowers, that's for sure. As Fearow will now have to make its way in. It gets crit! That is so unfortunate for Hero. He's gonna have to go for the Drill Peck. He can't go for Double Edge. Oh my, okay, or he could just, sorry, Gen 2, my bad. Resident Sleeper number 4 over here is gonna go for this, which means now Night Owls have to get the kill via present. Will it deliver? The answer is no. Amazon packaging for you. This is why Santa does his own dirty work. He's gonna have to do it. Oh, man. Can he get it done? Gyarados is the last Pokemon. It's not a half-bad Pokemon. It could have the likes of Thunderbolt on its moveset. It could also just start wrecking with Surf and the like. Let's see what the Night Owls are carrying. It's actually probably Hydro Pump now that I think about it. What does Night Owls have left? They don't want to lose this 2-1. The last thing you want to see is losing it, not only to last place, but when he was looking so good at making that climb. Hero can go for the hidden power electric. He actually forgets his sleep turns, but baits the Night Owls. Interesting. That's interesting. That's not completely intentional in the slightest because he expected to take a ton of damage and be able to tank it. He does get the rest again. Thank you, Gen 2, number 5. This is when you start spamming Resident Sleepers in chat. We're up to 5 Resident Sleepers. Can we get a 6th from Sleep Talk? This is why I hate Gen 2. Gen 2 competitive is stupid. Yes, you heard it here first, folk. 6 Resident Sleepers on the table. Now betting it at literally $0. Nobody wants to bet on this crap. Nobody wants to see this crap. He's staying asleep. That is 7 Resident Sleepers. That is 33% chances in a row. You want to do the math on that? I'm already asleep. I don't care. Articuno has to keep going for hidden power here. The Blissey's going to make its way in, just trying to bait Hero into a false sense of security, staying on par with everything else. But nonetheless, it's not like Articuno could touch this Blissey very well. He has to go for Ice Beam, and he has to get the freeze. He also has to make sure this present isn't a bowling ball flying at his bird's face. Gyarados will now be making his way in as he actually wakes up. Hero, hover over the Pokemon, man. It shows you when they're waking up. The Articuno will make its way in now. Gyarados looking to do some damage. Oh, rolls the early rest. That is 8 Resident Sleepers. We're counting that. He's going to be switching back into the Blissey. This is the closest match ever, and we're only turned 41. Pull out your sleeping bags. He's not throwing. They're both playing this the best they can. Fearo's going to be coming in onto the flamethrower. He has the rest if he gets burned. But I mean, Chicago Night Owls right now are on the back foot. The fact that he can't get a very safe and secure Ice Beam off from that Blissey is what's stopping Night Owls right now. He needs to get in where the Fearow is not attacking him. So nonetheless, the Hydro Pump's going to fly out. That's good damage. Maybe he actually knows. Thanks, audio. Maybe he actually knows how much damage that Ice Beam will do, and he needs to get the Fearow down low enough. This might be enough, but also Coma miscalculating his sleep turns, but he doesn't go for Double Edge. He gets the rest off nonetheless. That's 9 Resident Sleepers. Oh, man, they're both sleeping on the hover mechanic. He's going to see how much damage he could have done. I kind of like this, actually. The only sucky thing is that's 10 Resident Sleepers. The other sucky thing is, if he gets low enough and then he sleep talks into Hydro Pump, he can kill from this range. So he's got to be very careful with this. As the Body Slam comes out, does get the para. I think at this point, Hax is the only thing that's going to decide it between the two. He has to go for the sleep, and the rest comes out, but on the wrong Pokemon. Gyarados stays asleep. He's going to get the rest off on the Fearow. 12 Resident Sleepers for these two. Can they break, what was it, 19 from our other Gen 2 match here? Drill Peck be flying out. Hero's still in this. Almost dropped the ball a little bit there. Oh, the crit is not what you want to see here if you're Hero. Now he's got to get the Sleep Talk rest. And Gyarados, yeah, he has to switch, but the problem is the Gyarados... Okay, it does get the Body Slam. The problem is now, Hero still has to deal with it. He still has to go for the Sleep Talk rest. There are too many crits for this to feel any less salty, but nonetheless, he's going to get the Iron Tail. Doesn't get the defense drop, sadly. I think that's what he was kind of looking to do. He's trying to get some physical hit off on Blissey that would matter, but the Ice Beam will be able to finish it off, no problem. I think we've gotten to that point. Articuno needs to get the freeze, because here, if he doesn't get rest, Fearow is dead, and Fearow was his win condition. Can he get it? He does. 13 in the bag here for Gen 2. And that Ice Beam is doing a lot. Now, Hero needs to remember he's waking up. He needs to go for the Drill Peck. He needs to get the crit. He needs to end this in the haxiest way possible. Actually, he's still asleep because he got the rest. Don't listen to me. I'm terrible at this. Birds don't sleep. This is all a lie. This is Pokemon, after all. Oh, boy. It's got HP and special defense going for it, JK Champ. That's all it's got going for it. He's got to get it. He's going to get the Drill Peck. Let's hope for no... Oh, he heals him with the present. What an actual gift from the Night Owls. Now he goes for Double Edge on the wake up. If Hero remembers this, he gets the Double Edge off. He gets to go. Gyarados has to come in. That's pretty good for him. No, he's still asleep. Don't listen to me. He's hovering and I'm not. See, I'm not doing the thing I told him to do. I'm a terrible dad who yells at his son and says, "You're doing it wrong," when I'm the one that dropped the ball. Hero's doing it right. He's looking to take this Gyarados down. The Gyarados wakes up. The Hydro Pump comes out. Doesn't get the crit. He can kill this thing off with the Drill Peck. And he's going to bring it down to a 2-1. Hero is on the brink of winning against the Night Owls. And all to the mechanics of Gen 2, no less. Blissey's coming in. It doesn't take the Double Edge. It doesn't do enough recoil. And Hero takes out the Chicago Night Owls in Week 4. Will not go quietly into the dark. What a game! GG. The man has done it. He has done it. And that warms my heart ever so slightly, because you never want to see somebody go winless in a tournament in the 6 years that I've run these things. You never, ever want to see it. And that's exactly what I talked about. You bring somebody, you say, "I'm using dice. I don't care what it comes down to. If I roll Gen 2, I'm playing Gen 2. And you look at Chicago Night Owls, you say, nothing has been drafted Gen 3 or older. Gen 1 has been banned every single week. And Gen 2 will deliver Coma his first series loss. What a turn of events here. I honestly think, because you can only ban one generation in this, you're going to look at people like Ice Cold, Ace of Bade, Manny Marshadow, Cincy Cascoons. You're going to be looking at the people who already pick at the numbers and the statistics in these things. You're not going to be able to predict Hero. You're going to definitely know. He knows damn well how Gen 2 works. But you're going to recognize Chicago Night Owls doesn't. And that means older gens, I see more on the menu in future weeks here for Coma. Oh, dear. Oh, that's exciting. And again, it's not just the game 3 where it went down to hacks. Like, there was hacks all over the place between the 3 games. The game 1 was still firmly in Coma's grasp, despite the fact the triple crits kind of ended it all before even Hero had a chance to try and sweep with that Slowbro. But then game 2, the Skarmory sack, then we see that Flygon can literally, nothing is left to kill off the Togekiss. And then game 3, where Hero gets the Fearow in the favorable position, makes the switch to the Steelix at a correct moment, and Coma just not knowing how to navigate that end game. I mean, again, you get tired spamming Rest and Sleep Talk. It gets into your mind. It throws you off. That's why Gen 2 sucks. It is a mental fortitude. It is a marathon, not a speed run. And despite the fact that Hero is a speedrunner, he's going to start his sprint to the top as he's going home with 2 points today. Incredible stuff coming out. And just to take a look at the Challenge doesn't even want to admit it. It doesn't even want to give him the 2 points. He's like, this is impossible. How can this be thing? Please submit his points. Let me give this to him. It's his. He earned it. Jesus. It didn't put it in. Why not? Give him his points. I actually can't give you points here. You're kind of screwed. Sorry, man. That was really impressive, but you're going to have to do that again next week. I'm kidding. I love you, Challenge, but sometimes it is in progress. Let me reward him. Huh, okay, Challenge might actually just be down. Give me one moment here. But with that, just to tell you what the points are going to be looking like, Hero is no longer firmly in last place. He is tied with the Golden State Gliscors for second last place, which you might be like, well, that's kind of crappy, isn't it? Well, here's the thing. Top right now currently has 6 points, looking to get 8, which means he's only 3 series behind. He is not by any means out of the stretch of top 6. Top 6 right now is 3 points before the conclusion of the final 2 matches in this week. So he is, with this actually takes like an entire week's worth of pressure off of him, and taking it off of somebody maybe you wouldn't expect, because Chicago Night Owls were sitting tied for 4th with Cincy Cascoons. But this also means now that Cincy Cascoons can look at their match this week and go, if I can win this week, he kicks Coma down. Joint last is always better than straight last, that's for sure. Oh, man. Well, it can't, Marie, unless you plan to lose points somehow. Or get disqualified, whichever one you're looking to do. Please, okay, it actually won't let me save the points, and I'm a little upset. I don't know what's happening with Challenge right now. Is my internet okay? Am I live? Yeah, apparently. Nonetheless, I'll put those in later. A momentous day for Hero. Could tout that home all the way. GG Coma, GG Hero. 2-1 victory. You can see and hear me perfect. Wow. You'll get negative points? I don't know how you're gonna do that. Do you plan to like win for your opponent and give them the points? You just want me to give them a 3-0? Is this suddenly just becoming golf? But yeah, that'll be it. Our next match is actually tomorrow at noon Eastern time between schedule. X-Carry event versus Cincy Cascoons. Cincy Cascoons looking to actually differentiate himself from Coma now that it's possible to do. And Kara also looking to use, well, Cincy Cascoons as a jump pad to get over Chicago Night Owls. We can see big placement shifts this week. Thank you very much for watching, guys. If you want to keep up with that information, exclamation bracket once Chalon's actually working, as well as in the Discord, we have all the information you need to know about this tournament, as well as keeping up with the schedule week by week. We run these on both Twitch and on Discord, and then we replay any matches on Discord back on Twitch on the next live stream. We are not done for today. We do have our charity event here at 3 o'clock with Fedora Game. I'm going to be going back into Battleships with him. It's been a couple of weeks. We're looking to end it. We do support Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. If you guys are interested in donating, I completely forgot to change that. Ignore the soul part. That doesn't work until next week. Hey, Fedora, good to see you, man. There he is. The hat-adorned friend. Whew, I broke a sweat. When I break a sweat, I'm happy with my commentary. That's my indicator. Most people want like a letter grade or a report. I just need to know how many gallons of sweat I've broken in a sweater. In a sweater shirt. To reintroduce myself to everybody who might be new, my name is ProPokeNoob. I have been streaming for over 6 years. I stream events and tournaments, but I also stream hard mode challenge runs for Pokemon. We like to do a lot of speedrun challenges, nuzlocks. We have our own developed custom rule sets that we use for nuzlocks. We also like to play a lot of randomizers with games I've never played before. I've taken on things like Final Fantasy Tactics Nuzlocke. We plan to take on other games like Zelda's that I've never played before, and I'm going to do it just randomized because I'm like that. We like to prove the impossible is possible. Gen 2 sucks, man. I've told you. I've told you. If you hate an older gen, hate Gen 2. Gen 1 is a pleasure compared to Gen 2. Voyager, good to see you, man. How you doing? I rolled up my pajama pants for this. Kari, good to see you, by the way. JK Champ, I'm pretty sure I said hello to you, but hope you're having a great day. Oh, of course. I'm not gonna fight you on that. Not in the slightest. Honestly, my least favorite competitive gen is Gen 2. I played a lot of Gen 1 OU, and I enjoyed it a lot because it was very balanced for how little was in it and just working around the mechanics and accepting when you lose. Gen 2 is an absolute dumpster fire of a metagame, in my opinion. Really, Hero? Interesting. I haven't heard many people who have played Gen 2 competitively. Yeah. I mean, both both you and Hero have things you go back to look at if you wanted to. I really want to go watch Game 2 and 3 again, because I think Game 1 was played well enough from both sides. I think Game 2, the early Skarmory sack was very concerning, especially since, like, seeing you were hoping, I know you were hoping that Flygon wasn't gonna be the last Pokemon left versus the Togekiss, but like if I see that in randoms, I always try to play in like I need this Pokemon left to handle that. Someone killing her at Maisu defense. Oh, I'm like, I don't understand that. I understand present. I didn't know that was a mechanic with present. That's disgusting. Cass, we're good. We just finished Pro Pokeball. Hero got his first victory. Full victory, not just one game. He got a full series victory here. I just played Gen 2. Oh dear. Okay, you gonna let me give Hero his points now? Yeah, I didn't know that. I thought it was based on base powers. I was not under the impression that it actually used some kind of defensive moveset or defensive calculations. Outrage U-turn EQ toxic? Ooh, you even got a worse variant of what we were saying with Dragon Dance. That's you got Gen 6. You got Kadabra. That's what I call being Kadabra, where there's like a dual screen Kadabra set with telekinesis and psychic. That's what it is. It's light screen, reflect, telekinesis, psychic. It is the worst moveset I've ever seen on Showdown. And whenever I hear about movesets like that, I mean, it's not atrocious, but leftovers toxic. Ooh, yeah, that's not ideal. Most moves will have value, Voyager. It's just, it's kind of like overshadowed. That was Flygon. Yeah, that was kind of unfortunate. So the only thing you could have did there, wait, was Togekiss? Couldn't you have poisoned the Togekiss? Was Togekiss statused? I don't remember if Togekiss was statused. Let me give Hero his points. I feel bad. Everyone else has points. What's your problem, video game? I don't know, Hero. I'll give you your points later. I'm really confused what the hell Challenge is doing. Oh, it logged me out. That's why. That's stupid. Why would it let me... whatever. That's really stupid. Why did I log out of Challenge? Probably some security update. Yeah, no, exactly. He didn't, yeah. He needed all the other Pokemon to kill it. That was the issue. I mean, I don't blame you for not wanting to mulligan. Like you could have mulliganed the Gen 6, I guess. The Gen 2, I wouldn't mulligan with that Blissey Mew combination. That's a really hard combination to kill. That's like Skarm Bliss, but with Mew. And then you have Present, which is literally an A-bomb for Pokemon. That's unbelievable. Give me one moment here, sorry. So yeah, we have our next one tomorrow at noon. We'll be live before that, so we'll be doing it in the middle of the stream. And then Sunday, the way Sunday's gonna work, chat, is I'm gonna be commentating in Millibug's Emerald Tournament. So we have the match between, I think, Manny Marshadows and Golden State Gliscors at 12 on Discord. And then at 1, I'll be on Millibug's channel. So we'll be starting promptly at noon. This I promise you. That's the one that Hero mulliganed, right? Damn. Bronzong, Malamar, Aerodactyl, Landorus, Beautifly. You know, that should be a strong team. I want to say it's a strong team. I'm assuming whatever Hero mulliganed was atrocious. Because I didn't expect Hero to mulligan. But, because I'm like, Alomomola, that could be something, right? But clearly he didn't have anything good. And I trust him on that. Oh, yeah? Oh. Good call, then. See, that's what makes Mulligan, like, it's not complicated, but it's complicated enough that you guys still have to think a little bit. See, I create good amateur tournaments. Alright. Let's get Pretzel Rocks up. Good lord, man. That was fun. I'm happy. I'm happy. Like I said, it always sucks. Like, I want to never, like, undermine good play, because that's not fair to, like, really good players. Like, if one person is just outclassed by everybody else, you don't want to take that away from the people who are outclassing other people. But it always sucks in an amateurish tournament, like a tournament for fun, where, like, somebody goes home winless. Not even, like, even just taking one game would be good, even if it's not, like, a best-of-3 victory. That's why I did this type of format this year. So, I'm glad we will not have to look at somebody going home winless. Even if it means that at the expense of other people, we're not looking at people who are going home winless. And that makes me happy. And makes it slightly spicy, too, so it doesn't become very stale for the viewers. Oh my god, what does that do to the standings? Okay, so Heroes down there. Chicago Night Owls. Oh, they do. Never mind. They don't get tied. They got 1 point. So never mind. Cincy Cascoons have to win to kick down Night Owls. So do Kara. So either way, whoever takes 2 points tomorrow will tie Chicago Night Owls and Ace. After Ace has lost this week too. Ooh. Either Kara ties for 3rd, or Cincy just takes 3rd place. Actually, no. Holy shit! I can't read more than 2 things at a time. Never mind. If Kara wins tomorrow, she ties for... No, I think she ties for 2nd, but she'll be like 3rd or 4th because of head-to-heads. If Cincy wins tomorrow, they tie for 1st until Manny plays. So they're guaranteed at least 2nd by the end of this week, if they win both games tomorrow. Well, that's mighty spicy, isn't it? All right, where's Fedora? I need somebody to take over for my voice. That hurt. That hurt a lot. Almost ready? Okay. If you call me and I miss it, I apologize. Let's put some trance music on today. We need some party music after that. So how's everybody in stream? How's everybody in chat? fucking tired. Oh dear. I was thinking about that today, and I'm like, I was thinking about things that tell me how I'm doing leading up to a stream. Like, I look at the way that I post things when I put live notifications and things like that on my social media and in Discord and things of the sort. And I use that to kind of gauge what my energy is going to be like that day. So if I know that I'm not going to be in a good mood, for example, then, like, I'll kind of play around that. There's very rare times where I'm not in a good mood. It'd have to be something pretty major, like a lot of pain or something actually happening poorly in my life. But I was thinking about, I'm like, usually with commentary, the way that I know that it's been good is if after even one match, I'm tired. Yes, I wish the throat didn't hurt as much. That's why we have bee pollen. Stuff's like crack, dude. It's great. Sorry. But yeah. Like, I know if I'm sweating and I'm just like getting into it and not managing audio levels like I wish I could, then I definitely know that I've done well. Congrats on your second vaccine, Hero. I realized when I got my vaccine, they didn't let me book my second, and I just happened to find an email today which confirmed my first vaccine, but didn't tell me it confirmed my second vaccine. So mine's apparently like September 14th or something like that. My arm pain is pretty much gone too. Like, very tiny pain left. Luckily I didn't get any more. There might have been like a period yesterday, actually before Broken and Gamma and I, where I started feeling like aches and sickness, but it honestly just felt like the nurse didn't give me a shot. She punched me in the arm. I'm on bee pollen crack. Because it helps my throat. But yeah. Yeah, mine started up right away, actually. The pain in my arm from the first shot started almost instantly, which is why I went to first aid. Also, when I put that in Discord, I tried to give as much context. Essentially, when I said I ended up in first aid, it was because I was, it was because I, like, had a bit of anxiety because I'm just kind of sitting there alone. I felt like I was in a prison warden. Like, I was in a prison ward and everybody's watching you, and I'm just like, yeah, this is too much for me, and I got too hot. So I overheated. The pain was getting, like, into my neck, too. So I was just like, yeah, I'm not feeling good. I need someone to talk to. So I just called the nurse over. She's like, are you sure? Do you just want to go get a juice box and go to the first aid? She's a bit grit about it, but you know what? In these times, I'm not going to be upset if healthcare personnel are gruff. They're going through some real tough stuff right now, more than my pain and panic. So, but luckily the firefighters that I talked to, she was very nice. They were both very nice. They were telling me, like, the one guy was just asking me what I had in my day, and she was telling me about all the fireworks fires that she got calls for. Hello.
Hello.
How you doing?
What?
Oh. Oops.
All of it considered, not terrible.
That's good. What's being considered, though?
Life.
That's a pretty big consideration, man.
That is a very big consideration.
Yes, it was apple juice. I was happy because apple juice is one of my favorite juices. I haven't had a juice box in years. It was very weird sitting there, like, hoveled up on the stretcher just drinking a juice box. I'm just like, I feel 9 again. Man, we still have battleships to do, don't we? I'm so tired.
Yeah.
Oh, God.
I mean, we don't need to go super long today. I don't imagine, like, unless you get really unlucky, I don't think we're gonna go super long today.
Your stuff is still not fully revealed to me. Like, I know where your stuff is, but I don't know, like, in the Pokedex, it's not there yet.
Yeah.
I haven't reached that part. And I'm still looking for that stupid friggin' 90 encounter cave.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, God. Fedora,
Yeah, I don't
we're
even
up
remember
to...
what I was
Oh,
doing.
sorry. Yeah, I don't remember. It's been 2 weeks. We're up to $439 since you've last been here.
Nice.
Yeah. Got some
good start.
We got some good jumblings yesterday from people in our Soul Link.
Some good jimble jambles.
Jimble? Yeah, sure, that's what we're gonna call it. That's what it felt like was happening in my brain.
Mm-hmm.
My brain got jimble jambled. Relive the good times? I mean, I personally believe my good times were in my post-secondary experiences, and I didn't even do that much in post-secondary. My childhood was great with my parents, don't get me wrong. Like
you mean there were good times at some point in the past? Really?
You know, I'm told that a lot, that being a child is great, and I'm like, yeah, you say that until you realize when you hit 21, you're legal with everything in life.
Yeah.
So basically, after 21, those are the good times to me.
Yeah. On the one hand, you know, for accessibility. On the other hand, you know, for the state of your body, it's all downhill past age 18.
Okay, but here's the thing, though. I used to tell people if I was going to stay at an age, it was 19. But then I want to actually stay at 21, because 21 was actually like my pure peak of health, like fitness-wise, and you're just legal and everything. Unless something becomes 23. But even then, I'm like, 21 got me everything I wanted. I could buy alcohol when I wanted to. I could go gamble if I ever decided to, right? But that, I mean, other than that, it's just like, it was nice. I like 21. 21 was a good age. I still like
anywhere in your 20s. Like I'm still am trying to tell myself that I am 29. I just keep having 29th birthdays every year.
I mean, you can just put a 2 on the cake and no one will know, right?
Yeah.
As long as you look the part. I have an aunt. She is 81. I swear to God, she looks 55.
I've been told. Never know. I was told for years that I look like I was 19, even well into my late 20s. I was like, you look like you're 19, 20, 21. Like, no, I'm almost 30. Thanks though.
And then there's me, where I'm told that I look 40. Kids don't know, man. Kids, like when I used to have a beard at karate, I told you I had to shave my beard because my master said my beard scared kids. And then kids thought I was like 37 years old and creepy because I could talk all the conversation starters that they knew, right? I knew memes, I knew Fortnite, I knew all these things that kid knew like 5 years ago.
What do you do, fellow children?
Yeah, literally, they're looking at me like that literal meme, and I'm just going, guys, I could be old and know what you guys do, but apparently I would freak parents out. I'd be like, how does he know all this? Have you considered I'm a teacher?
That man has some...
Maybe I have young cousins, which I do.
Some creeper vibes going on.
Yeah, that's exactly it. He told, like, they were telling me, like, they were creeped out. I'm like, I'm the least creepy. There is another dude over there who, like, hovers over children, and there was another guy who would talk kind of like this. He sounded like Squidward incarnate, so I'm just sitting here going, I'm the least creepy at face value. Yes, it's biased because it's coming from me, but I'm like, if you put us all in a prison line, and you tell us all to turn right, I'm the least creepy looking from all angles and sounding. I was just relatable. I related to my students. That's what I wanted to do.
Yes.
Especially as a high school teacher. High school teacher is all about relating.
It's because you are
up to date?
Internally a child.
Thank you.
You are very in touch with your inner child.
I am most certainly
as opposed to being in touch with outer child.
Yes.
Outer children. However, that's I don't know. I feel like I think we should start this conversation right here.
I think we just need to forget the last 30 seconds.
Yes. Everybody just cleanse your brain.
Hey, the child is the hero. Mini Noob is in here, okay? Mini Noob's in the heart forever. He's the one pulling the strings.
Noob Junior.
Noob Junior. Oh God, dude. I hope my kids are never called Noob Juniors. Cause like I talked to my girlfriend and I'm like, I'm not calling you ProPoke wife, right? I think ProPoke girl is just stuck because it just flows better. But it's like
ProPoke woman.
Yeah, it doesn't flow.
No, you're right.
But Noob Junior does flow. That's the sad part.
Noob Junior, I'm gonna. If you ever have kids.
Fuck.
If you ever have
kids. And be like, how do you do, Noob Junior?
Yeah,
and he's gonna be like,
how's Noob Junior doing?
Good thing I don't name body parts.
Lil Nublet.
Oh God, please no. Oh, Jesus. I was about to make a 14-inch joke. Then you said that, and then we're just. Well,
I'm glad that
you kept it in line. I think
my brain is not the only one that went there.
Jesus. So it's one of
Oh my
those
God.
days, I see.
Yeah,
All right.
we're 5 minutes in and we're already in the gutter. Excellent.
Well, Hero, like I said yesterday, announcing some of the milestones, by the way, for those who don't know, we've started putting out some of the milestones for Extra Life, which we're in right now, by the way. I don't know if you could tell. Talking about 14-inch dongs, but $50 cumulative will get you, like cumulative from now until November 7th at the end of the Extra Life event, will get you entered into a giveaway for a personalized Pokemon drawing album. I will draw you a generation of any type that you want, any generation from Gen 1 to 8, and I'll sign every thing, put it in a photo album, and send it to you if you win the giveaway. But top 3 will receive the starting cards to my trading card collection that I want to start. So eventually, if I do get this trading card thing off the ground, you will have trading cards of cool creators, mods like Fedora, friends, and, you know, ProPok Jr. will have his own trading card, or her trading card.
Well, there you go.
That is the plan. And not happening anytime soon, by the way. We got plans. I don't got money for that. Money, what is that?
Yeah. Stable employment? That's a thing? I thought that was only for old people. The boomer generation.
The boomer gen. What is? Well, you
Gen
know what?
boomer.
I'm just wait. No, Fedora. No, are you considered a Generian millennial?
I think I am. I mean, I think the oldest millennials now technically are like
39. Was it 81?
Yeah, 39,
So
40 at this
40,
point.
yeah.
So I'm definitely on the older side of the millennial spectrum, but it feels like millennial is a term that's being used for anybody that was born past 1980.
Yeah.
So, you
Well,
know,
all the way up
10-year-olds
until
right
all
now
the way up to
are-
1999. No, until 99, because that's Gen
Oh,
Z.
right,
after.
right.
Yeah.
Yeah, people who came of age during the early aughts, I guess.
Oh my god.
I don't know.
I laughed. I laughed when I heard the term Generian millennial. Geriatric millennial. Geriatric.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, geriatric millennial.
There we
Yeah.
go. I got there.
Yeah.
Geriatric millennial. In case
Yep.
old people couldn't call you old any better way.
Yeah, it's the people who are old enough to tell the kids to get off their lawn, but they can't actually afford to have a lawn. So
Get off my bus.
yes,
Don't
exactly.
you dare share a movie theater with me. Oh, I have a feeling today's gonna be a spicy day. It's the way we cope, chat. It's just the way we cope.
Yes, coping mechanisms galore.
Even though I have nothing to cope with personally, but I mean, you know, I'm also younger than Fedora, so
Yes,
I get away with it.
with age comes responsibility and
Apparently I have
increasing
less.
levels of depression.
Yeah, damn. Okay. I guess we're there now. Oh god.
All right, shall we start?
Yeah,
3, 2, 1, potato.
Let's just give everybody a very, very quick reminder of what this. I have to load up everything. I forgot how many things are there to load up for this.
Yeah,
I have to change my title and everything else. So if you've never seen this
for
before,
those of you,
oh, yeah,
who,
go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, you got it. You got it. I got stuff to do.
Okay. For those of you who have missed the previous 6, 7 sessions of
Something
this
like
over
that.
the last couple months, we are playing Pokemon Battleships, which means that
Thanks for
every
the host,
single
Epic Fail.
Pokemon that you see on my screen or on, I believe, Noob screen, I can't tell because I have them turned off. Every single Pokemon is a point on a battleship grid, and we have chosen battleships along that grid. Every time we catch a Pokemon, we take a shot.
Yep, I've got the booze right next to me.
Until we sink all of the opposite person's battleships, or vice versa.
Or get drunk.
And I am a little bit far behind.
A little.
A little bit behind.
Nothing that some donations
Teensy
can't
bit.
solve.
That's true. That's true. You can donate to PokeNoob's Extra Life charity and be able to take shots on the behalf of myself against Noob, or on the behalf of Noob against me if you really want to be sadistic.
Yep.
Because right now, we started with 18 ships, right?
Yes.
I've sunk one. I've sunk one of Noob's ships. Noob has sunk 10.
Yeah.
Of mine.
Yeah.
So, depending upon how today goes, we could be done. We could be done by the end of today, or we could be nearly done. Or we could keep it spicy.
Yes. And just to remind everybody about sweetening the deal, as a reminder... Oh crap, what happened here? Sorry. Because I said that every basically charity stream we have from now on, we are in games for donos mode, which means if you donate $10 today, not only can you give it towards an incentive, you will also get a random Steam key. I have 39 games to give away, and you can ask anybody who has received a game. The games are literally like $12 and up. So not only are you getting a valuable game, like somebody got a $60 game yesterday. I'm not kidding you. This jackpot's ridiculous. I have hundreds of dollars of games on me. You can only get one per day, but it is all in your power to take if you want it. There's a list of what ships are left. Fedora has three ships, 2 4 ships, and 3 5 ships left. He has murdered...
I got a fiver.
You got a fiver, right.
I'm close on a number of them, but still need to actually find some of these Pokemon.
Also, alerts should work today. We might actually have alerts working.
You say that every week, though.
No. This time it actually worked, because yesterday it posted the wrong alert. Because So what happened was I forgot you had to integrate Streamlabs with the new ID every year. So I haven't done that for months because I forgot.
Okay.
But then when I set up my alerts, I set it up under Streamlabs charity link, which is if you use Streamlabs charity's extension or their service of Streamlabs charity instead of the integration charity with tab, which pops up after you integrate your name onto the account. So essentially, it should work now. I highly recommend you donate to take shots or to get a game right now to prove that. And of course, the cumulative thing is now counting for that coloring book, or for that photo album that I will draw for you personally. And top 3 get those trading cards. It's gonna be cool. I'm so looking forward to this trading card idea. I know it's not a new idea, but I really think it fits the channel well.
Yeah.
Okay, Fedora, count us down. What the hell was I doing? Where am I? Where's my notes?
I don't even know.
Shit, do I have notes still? Oh god. All right, well I lost all my notes, so.
I don't even know. Okay. I don't know. 3, 2, 17,
Fuck.
4.5, Mercury, Potato.
You didn't even put Delta in there. I'm a little upset.
I'm sorry.
All right. Let's get back into this. Of course, if you guys want to watch both ends, the multi-link is here for you. It's no longer posting Gamma Unbroken. It is Fedora. All right, what was I doing in here? I was just looking for random crap, right? Yeah, I don't even have information on half these Pokemon. I think. I don't remember anymore.
Yeah, I have no clue.
Was I going into here? I feel like I finished Viapois. That sounds familiar.
I can't even remember. Like, I don't even know where I am. And even if I knew where I am right now, I don't know what I was doing here. I'm sure it was something important, but not a clue what it is.
Oh boy. Chat, is audio okay, by the way? That's funny. You think I even remember what Pokemon I'm looking for? Yeah, I don't know where my notes went. I keep notes generally. Audio's good, thank you. Appreciate that. I had notes here somewhere. I also cleaned up my desk a bit, so I might have accidentally thrown them out.
Well, you keep notes on your phone.
Yeah, but you see, I'm still that type of person where I like having a paper version because I'm faster at writing than I am typing. So, like, there are certain, like, I'm using a lot more cloud now, and my what's it called? I make a lot of stream notes, especially on Google Docs. I always just get worried that I know the cloud is flawless and all sort of crap, but I just...
Well, what you can do is write your notes by hand and then take a picture of them when you're done for the day.
I could.
Just so you have that digital copy if you lose the physical one.
I'm also really bad with not having enough backup storage. So like right now, I have so many things that need to be backed up, but let's just say if my computer craps out, I probably just have to quit streaming. Because there's just that much that will be lost. That wouldn't be good. No, I don't want to quit streaming. I like streaming.
There are a number of really good cloud backup services. I actually use one if you're interested in, having one of those that will just back everything up on your computer to the cloud, and I mean it's a monthly subscription, but it's definitely worth paying like $6 a month. I think it is to $6 US to be able to have that peace of mind.
It worked. Yes, I will be interested in that. We have a donation, and I heard it, Fedora.
Holy snap!
It only took half a year.
Wow!
Oh my god. We have a $25 donation from Marie.
Ooh, dog. Thank
she
you,
is
Marie.
firing on me. She says, "Fire at PPN, please. Fed needs help."
I do need help.
He needs a lot of help.
Help, Plox.
You're also only $5 away from that giveaway for the personalized photo album, if you wanted it, Marie. Okay, first of all, Marie, give me a number between 1 and 39 for your Steam game, and I will get the randomizer up. Random Pokemon generator. And Fedora, do you have info on Skarmory?
Skarmory. Let's see here. Skarmory. I do have it. Oh
yeah.
I think. Yeah, it does look like I took a hit with it. So,
reroll. Okay. What about Scraggy?
Scraggy.
Scraggy.
Nope. I have that one marked as well.
Oh no, Marie. Okay, so everything is a miss except Skorupi, which is a hit.
No.
What?
I thought I had hit that one already.
I'll give it to you anyways.
Yeah. Okay, so everything except Skorupi.
Yes. Skorupi is a hit.
Which is a hit. Okay.
Marie did it. She helped, kind of.
Yay!
Totally not me not hearing him.
Yes.
It's fine.
Thank you very much, Marie, for that wonderful donation.
Marie, choose a number between... Oh, by the way, I have to take a shot on you. Skrelp.
Skrelp. Skrelp is a miss.
Okay. It doesn't help me. Okay. It does and it doesn't. That shit concerns me now. Yeah, Marie, when you can.
Info, but is it really?
I mean, it confirms which way your 5-ship could be.
I mean, I suppose.
Because that was a 6x1 that I had there, so that cut off the edge. But yeah, Marie, a number between 1 and 39, please.
Drum roll. It sounds more like a cat purring.
Yeah. I do have a cat.
I mean,
it doesn't purr though. It's
no.
I mean, it does, but it's like a deep murderous purr. It's like, ugh. It sounds like it's actually slightly like wheezing, because it's trying to like purr through its fat. Poor fat Milo. God damn it. Okay, 31. Oh. Marie, you have won the game retimed. I was looking at this game. I completely forgot what it is, but I know it looked cool. It's what was it? I remember some of these. I don't remember all off the top of my head. Oh yeah, it's a really cool it's a really cool party game where it's like a bullet hell against your friends, but when you're about to get shot, it gives you like a slowdown bubble around you, and you can actually respond to it. So it's kind of like it takes the whole bullet hell thing, and instead of you just getting picked off by a random bullet, you actually get to respond. So it kind of becomes like, how good are you actually at responding against multiple threats from your friends? So it's like if Smash Brothers had sort of like super armor to protect you from being super ganged up on. It's really neat. I was actually gonna keep the game, but I'm like, you know what? Let's keep some variety in the pool. It's fairly neat. You're welcome, Marie. But yes, I do back my stuff up. I just need a bigger... Right now I have a 500 gig backup drive, and it's full. So, yeah. It's because most of the stuff that I'm keeping are my game files. Like, not like old game files, but like I have a lot of stream stuff and videos and everything that makes this built, so... Yeah. I think I was out here because I was looking to get information I didn't have.
The new pokes.
New pokes.
New pokes. Yeah, I just decided to completely shift gears and go somewhere else because I had no idea what I was doing, where I was at.
And before it's like, I could have killed a ship here.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I moved to a place where I feel confident that I can kill a ship.
Well, there you go.
But, you know, I need to... Apparently, it's also a place I haven't been, so I'm surrounded by trainers that want to murder me.
What if you were surrounded by fiends?
I think that would be better at this point than trainers, because at least I could catch the fiends and use them to provide info.
Have I been in here? Who's Dilford? It's not even Dilbert.
Dilford?
Yeah. What are the names of these ruins? They got really weird in Fire Red Leaf Green, didn't they?
I mean, it's... Yeah. What am I doing? Where's my map? I need my map. Uh-oh. That's not good.
Wait. Please let me catch you. Oh my god. This will make things so much easier. Yes!
Oh, did you find a ditto?
I found a ditto!
Oh!
Oh my god.
Well, GG.
Joyous days. I can't breed to half of these. Some of these things are like Archeops that I have to check, so. And like Zerkatry, who doesn't even have a Pokedex entry. Oh my god. Holy momentous day.
Yeah, that's a big
saucy.
deal.
It still takes a while for them to make an egg though, because it's just like baseline breeding, so.
Well, yeah. No Masuda method here.
Nope.
Or anything like that.
Like I know what Masuda is off the top of my head.
Masuda, is that like a soup?
Have I had that somewhere? I feel like I've gone to more than one restaurant. What if I have my suit on? Okay, where am I right now? Who flies on this team? Right. Okay, I'm on... Really? Oh no. Don't tell me I gotta crack open like the Reggies.
Yeah, you do.
Oh god. Where's my Relicanth and my Wailord? I don't even know. Wait, I don't even know how to crack open Regis in this game.
Yeah, I can't remember for the life of me.
Is that a shiny? It's not. So chat, tell me about your day. What's going on? Tell me about your weekend. What are you looking at this weekend? What's spicy in your life?
I got to go outside for the first time in a while.
Damn,
yesterday.
dude.
Actually go out in public.
Ooh. That's pretty cool.
I mean, the circumstances under which I had to do that were not great because my bank account got hacked yesterday.
Oh, shit. That sucks.
Yeah. But it got taken care of very quickly.
Good.
I just needed to go and like get a new card printed. But that was the first time I'd actually like gone anywhere since I got my vaccine.
Yeah. Yeah, that was me too. And I drove, like, it was the first time I drove anywhere, which was to my vaccine. It was 30 minutes away. And my dad's new car, too. He trusted me.
Wow.
Not a bad driver. It's just, it's his baby, right? He's never
Yeah.
owned a brand new car ever. So the fact that I had to drive his car, it was a big deal.
Yeah, I definitely, my stepdad's the same way. It's like his car is his car.
Yep.
And you better have a damn good reason for driving his car.
Yeah. Yeah. Like literally since like the 70s, this is my dad's very first car that he's ever owned for his own goods. So
that's good. I mean, that means he all the cars that he's had before, you know, he got good life out of them.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, yeah. No, we still drive, like, the other two cars we have here. We have 3 cars. His is a 2020 Corolla, which runs beautifully, and it's very, very comfortable. But the other two, which are still good, is like a 2003 Cavalier, which is basically a Frankenstein because it got in a really bad, like, rollover accident with my cousins.
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah. So it's like, it has, like, the chassis is of 3 different cars. And the engine is like a different thing, so it runs harder than it's supposed to, actually. It's stronger than it's supposed to be. It runs beautifully on highways. But we have that, we have a 2001 Honda Civic. And even though it has issues, like the thing we got to worry about first is that it's going to disintegrate more than it breaking on us. Like, it's broken a lot, but, you know, we've maintained it for 20 years. Or rather, my dad's maintained it for 20 years with the help of auto shops and himself and people in the family. We've made very, very good use out of all of that stuff. Which is really funny because I'm the type of guy that always says, like, if you need a new one, get a new one. But I'm also very, like, I'm very good at preserving things that don't need replacing.
Yeah.
Like, if you can fix it, sure. But there's just certain things in life that I'm just like, you don't need to replace that. There's just get rid of it. It's low waste. Or if it's just going to cost more... Not like a car style because it's different, but if it's going to cost you more resources to build it, like if you're going to fix a chair, you're going to put a new leg on it, and the leg requires like 3 different pieces of wood to make it the right height, at that point, just get a new friggin' chair.
Right.
That's the way I think about it, in varying extents. My girlfriend is very much a scavenger.
Sometimes, I mean, it depends on what you have and what you need.
Yeah.
Like if you have a lot of time but not a whole lot of money, you know, maybe it's more effective in that way to,
of course,
you know, just try to fix what you have. But if you know, just don't want to deal with it, then yeah. And sometimes, you know, whether it's with cars or with anything else, sometimes getting the replacement part to fix that thing that you already own is as expensive or more expensive than just replacing the whole damn thing.
Well, that was the same thing with my dad's car, right? It was only worth a couple grand, and to fix whatever we ran into at the end of it was going to cost as much as the car. And he's just like, yeah, no, we put about $8 grand into a $5,000 car. So, you know, at this point, let's just they budgeted and they paid it off and everything else. So. Just made more sense, right?
Yeah, definitely.
I didn't change my title. Haha!
How dare.
Whoops. Get rid of that, get rid of that, put this in the link. And have you looked at the new list yet of tags?
Tags?
Yeah, they added like 350 new tags to Twitch.
Jeez, no, I did not see that.
Yeah. I gotta take a look to see if there's any there's like game developer tag and stuff like that in there now. There's a lot of identity tags and things like that.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah. Good stuff. Only good stuff. I'm assuming.
Well, I know they added a new, like, hot tub tag or something like that.
No, that's a category, man.
Oh, it's a category now.
It's a whole category.
That's right. There's
Because
a whole category.
that's the way the ads are done. So instead of making it a tag or ruin the ads and just chatting, they just removed, quote unquote, removed the quote unquote issue.
Yes.
I've actually been getting into some pretty fascinating conversations around those streams. Yeah, very fascinating, because the one that it keeps coming down to is the argument that it's like a form of softcore porn, and I'm sitting there going, have you watched softcore porn? I'm a phys ed teacher. I can go to the beach and apparently that should be labeled as Pornhub territory at that rate.
Yeah.
Unless it's a nudist beach.
all those people at the beaches just showing off their bodies like it's nothing.
Hey, in that case, where's my pay, man? I walk around topless when I go to the beach. Am I
right?
Am I gonna get a piece of it? Am I gonna get a deal cut by RedTube? Anyways, but
like I have no witty response to that. I'm sorry.
But yeah, it's just been very interesting because there's a lot of angles that people are taking, but they're not completely wrong, because like there even seems to be some people in the industry, like in the online industry, who are saying it could potentially be something just extremely towing the line that could lead into issues similar like what happened with MasterCard and Visa, which is what similar happened when brands started pulling away deals. And I mean, not really many brands like that on their repertoire. I mean, MasterCard and Visa with Pornhub a long time ago was for very good reason, because that content doesn't belong at all. We're not going to mention it, but like the stuff happening on Twitch it's always been that kind of sensitivity with the brands, because it just doesn't sell well for them. And I'm sitting there going, but they're, you know, people get upset with the brands, but brands have that decision, you know. Right. If I'm streaming for charity, my first thought is not going to be like, for me. Oh, wait a minute, shut me up. I got a donation. Oh,
shut up and read it.
We have a $15 donation from Hitting Hero. Hero, thank you very much for $15 to Sick Kids Through Extra Life for the kids. He is taking 3 random shots at both of us. Yeah, it's the random shots, right? $5 per random shot.
Well, but if it's $5 per random shot,
yeah,
and he did $15,
it's 3 shots.
Oh, is it each
both of us?
Each $5 is one for both of us?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Math is hard. I'm sorry.
Math
also,
is
before
hard.
we do that,
yes.
Before we do that, Klefki.
Klefki.
Just got a Klefki. My boy Cleffers.
Miss.
Aw, how dare. But that's good info. That's good info.
There you go. Also, Hero, just to let you know, you are $35 away from that photo album giveaway, a personalized photo album. And I need a number between 1 and 38, friend. You've earned yourself a game for today. Congratulations. Remember, there are 2 jackpots in here, 3 jackpots in here, which is a double game. There are 2 games because they are linked to each other. Number 14, because not 13. You're kidding me. And he just hit one. Fabricated air horn. You actually hit the double. Congratulations, Hero. You have won The Haunted Island, a Frog Detective game, and Frog Detective 2, The Case of the Invisible Wizard.
I heard those games are good.
I have heard they are good as well. So congratulations, Hero. That is one of the 3 jackpots that we have. The twofer, if you will. And you might even get some shots to help Fedora at this. You never know.
You never know. Stranger things have happened.
It's true. Congratulations and enjoy. I've heard they are very good stories. Like they're nice and lighthearted and keep your attention. Nothing intense. All right, are you ready for random shots?
Let's do it.
Remember, it only has to miss for one of us, so chances are you're probably gonna benefit more from this than I am. And now that I've jinxed it,
well, no, because you have more info, so you're more likely to get a hit because every time, like if it hits something that you've already targeted,
yeah,
you get to re-roll until you hit something you haven't.
But if you don't have the info, then it doesn't re-roll. That's the point. We did that last time too. Remember, like if I have the info on it but you don't, it counts as the shot and only benefits you. Yeah, we did that before. You'll see, it'll pay out in your favor.
Yeah, I'm okay. My brain might not be working at this as well as I'm thinking. So,
how's your info on Crabominable?
Crabominable. I have nothing on him.
Okay, Crabominable is a miss, and I already know. The next one, yes, I do.
Really?
Yeah, because I found all 18 of your shifts, so I know it's a miss.
Oh. Well, there you go.
I'm hoping.
That's right.
I hope I can count to 18. I can't count to 3. So
I had a secret 19th one.
Oh
one
man, he's playing Russian battleships. I forgot.
It's the secret dinghy.
You're playing Russian battleships. They're dinghies. They had dinghies in theirs. How about Parasect?
Parasect. I do have that one marked as a miss.
Same. Okay. Next one, Miss Magius.
I don't have that one.
That's a miss.
Ooh.
Oh.
Ooh, that's info.
That is?
Well, it means that Flareon is part of a twofer.
Oh.
Yeah.
And I already know. And then the last one is Magnemite.
Magnemite. Magnemite. Where are you? Already have that one.
Okay, next one here. Raichu?
I already have that one. Which Alolan Raichu or normal Raichu?
Cantonian.
Cantonian? Yeah, I already have that one marked.
I already shot down my Raichu.
I already did shoot
Skarmory.
We literally just did Skarmory a minute ago, didn't we? Yeah,
No.
I already have that one.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
Wait,
That's the one that was fired on me. Yeah.
Yes.
My bad. Okay, I gotta reroll, actually. Hold on. Oh, that's a good one. How about the boy Guzzlord?
Guzzlord?
I think we found that earlier.
I have not found that one yet.
Okay, it's a miss.
Okay.
That's good, because that's one that doesn't have any, Pokedex info.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not too bad, Hero. Yeah, they are fast Ally, yeah. Of course, guys, let me know if the Steam keys don't work. Some of them are older. I just don't want you to lose that opportunity.
Okay, I think I do need to have some writing down here going on. Need to figure out where the hell I'm going in this damn cave.
All right, thank you very much, Hero. Good shots, good shots. You helped out Fedora, as was expected from that. I'm looking forward to this. Like, next week, I'm going to be hitting up creators. We're already in it, chat. It's Extra Life 2021. As they say, it's Omega Poggers.
Omega Poggers.
Never let me say that again.
No.
Oh God. I should have to uninstall HOTS for saying that. That's the threat. If I say any Twitch language, I have to uninstall my favorite games.
I mean, I don't think it's.
No, for me, not for anyone else. Anyone else can.
You're a Twitch streamer. It's natural that you would even ironically use the lingo.
I mean, I guess. I guess you'd only make Pokemon jokes in a Pokemon community, I suppose. It just sounds so weird coming out of my mouth. I'm like the guy who hates being predictable.
it's one of those how do you do fellow kids sort of situations. Like God. We just people like us are just make things like that just really awkward sounding. It doesn't roll quite as well as it otherwise would.
Tim, you say that, but I have not used Pog unironically. Because I never talked about PogChamp. Like, anytime I say stuff like that, it is literally to be ironic. But that's also because I'm pretty sure 90% of my speech is sarcasm. Like, I'm just a sarcastic guy.
Like, I've done stuff like that in the past throughout my life, like using stuff like bruh. Like, I use that ironically, and then I realize the more I use it ironically, eventually I start using it unironically.
Oh no.
Like, I used to say lol ironically because I hate typing out like LOL.
Oh no.
But the more I started using it ironically, I actually started using that as like a natural reaction in like out loud saying lol instead of actually laughing. Because I am attached to the internet. And I just lost my place in this cave.
But by the way, this is not a jab at anybody. This is not like the level of y'all where it makes me want to take my testicles and shove them in a dryer and then turn it on, right?
Y'all, like, Lolo, YOLO, lol, YOLO. Thank you. I see. I can't even do it right.
I was saying y'all, not lol.
I know, but
oh yeah. But
like, YOLO is another one of those things.
Luckily, I didn't kill when I was in school, the ones that were very popular were Swag.
Oh yeah.
Epic. Bro, I always said anyways. That didn't catch on for me. That was just something I said no matter what. Mm-hmm. Like, there's some things I'll use when I just like I do the lol. Like, I just
wow.
It's something that people would use lol at. So I pick at the joke, right?
Yeah.
But yeah, like I never caught on with Epic, Swag, or what was the other one? I just had it. Hold on, my old man instincts are blocking it out so I don't start inevitably saying it. I think YOLO was one. And like people would use it even with things that weren't YOLO. It'd be like if they ate a hot pepper. And it's like YOLO. I'm like, dude, you eat hot peppers all the time. That doesn't count. Guys, this could be the last one.
I'm buying some fast food, YOLO.
Yeah. I actually knew someone like that.
Going to school today, YOLO.
I knew someone like that. She was vegetarian. She's like, I'm getting McDonald's, YOLO. And I go, anybody could just die from the next McDonald's order,
yes.
not you.
Anybody ever going to McDonald's has to say YOLO.
I mean, we have more bistro McDonald's up here now, so they're actually not too bad.
Bistro McDonald's?
What? Yeah, they're bistros now up here. Dude, they're like so gentrified, but it's really good. The food is actually it's fresher than Wendy's now. I would say it's better. Like Burger King and Wendy's are the old McDonald's. They also have the Tim Hortons coffee, and Tim Hortons has like Burger King coffee now. So like you go to McDonald's now for Tim Hortons coffee, essentially.
Yeah, dude, I need to move to Canada.
Dude, the McDonald's up here, I'm not saying it's your healthy choice because it's
no, of course not.
But when I used to go there, I could get like a grilled chicken wrap and not feel gross. Like, it's actually like I'm impressed. Baked goods
I just love
are fresh.
How like McDonald's is an American institution, but there are better McDonald's anywhere else in the world than there are in America.
Yeah, I mean you gotta remember, I live in a very affluent area, but not as an affluent family. So for us, it's like it's nice at least to go. Like when people talk about greasy spoon, like yeah, we have Wimpy's and we have some other things here that are just like, Yeah, it's
But
not
when you want to
ideal,
dress
but-
up, when you want something fancy, you
Yeah.
go to the good McDonald's.
Yeah, literally. Like we used to choose between like this place would have better this place would have better this, but simultaneously it was also, wow, I don't feel like absolute garbage after eating.
I
anymore.
have a catch for you.
Okay.
Mesprit.
Ooh, miss. I need that.
Yeah, something like that sounds like it would be like the yokels in America going like, "Hey, let's go down to the good McDonald's and get ourselves a fancy sandwich."
I want a Big Mac with diamonds, and I hate you. This man has a circuitry, but I can't get info on it. I hate you so much. Do we have the snagging machine?
I didn't. What?
Like in Coliseum, where you could steal your opponent's Pokemon. The snagging machine.
Oh, I did. I don't think I ever played that one. I played Pokemon Stadium, and that was it.
Ah, yeah.
Or
Coliseum's good.
Stadium, and then Battle Revolution on the Wii for 4th gen.
Best meme, whatever his name is there, not Harvey, the guy who played Venom, Jeff Hardy, I think.
Tom Hardy.
Tom Hardy, him going, "That's bait." How you doing, Nish? That's my favorite meme.
That was Mad Max.
Yes, I know, but I only
Which
remember
was
him
an
as Venom.
incredible movie. But yes, Tom Hardy.
I like Tom Hardy. I think he's a good actor. I don't remember. I only know him in a couple of movies, but I like.
He's
what
done
he's doing.
some weird stuff. Like he let's see, he did Mad Max, which is probably his least interesting character. Obviously, he was Bane in the Christopher Nolan Batman movies.
That was him.
Yep, that was him. Yeah, it's weird to see him like that. And then there's a show, there's a BBC show called Peaky Blinders, where he plays this really psycho gangster that is a completely different from Bane, where he's all jacked up and super beefy, and he's just this scrawny dude with a giant crazy beard in this other show. He has range. The man has range.
Huh.
He's been in a ton of stuff.
It's people like that who have depth. That's why I like Johnny Depp, right? Like he just can do so many different things. I like those, like Tom Hanks, stuff like that. Like people that can play. I don't mind typecast characters because then if they're good at it, they're good at it, right? But there's just times where I'm just sitting here going like, I just really like people who can pull that off.
Yeah, who have the talent to be able to step into a role and disappear into it, so you have to like you can't even tell that it's them.
Yeah.
Noivern.
Noivern is a miss.
Okay.
Trying to calm down? Well, this is the place to do it, Anish. I'll tell you right now, Hero got his first win. That'll calm you down. Took down Coma. That'll give you enough shit talk to calm yourself down. I see, like, yeah, Edward Scissorhands and Jack Sparrow. I'm sure he's done many other great things that I can think of. I liked him as Grindelwald. I'm really sad he's not going to be Grindelwald because he was actually perfect.
If you ever have the opportunity, this is like a deep cut for Johnny Depp. Go watch a movie called Ed Wood.
I feel like I know that movie. I never watched it though.
It's a pseudo. It's a dramatic retelling of one of the like worst movie directors in the world. He plays that character.
Oh.
Super eccentric, super kooky, very interesting. Ed Wood is fantastic. I haven't seen it in forever, but he is
Also high noble.
That's probably, in my opinion, one of his best roles ever. Completely underappreciated.
Interesting. Hero, I swear you could have won that Gen 5 match if you didn't get crit. Like I think you could, if you had slack off on that moveset, you would. I think you would have outlasted him. That's why I'm like, I was so upset that game 1 went that way, because I would truly want to see if you had lived and out-healed the Psyshocks, if you could have beaten that Victini. Because I don't know if it had Bolt Strike. I don't remember if Victini gets Bolt Strike in Gen 5 or not. I think it does. Because of Black 2, White 2. But Or has to use like Fusion Bolt. It was today, yes, Amish. Johnny Depp is a treasure.
I mean, except for all of the, shitty accusations that he's been accused of.
I thought they showed
recently.
that they were like absolved though, and it was her that's the problem.
I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't followed it super. I try not to get involved in
that's fair.
that sort of shit, but still not great.
Yeah.
Still not great.
That's kind of like me with the Bill Cosby show. I used to love Bill Cosby. Like, that was one of my favorite shows to watch as a kid.
Yeah, and that's the thing is that like that's totally okay to feel that way. I mean, there are plenty of celebrities and whatnot that I've felt that way about in the past too. But then as you learn more information about them, you have to decide like, okay, do I try to separate the art from the artist and appreciate what they've done in the past, like Johnny Depp. You can still appreciate the movies that he has done and his talent for acting, while also saying, okay, well, maybe it's not a great idea for him to be continuing on in these roles. Kevin Spacey was the same deal.
Yeah, I was gonna say that one I didn't even know about because he just finally got his first one in like 3 years on some indie movie or something like that.
No, an Italian movie. Like he has been like blacklisted from the U.S., so he's doing this weird Italian flick now.
Huh.
But again, like I've loved all of the things I've seen Kevin Spacey in.
Exactly.
But at the same time, if any of the shit that's coming out is true, I don't want to see him ever again. I don't want to see him do anything new. I can appreciate the work that he's done to this point while being able to say, yeah, he probably should not be put on a pedestal anymore.
Oh no, I mean I don't put celebrities on a pedestal anyways.
Well, right.
I think that's the way that I like, because I'm very much a dissociate artist from art type of deal. So like I'll appreciate his Lex Luthor, but I never appreciate the artist unless you're someone like who actually is known for good work. John Cena had that recent thing with Taiwan, but I mean I know John Cena does fantastic work. Chris Evans, stuff like this. Like people are legitimately like good. Ryan Reynolds is literally the friggin' poster boy for Sick Kids at this point.
Yeah.
Like
the Canadian treasure.
Yeah, he's Canada's ass. Absol.
Exactly.
By the way.
Absol? Okay. Absol is a hit.
Fascinating.
Elekid for me.
Elekid is a miss. Yeah. That's a hit?
Mm-hmm.
One. Oh no. So that should confirm I just have to get those two. I don't need these two. I think. I can't fully You have three fives left, right?
You probably know better than me at this point.
Okay, you have 3 5s left. So
yes.
1. Okay, I've killed 1. This could be 2. We don't know, but if that's 1, 2.
Well, but again, you said you have 3, 4, 5,
6, 7, 8. 18. Yeah, I've hit all 18 ships.
Yeah, so unless I have a magical 19th somewhere. Yeah. Like I said, the Russian
dinghies,
man. The dinghies are everywhere.
Yeah, I have to assume if that's the case, that means C. Drillbur, and then I need Purloin Barbaracle. I'm hoping. If I'm wrong, then I kind of know how to fix it. Kind of.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know what, Noble, that's completely fair, right? Like, it's a culture that you need to be into, and I'm not gonna shit on people, because, like, my sister fangirled for a long time over Justin Bieber and things like this, and I know lots of students who look up to celebrities, and it comes down to the way that I learned it through students is it's not so much a cult as it is, like, we have our own heroes, we just don't put them on a pedestal like other people need to sometimes. Right? Some people need that hero to look up to and have that semblance of break, similar to how you come to my channel or Fedora's channel to relax. I'm not saying you put us up on a pedestal, but you choose us over any other form to relax to. And for other people, they just do it in a different way, in a sense that it is a little more cult looking. Right?
Yeah.
Sorry, Tim. Sorry. Welcome back, Coma. Like, it's a difference, right? I know I have a student who he loves DaBaby and all these other like rappers and stuff like this, and he looks up to like hockey players who are well known for just being like meat sticks that beat other people up on the ice. But for him, that's his enjoyment. So yeah, I could look at him and be like, stop, get some help. But I could also be like, hey, if he's having the time of his life, I wouldn't want him to go out and learn to hate on other people, kind of like what maybe he would learn from family members and other things like that, right?
Well, and the same, I mean, people will fixate and become obsessed with anything.
Yeah.
You know, they're the same type of people who get obsessed with video game fandoms.
Yep.
You know, people who crap on Junichi Masuda because of the national dex. People who try to shit talk about Masahiro Sakurai for the ultimate, you know, Smash Bros changes or whatever. People, it's not really like a celebrity thing. It's a human psychology thing of being attached to something that you are super interested in to the point where it's unhealthy for yourself and for others. So, Sawaddle, sir.
Sawaddle. That is a miss, sir.
Okay. None of these are what I'm actually looking for, but I figure I might as well catch them.
Do it, Anish. We have a story redemption. Animal on the road. I had issues with animals on the road. I mean, I know my uncle ran over a porcupine once. And it surprised him when he got home because it was his work. It was his work truck. So he hit it, and for some reason he was confused as to why he was like rolling all over the place on the road after he hit it.
I thought you were gonna say it was his work porcupine.
It was his pet porcupine down over there in the sticks, which is where he actually lives. But, yeah, he looked underneath his truck after a while, and he just noticed that all of a sudden there's just all these spikes underneath the majority of his truck, and he had to like go one by one to take them off because it was a giant mess.
Zeb Striker.
Zeb Striker.
Zeb Striker.
Miss.
Naturally.
Better than a hit. For me.
Better, well, I mean, yeah, for you. For you.
I mean, I've seen, I remember the most surprising thing for me was seeing dead deer at the side of the highways when I went to America. That was so weird to me. Because usually they're cleaned up quickly in Canada. But apparently when we went there, we were talking with she was at the desk reception for our hotel, and she said, yeah, it's very common for them to just be like lying on the road all over the place, like car parts and all this other stuff. Like we have accidents here too. I'm not trying to say Canada is perfect, you know, but usually you don't see that much of a mess. And you know, I've gone all over the place. I paid attention to highways, so maybe it's just like we were on a busier highway because this is one of the main ones near the border. But one thing I've never experienced is just seeing like multiple dead animals at the side of the road, and no less deer, because we have deer in my area that you might see when they get hit. But that's exactly it. That's what they said, is most people don't report them, but I think in Canada we have a lot of like strict restrictions on, like you can get in trouble if you kill a moose, right? My uncle, not my uncle, one of my cousins, he saw a guy on the side of the road who had hit a moose. And in Canada, you're not allowed to actually take the moose, because even though it's roadkill, you have to report it if it's not huntable, essentially. So, but, you know, he said, screw the rules, I have a truck. So he tried to do it, and it just so happened that bylaw people, or like country enforcement over there, came out and like, what are you doing? And he says, I mean, it's dead. What, are you guys gonna pick it up? And the officer's like, it's a bit too expensive. It's really expensive. We'll just look the other way. So they just drove off and let him take a whole moose to skin and eat. You're not usually allowed to do that. But yeah.
I don't think I've ever been told like that there was a number that I had that you have to call to come and get a carcass like that cleaned up.
You have to have someone come in and make sure that it's that's what that was, Tim. It was that the fact that he couldn't take it, like the guy who hit it couldn't take it. That is the rule. The guy who hits it can't take it, but another guy can come in and take it. But it just so happened that law enforcement came along, and they believed him because he was in an area where they're just kind of running all over the place. So he's just kind of sitting there going, yeah, what am I supposed to do with that? It's a dead moose. It was just the fact that he told him, yeah, you can take it. Or sorry, no, enforcement was going to go get somebody to pick it up. And that's when my cousin just ran with the moose. Because he was already there with the truck. So what do you think was going to happen? The man wanted meat.
It makes sense, though.
It makes sense.
I mean, what Timber's saying makes sense. Like, the person who hits the animal can't take it because if that was the case, then you'd have people who are intentionally driving out of their way to hit animals and then picking them up. So deterring people from intentionally hitting animals. But if you come across one that was already hit, that makes more sense.
Yeah, you just have to prove that, because the thing is you have to look at the car, and if you can't, like, you're going to know if your car's been hit by a deer or a moose, or if you've hit a deer or a moose. There's no way you're coming out. Like, the guy luckily had a truck, but even the front of his truck was kind of like, from the way he explained it, kind of mangled. Yes, you have a...
Swoobat.
Swoobat's a miss.
Okay.
This would be terrible to look all over. Oh my god. How do you prove you didn't hit it? That's the problem, Coma. That's the whole point. It's tough to... Like, the law enforcement's just there to say, hey, let us clean this up carefully, because they have to keep track on it, right? Yeah. But if you're showing up... But the thing is, here's the other thing too, right? Here, like, I'm sure there are rules around this because people have thought of this. What if you have a friend who purposefully hits it and you just tail them, and then you take the meat? Because technically you didn't hit it, but you could take it for that person. There's nothing saying my cousin could have brought the moose back to that guy's lawn. You know what I mean? It's just, it's an honor system, right? Because at the end of the day, it's all about animal preservation. It's not about, it's not like you can't grow fruit trees in cities to control the food market. No, this is like, moose are not huntable at certain times of the year. So if you hit them, you're ruining the population. You know what I mean? Yeah. And like Fedora said, they could just say, well, time to go on a monster truck killing spree. People think like that. I'm sure
there are plenty of Americans who would love for the opportunity to be able to run over endangered animals with their car just for the hell of it.
Yeah. Like there are people like that out there. Yeah. Like, my girlfriend's father hunts, and he takes it extremely seriously. But there are plenty of morons out there who ruin the hunting season for people because they don't care to preserve. Right? When a lot of laws, we're super serious about gun and hunting laws here, but it's for the preservation of life in all regards, right?
Yeah, it's to allow the opportunity for future generations to hunt and kill those animals,
because they need
so
it.
They're not
like I've met plenty of people. There's even someone in my family where they are very much like pro animal life and stuff like that, and I am too. I'm also about preservation, and that's what my girlfriend's father is like. The man wants meat because he eats meat. That's fine. Yeah. But he's not going to go break rules to like waste the population so that futures can't eat. Because at the end of the day, the ironic thing is you go to a restaurant and they've been eating, or like you're eating meat and stuff like that, but they get all uppity when people say, oh, I can't hunt whenever I want for game. And it's like, it's not a game. Hunting is a sport, but it's kind of like that, streaming. It's kind of like streaming to me, or it's like, this is a job of me playing video games. So it's like a hobby. It's a sport within a business. It's the same thing as food. If you live off the land, like people did at one point, right? You hunted for sport, but you made use of every single piece to show respect. Yeah. And you didn't overhunt, overfish, do anything, right? That's the reason why these rules exist. Same thing as streaming,
Crocodile.
Crocodile is a miss.
Okay.
It's always funny when people say it. It's like when people go on Twitch and be like, well, why would you make it a business that doesn't make a lot of money? It's like, there's more to it than that, right? There's more to it than making the money. Yeah, the chances of somebody making full-time income on this are slim to nil, depending on how much effort they put in. It's so subjective. But you look at hunting and go, well, I mean, populations could just 1 year decide not to bang, and all of a sudden the numbers go down, right?
Yeah.
And you interrupting that ecosystem and not working within the rules. That's why whenever people look at rules, they go, these are stupid rules. Like, they're rules for a reason. Same thing why Twitch with hot tub streams is like, yeah, there is a nudity clause in it for a reason. They wouldn't not put one in if it was gonna if they were okay with it, right? It's like, just
and that's
think about
the like the universal truth of everything in this world is that everything is more complicated than you think it is.
Yeah, of course.
Like, we as human beings have a tendency to try to simplify things, because trying to grasp, you know, the depth and breadth of you know, how a single rule can affect thousands, tens of thousands, millions of people.
Yep.
It's too difficult. It's too difficult to fully understand, for one person to fully understand and know exactly how, you know, a law is going to affect everybody in a country or anything like that. It's important to have those kinds of multiple viewpoints on how things are you know, which laws affect which people in what ways. You know, how important it is that, you know, animals don't get overhunted or overfished or anything like that, because we've had that happen and have lost plenty of species to extinction because of it.
Yeah. Fedora just sent me back to third-year university, the sociological concept of stigmas.
Yep.
Why do stigmas exist? The human brain cannot comprehend every single thing that everybody tries to put in. So we build groups and we lose details along the way. But to make up for that, it's a matter of working together as a community, as a collaborative species, as a cooperative species, to help each other remember. I can't remember every identification of LGBTQIA. Doesn't mean that I'm going to doesn't mean I'm going to ignore it as a result. If somebody reminds me, it's not a reminder of, you know, you suck at this. It's a reminder of, yes, right. I can't remember multiple classifications and all of the details that could be going into one's identity that I don't relate with either. So, do I know Candace? Oh, you talking like Gen 4 Candace? But the concept is basically everybody's opinion is individualized at first. That's the only way you understand the world.
A different way of experiencing and perceiving the world that we live in.
And you can't help that, because that's how humans work, and that's okay.
Right. So the idea is to be respectful of as many different experiences and viewpoints as possible, as long as those viewpoints do not themselves discriminate against other viewpoints. Yes. Which is why, you know, we say, you know, LGBTQ people deserve human rights too, because they're humans, so they should have human rights. Exactly. But anytime a Nazi comes up and says we should commit genocide against people who aren't, you know, Aryan white people, we punch those motherfuckers in the face. I'm sorry, was that too deep? Was that too much?
No, that's literally how it works. No, I'm just reading the fact that Coma literally D's nuts a joke me after a student in grade 8 was doing that to me a couple of weeks ago, and I'm questioning whether or not I should just take Noobits away from him as a result.
Wow.
D's nuts jokes were like 20 years ago, man. I can't believe they're coming back. You didn't even go all in with it. You sugarcoated it. You
censored yourself.
You censored D's nuts. You don't censor D's nuts. If you're gonna put D's nuts in my mouth, at least put them in.
Don't beat around the bush. Just do it.
Take the nuts out of it, and then.
Do what?
Do what?
Do what?
Miss.
D's no, I can't. I don't know how to make that work.
Do what
I've apparently found the place where all of the starters reside.
Oh,
so
I know, kind of. I remember of a place. I don't remember where it is. I was complaining about that place about 6 hours ago.
Yeah, 6 hours ago or 6 weeks ago?
No, six playing hours ago.
Okay.
Because we're at 27.5 hours now.
Yes. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
This is over a whole day of our lives has been committed to this.
Can't wait for the if we reach Gen 6 Tetris, that's gonna be another 30 hours.
Oh my god. So was that a hit or a miss?
It's a miss.
It's a miss. Okay.
Sorry, I thought that.
No worries.
No, I don't think I heard you. This was the stuff that I talked about with people in university in sociology class, like when I used to tell people that literally everything is based in economics. No matter what, every conversation you have with somebody will lead back to economics. And I had people in that class yelling at me, being like, how can you say humans are so greedy and so money-driven and so ruthless that we can't even assume that people work off of basic instincts to want to help each other? And I said, it has nothing to do with that. It just, at every point, a conversation comes down to money, because that's the society we've built around. And
well,
I used to be what's that?
I was gonna say maybe not money specifically, but more just
exchange
like
of something.
Resources. Yeah, making sure that you have enough resources to survive with your family, and the threat of other people taking your resources from you.
Yeah, it was all about economics, right?
Yeah. C dot.
C dot. Wait, where'd you find a C dot? Miss.
Yeah.
I also had people telling me that, you know, ways that systems are maintained, where they were saying, like, can humans move past it? And I said, yeah, but they can't move past it a current system. And they're saying, well, how could we think that way if we'll never get past the system? I said, well, that's literally the system saying you can't get past it. Like, you're literally proving my point that you cannot get past a system because said system. Sorry.
Well, I mean, and that's the idea of our whole concept of economics and resource availability and whatnot is built on the idea of scarcity.
Yeah.
That there's only so much to go around. So in order to survive, you have to make sure that you get yours and prevent anyone else from taking it. But as we move farther and farther into, you know, technological progress, scientific progress and advancements and things like that, we are reaching the point where we will be moving beyond a scarcity economy. You know, we'll be moving into a way of living where, you know, everybody can have the resources that they want, or there are enough resources available for everybody to have what they need. But the problem is that there are people in the world who take more than they need. Sometimes, you know, especially in the case of, you know, rich American people, take way more than they need, that they and their families and their families will ever need, and refuse to share the wealth, so to speak. What did I just catch? I caught a drillbur.
Drillbur. Miss. What about, the ice punch from Gallade? Or which ice punch are you referring to?
Is this going to... I feel like this is going to be another D's nuts thing. Somehow.
Ice punch on D's nuts. And Nish, I don't think a Nish stoops to D's nuts level. I'm not saying it's a bad level to stoop to.
I mean, but sometimes if you have a really great one, you can't help yourself.
That's true. Actually, Fedora, you missed this. But there's a match that you missed where we actually saw a lock-on poke work.
Really?
Yeah, you can lock on these nuts. Ah!
I hate you.
The worst part is no one knows if this is unironic or ironic. I hate it. It was ironic, chat. It was ironic. I don't make these nuts jokes. I don't. There's nothing to say.
Occasionally, I have a group of friends that still does like your mom jokes.
And yet here we are, Tim.
I'll lock on your mom,
dude. You know what? I'm actually super glad that one of my friends like got slightly offended at your mom jokes. So like I just stopped saying, because they're not even funny. Like that was something we used to do a lot as teenagers. It was all about your mom, and I'm like, why are we talking about people's mothers? It didn't make sense.
It was. It's the shock value.
No, Coma. That has drag in it. No, it has dragon on. I know exactly where I was going. I know that you can't get me. You can't get me with that one.
That's bait.
That's bait. Tom Hardy's flashing right here. That's bait. And see, now, if you go ahead and still make the D's nuts joke, that's stooping to a level that's lower than people who just make D's nuts jokes.
It's like the people who tell dad jokes, even though everybody around them knows that the dad joke is coming from a mile away, but they still do it.
He still went there.
He still went
there.
He still did it.
Coma, you have now gone from here down to here. You have gone down the slide.
That calls for a temporary timeout.
No. We don't remove people for bad taste in humor. All right, we just do this.
Timber is on point. That was definitely like a Wile E. Coyote situation of like, we all know it's coming. We see it from a mile away.
It says don't push this, and you just cover the don't yourself.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get points for your direction of what? Imagine Venom pretending to be D's nuts? No. What direction is that? And I agree, Noble. That's the thing, right? Never be convinced that war is nothing but an economic boon. That's what we learned in school, right? Literally, it is all about that. Like, I could go on forever. I just don't do it because I know it can be very... Like, actually, this community's been super good at conversations around economics and sociology, because that was something I love studying and I talk with my sister all the time about. Because that was like, I took human geography. I like studying locations and I like rocks and stuff like that. Geology was super cool too. But I love the human geography. I learned so much about myself, and it also helped me like break out of certain traits that kind of made me, I don't want to say scum of the earth because I just didn't know, but like it was things that were not very PC, but not to the point where, you know, I'm set.
Cultural anthropology.
Yes, that
study of human culture.
Yeah,
and like, yeah, I took a class about that in college, and completely, I mean, I like to consider myself pretty open-minded to begin with, but that really opened my eyes about like just how the world works. Alolan Sandslash.
Alolan Sandslasha?
Sandslasha.
It is a miss.
Mm-hmm.
Do you get imaginary points for your comedy direction? Maybe. No, you're fine, Coma. Don't worry. I'm just joking around. Remember, Noobits is an invisible currency.
You can imagine these nuts.
Oh! Wow. No, that's even lower. You took somebody who went low, and then you went lower than them. Low enough to see these nuts. Anyways. Anyways,
see,
yeah.
that was well done. That was well done. That came out of left field.
Remember when I said I used to have traits about me that I don't like? Yeah, that's one of them. I used to actually be able to like sideswipe people with really super crude and rude jokes. I didn't like that part of me. That used to be 2015 on Twitch me. That was me. And I hated it about me. No, we are not out of ironic territory. I'll tell you when we're out of ironic territory. You'll know.
But then if you tell us we're out of ironic territory, are you being ironic about telling us?
No, I would never be sarcastic about sarcasm. What's the point in sarcasm or irony if you lie about the line?
It's like sarcasmception. Like,
I can't do that.
It goes deeper. It goes deeper and deeper.
No, that's where it gets
layers
too deep.
Upon layers, like an onion or a troll.
Yeah,
or,
but
no, an ogre.
That's deeper than Mike Myers. I can't go that deep.
I mean, nobody can go as deep as Mike Myers can.
You know? Wait, no, which one was it? It was Gru. I was thinking of
Despicable Me?
Yeah, Despicable Me. I was trying to think if it was Shrek or if it was Despicable Me, where the accent was literally invented out of a multiple. It was Gru in Despicable Me. What's his name? Oh my god.
Yeah, Steven.
Not Colbert.
Not the other one.
Yeah. Office. The Office. That guy.
Yeah, I can't remember his last name.
Carell.
Even Carell. There you go.
Steve Carell. Yeah. Where he just literally invented an accent.
Chansey.
Miss.
Okay. I'm finding like dozens and dozens of Pokemon in here, and none of them are the one that I'm actually freaking looking for.
I guess. Did I find both Pokemon in here yet? Uh-oh. But yeah, essentially, chat. If I would, and I could talk about it all day, this chat would be a sociology stream. And I would make it like a channel point redemption. We could just talk about, like, I love hypermasculinity and hegemony from a study standpoint because I find power constructs so fucking interesting. Mainly because I've only worked in positions of authority. I have I've always worked under somebody, but like I've seen how power works and what power has that like what you can actually do with power used well, and it's so fascinating because I've seen it used for good and for just like pure malice.
Yeah.
See, Tim, it wouldn't be a niche, but the other thing is, like I was gonna say, the reason why I don't is it's extremely exhausting because I don't mind people with like differing opinions or people who completely miss the mark. I'm the type of guy. Remember, we got good cop, bad cop in these types of streams, right? Like Fedora is definitely the bad cop, will slap you down if you're a moron. I'm the type of guy where I study why you're a moron and then help you not be one. Right? It is two different approaches, not two, very plainly.
I used to be that guy
of it. Yeah.
I used to be that guy, and then I got old and what's the word? Curmudgeonly.
Jaded.
I just I don't have the time in my day anymore to tell you, to explain to you why you're an idiot. So I'm just going to call you an idiot.
Yeah. You know what though? Because you don't work with kids. I work with kids. I can't blame them. Right? But even then, I can't blame like 16-year-old kids, even though they have I have a student who's literally he is a big fan of communism and anarchy, and I'm like, but you don't exactly understand what aspects you're talking about when you say you like those things. He's talking about like Marxism. Like, dude, Marxism doesn't exist. There is no level on Earth in any government that makes Marxism work. When you're looking at communism in this day and age, you're looking at a capitalist communism. You're not looking at like the original foundations, because he doesn't get it, right?
And I mean, communism is a wonderful thing in theory.
In theory, yeah, that's what it was meant to be.
In a perfect world, yeah, it is a concept that works well in theory. In a perfect world where everybody is looking out for each other, everybody is working together. The problem is the second that somebody comes in with a corrupt agenda, with somebody who is only looking after themselves and trying to obtain power for themselves, it completely falls apart.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Completely falls apart. I thought I had something, and now I lost it. I don't think I caught anything though. So.
The other thing is, what I told him is, because in theory, like the whole idea was to give excess to others, to give them to that, but it doesn't respect. What the problem is a lot of people can't respect because we can only look through the lens of 2021 and the years that we've lived. The reason why it's really hard to look at people who become successful and gain a lot of value that other people want is they just expect it to be used, to be shoved in their face or not given back, right? Which is why, a system supports the rich and shits on the poor, but then also there's just no trust for people. Like, what happens if I just inherited $1 million? Would you guys think that I would just leave and not do anything but like rub it in people's faces? Like but again, it comes down to the whole thing I was talking about before, where it comes down to your individual understanding of it, not the reality, and not a level of trust that could be built in systemically to make myself accountable for what I have.
Yeah.
That's how deep it can get, right? The issue that people have with other people's issues comes from within their own experiences, not so much, the system, the system may reward it, but they can also hate the system, right? I don't like capitalism. I can't imagine a world without it because I don't know what we could have at this point, considering that if we evenly distribute resources, we just end up in oligarchy, because that's how it's going to work. We can't end up in Marxist utopia. That's not going to happen. We're too far in, right? That's the shit I get to discuss with my students, and I love it.
Cherubi.
Cherubi is a miss.
Okay.
And some of these kids are like 10 years old, and it's super cool to talk. Like, you talk to them much more basically, right? But it's like, they have interesting ways. They go like, well, why can't they just tax rich people more? And I go, they can. It's just, if they do, they have to set a balance and a precedence. And on top of that, some people who are completely affluent don't necessarily need to be, because you know, they could be rich in many different ways, which is why when you see a system that takes away, using the words that I use for them, that takes away so much from a lot of people, is to ensure that people just don't find a loophole. Similar to what, like, stocks. They understand stocks. A lot of my students understand stocks, actually. It's kind of interesting. They're learning it in school right now. They're learning how the stock market works because of all this explosion with it.
Well, and the same thing is true for, like, a big thing for the rich people in America is foreign bank accounts.
Yes.
You know, that's the loophole that is presented whenever we talk about like taxing the rich. Well, if we raise taxes on the rich, they'll just move all their money and all their business elsewhere, because there's no penalty to, you know, outsourcing right now. So the solution then would be to, you know, put a ban on outsourcing, or you know, tax more if you outsource your jobs. But then that makes things even more complicated, and it's just like it's just more complicated than just saying, oh, you know, tax the rich or don't tax the rich. It's a lot more deeper than that. Also, this is going to be info, good or bad, jinx.
Jinx. That's it.
Nice.
Well pinged.
Well pinged indeed. Oh, that means I need to find a Mimikyu, though.
Oh, I know where that is.
I'll have to look in the data.
I know where that thing is.
I want to say I've seen it.
It exists, I'll tell you that much.
It exists. Let's take a look-see.
And the other thing is, with making those rules, is you need everybody on the same page at an equitable pace. Not an equal pace, equitable.
Well,
if they don't...
And you need to make sure that everybody is in it for honest reasons, because there are plenty of people who say, yeah, I'm on board with this, that, and the other thing, and then but they're doing that to kind of get one up on people who are actually taking it seriously.
Yes. Yeah. This is gonna be awful. I'm gonna be here all stream.
Still haven't found the friggin' Pokemon I'm looking for, but I'm glad I got the Jinx at least.
Chat, hey, you know what is really good to do with your capitalist gains? Donating to sick kids and taking shots at us. You should definitely do that.
Greed.
Greed is good in this case, because all of it goes to Sick Kids Hospital in Toronto, Ontario, Canada. Earn yourself a game, work us towards some spectacular milestones. It's gonna be good.
I have info on Mimikyu. I know where it resides. I can get the hell out of here for now.
You don't drink? I'll drink it for you. The whole idea is you pay for me to drink it. Don't worry. I'll drink it. I'll drink it in explosive shots. Don't worry.
Yeah, I don't think Twitch looks kindly on drinking streams.
Oh yeah, well you can drink on stream. You just can't use it.
You can drink. You just can't get completely plastered.
No, I don't actually know if they have a rule against people being able to pay for you to take a shot. I don't know if that's actually a rule. I
mean, I think you have to be, you know, reasonable about it.
Yeah, you can't do anything harmful.
Oh, somebody donated $1,000. That means I need to drink a whole bottle of tequila. Or
it is against the rules,
like,
too.
no.
Because I guess because it can be considered harmful if abused.
Yes.
Because you're not allowed to do anything harmful, like like there were times when like streamers like slap themselves if you donated and shit like that. That was a stupid couple of weeks.
Even the subathon sort of ideas of, you know, the more people who subs, the longer the stream goes, and you know, you had somebody who was getting news coverage because he was streaming like for a month straight or something ridiculous like that.
Ludwig? 23 days?
Yeah, something like that. And
they were allowing him to sleep and shit. Like I understand he was raising money. I can't remember if he was just raising money for charity. It was just like truly to break the record. But it's like it was a bit. I remember reading that and I'm like, this seems kind of like extremely TOS when they yelled at people for sleep streams.
Right. That's that. People have been banned for streaming themselves while sleeping, like, and yet they allowed this guy to. Like, I don't understand. I mean, it seems like one of the issues with Twitch right now is that they're their application of their rules is very selective.
Oh yeah. The higher ups only though. It's only higher up execs that make these types of like no, don't touch the money.
You know, Dr. Disrespect got away with so much shit for the longest time.
Well, it's like Tim said, it's all about toeing the line, right? They very much ride the line, but I mean they're allowed to do that. You know, again,
well, but that goes back to the economy issue. It's about making money. That you can have somebody. You can have somebody who is a really successful person on Twitch who makes Twitch a ton of money. They do something that is extremely stupid and under Twitch's own rules is a bannable offense, but they know that if they ban that guy, they're going to be losing a lot of money.
Yes. Because
you know they bring in millions of dollars a month for Twitch because of subscriptions and whatnot. So it becomes, oh well, if we ban this guy, we lose out on a shit ton of money. If we don't ban this guy, we are making a mockery of our own rules, and then we're still going to lose a shit ton of money because people are going to refuse to support our service. So it's just it's a shitty situation either way, but one would hope that, you know, the rules are in place for a reason. And in America, at least ostensibly, the idea is that you know, everybody, the rules apply to everybody. They don't apply just to the poor people. They apply to everybody.
But and Tim, to that point, I don't actually mind if people toe the line because it's within your right to toe the line. We do the same thing with speeding rules where they say don't go 10 over. Okay, I'll go 12. You really want to bash me? I'll go 8 over. Ideally, like I was even told in driving school, if you go 5 over, it's okay. I'm like, so then what the hell's the point in the speeding rule? If you're gonna tell us there is a silver lining of you can technically do this, just not even if it's an open road. It's like, well, rules are meant to be rigid and respected.
Well, and I found out the hard way a few years ago that they are not universally applied.
Yes.
Like I grew up in a state where the default speed limit is 60 miles an hour.
Right. Wow.
And legally you are able to go up to 5 miles over the speed limit without breaking the law.
Yeah, it's the same thing here. Yeah.
When I lived in the Midwest a few years ago, I got pulled over and ticketed because their rules put 55 as the default speed limit.
Oh, Christ.
And you are not allowed to go over the speed limit at all. The speed limit is the actual limit. So I got busted going 65 in what was apparently a 55 default zone. So I ended up being 10 miles over what I'm actually supposed to be, and got my first ticket of my entire life because I didn't know that was just a state law in the state that I grew up in and not just like a federal thing.
That's interesting because here in Ontario, if you don't see, so we have more of an issue with sometimes signs don't exist anymore. So the natural assumption for us is there's no speed limit in a parking lot, even though you can be ticketed for being dangerous in a parking lot, but there's no speed limit. The natural assumption, your best judgment. That's exactly the point. We have to do 50 kilometers an hour in towns and 80 kilometers on a country road because we have a lot of country roads around here. Yeah. So what ended up happening was there are some zones not more than 10 minutes away from me where because there's one house, it changes the speed limit. Mm-hmm. So there's one road that starts as 80, drops to 60, and then drops to 50 for like half a stretch of a road and then goes back up to 80.
Yeah.
So because it is so heavily moderated, guess which part people get busted on?
Yeah, that one little stretch of road.
The 60, actually. Not just the 50, the 60. Because people are speeding up to make it to 80, but they're doing it early like they're supposed to do. We were taught to speed up to hit the speed limit when we hit it. So what ends up happening is either people speed doing 65 in the 50 preparing for the 80, or people are doing 70 in the 60 preparing for the 80 either way. So it's actually like, it's super stupid. There was even one time where we were on a road and we didn't, my dad was like, it was at the middle of the night, and he couldn't see the sign, and he was doing 80 because he assumed it was a country road. Turns out there were like houses in the sticks, like deep in the forests, so it's considered a town road. It was actually 50. So he would have been charged 50 for 30 over, or like 40 over actually. He was going 90 even. So that would have been like, you know, dangerous, losing his license basically and a ton of demerit points. But he told him, look, it's like 9 p.m. and there are no streetlights out here that show a sign. And it happened to be the sign, the officer pointed out, was hidden behind untrimmed trees.
Yep. I've had that happen to me before.
So he let him off with a warning, thank God, because it was 40 over. You'd think the guy would just friggin' slam him. But, yeah. Yes, exactly, Noble. The other thing is going under as well, right? If somebody, like, the common thing that was happening here, an issue we were having with driving, was there were people going around, and I'm not going to say any more specifics because it would come off as in my town's version of racism, basically. But there was a particular group who were... It was similar to, like, how people were buying up houses to make quick things before we changed land rules. Where there was a group that was with an insurance company, and what they were doing is they were speeding in front of people, changing lanes to go in front of you, and then slamming the brakes. But the rules are, if you hit from behind, you're at fault. So there were people making killings on insurance claims by literally speeding in front of you and then hitting the brakes and then saying, well, he hit me. So, and once again, it came down to money. Fedor?
Here, I just found a Pokemon that when I catch it, you will understand my my silence, because I was not expecting what I just saw.
Oh.
A Alolan Executor.
Huh. That's a miss.
I would the sprite for Alolan Executor in this game is wonderful.
Yes,
I love
it is.
I have no words for it. I'm assuming that's a miss?
It's a miss.
Okay.
I think it might
I
help
wasn't
out
sure
a bit,
how they
Tim.
were going to do that. I figured it was going to be like the Undertale Doggo thing, where like the head
just
would
off
just
the screen.
extend up. Yeah.
I saw a niche. Like I said, I'm just not recognizing that Delibird did things. I mean, I did already. It's going to be in the highlight reel. It can't not be in the highlight reel. But, you'll get your fun, Anish. I'll make sure Broken tidies it up perfectly. Yeah, it's always funny because things are what's it called? Everything is more complicated because it's not the fact that people can't come to an understanding and find the middle ground. It's that they don't want to all the time. And they find that the amount of time needed to make that happen is overbearing, and they never learn how to do it. That's why I'm never too tough on people.
It's easier to be a selfish asshole.
Or it's easier to just say, well, it doesn't affect me, move on. Right?
Yes.
Until it affects me, why deal with it? And frankly, I mean, that's how our brains kind of work. We don't deal with, like, you know, everybody should have been shitting their pants when that rocket was flying to Earth. But because they said it's this wide spectrum, people are not panicking because your body can't stress out that much unless you have a condition with that, right? So yes, my anxiety was a little off the charts during that time because it could be me, right? It's the fear of unknown. But it's the same thing as you could always worry about what everybody thinks about you. But it can also go the opposite way of when it comes to really meta concepts in your brain don't work together. Your brain likes simple solutions. That's the point of your brain, is to process complex interactions and come out with a stigma, come out with a simple solution that will get the job done. And the assumption is that solution will have bundled up every package needed to handle all the situations and what ifs and all that stuff with your answer. Which is why not everybody's perfect, because obviously our brains don't get it all the time right, because it comes from our personal experiences and like what we think a care package should be for that solution as opposed to other people's. And what you're supposed to do is work together and come up with ideas collaboratively, but people don't. And if they did, we wouldn't be in a state where we would have to have things like wars or things like, you know, protests leading to oppositions between people who are meant to protect and people who are asking for protection, right? It gets deep. It gets very deep. But the problem is, the other thing is, when you look at the anger and you look at people who are exhausted, be like, well, just speak out or you're not helping. It's like, even that alone, when people turn on each other with what is the way to support, that can also become, like, more harmful than good. Once you start having infighting with how people are helping, right? When you start looking at people who are generally centrist on ideas, people who are centrist aren't just always centrist because they don't care. It might be that they don't know how to approach. But you yelling at them for that now has just lost you. I'm not saying you have to convert them, but you have lost people who could take their own experiences and turn it into their own responses. Which is why I don't make fun of people who, or I mean, I get concerned with people who are centrist on politics and stuff like that, and they treat it as a black or white answer when it could just be a spectrum, right? And that will influence overall.
Same time, though, there was a, and this is my lack of full American history, full American education on display here, but there was a one of the early founding fathers of the U.S. who said that, you know, all that is needed for evil to succeed is for good men to do nothing.
Yes.
And that is kind of the situation that you're seeing.
Yes.
You see in that regard, like centrism is not inherently bad.
No.
You know, trying to look at things from as many perspectives as possible is good.
Yes.
But having that philosophy lead to inaction is what is poisonous to the world.
Yes, and that's what I meant. It's like, even if you were to say just even the actual saying of a good man, that means that they're educated and they know what's going on with it. When I hear it that way, so I'm like, yeah, if you're educated and you know what to do, like that would be like me knowing that a word is bad and then using it anyways, right? That to me is not even like it could almost be as bad, or you know, like hearing it and then, I'm not saying to step in front of a stranger and be like, I need you to stop, right? I'm not telling you to become, you know, Knight of the Holy Table to protect the Holy Tables now.
Police.
Yeah, I'm not asking you to become like this person who literally hovers over people and become their parents, right? But it's those who know. It's like, you know, I look at the election coming up in Canada, right? The conservative leader is literally another Trump. And people should know that. Yeah. So even if you're a conservative supporter, which I am to an extent, right? I support both sides because I both think that them together, I don't want them to be one party because I don't believe in one party systems. I believe there needs to be discourse for the purposes of discussion, not for the purposes of making things complicated. But like, I look at the guys who are coming in and I'm like, he cannot lead. And if you're just going to vote because you always vote conservative, that to me is what I call like that is worse than you making the wrong choice, right? You are literally aware of a choice that will harm everybody, but you're only going to do it because it's the quickest way.
Well,
right?
or I mean, a lot of the Pokemon philosophy behind you know, people voting for Trump is that they want the right people, quote unquote, to be heard properly.
Right.
That they believe that there is a section of their own country that deserves to be hurt by their government.
Silence for too long.
Lillipup, by the way.
That's a hit.
Nice. Excellent. Completely random happenstance, but I will take it. Again, I'm looking for something entirely different. Hey, there it is. There it is.
These Pokemon will not show up, man. It's kind of annoying. I'm only looking for 13 Pokemon. It's very lonely over here. Especially how many friggin' slots there are.
Da-da-da! Mimikyu.
Sink!
Yeah, boy.
He's done it.
I've done it.
He's even it out. Now I'm only double over him.
Only double.
What a hero of the people. Damage has been done.
16. 16 left.
It's not over by any means, dude. Not by any means. Also, chat, I'm curious. Do you like these conversations? Do you find them too tough? Not in a way like I'm not going to judge you and be like, yeah, these are too heavy for me. Because there are many conversations that could be too heavy for people. Just because they are heavy concepts and maybe it affects you a little more. Like, you know, I am literally the poster boy of middle class, white, male, straight. Like, it's really easy for me to talk about these things. Obviously, from as much education as I have allowed myself to absorb and care about, obviously. But I've always been curious if this scares people away just because it's really hard.
Yeah, because for people like us, for you know, middle class white males, we cannot help but talking about it as an abstract concept in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Because these are not things that we typically experience. Whereas, you know, there are plenty of other people in the world who live this shit, who deal with this stuff on a daily basis, and that's the idea of, you know, empathizing and being able to put yourself in other people's shoes and be able to see, like, this is not something that, I mean, while we can talk about these as concepts and we can look at them from a more academic standpoint, we also have to recognize the importance that people do live in these situations. People do have to deal with this stuff in their real day-to-day lives.
I mean, as much as we shit on people who have to make the tough decisions, we have to recognize that they are the ones making decisions, and they have completely different, like, you know, I can talk about my prime minister and how I like and dislike him simultaneously until I'm blue in the face. At the end of the day, he's the one that was put in to make these tough decisions and has completely different context from what I have, right? So I could talk all high and mighty. It's like when people, like, it's like referees, right? Where referees have to think about, you want to be completely unbiased. And I'll tell you, there are many times where I had to be completely biased so that when I left the field, I didn't have a mob of angry parents beating the absolute fuck out of me. I'm not saying I went corrupt as a result, but it's like there's times where you have to, like, kind of give the eyes going, yeah, I know, yeah, but I can't tell you because it's going to show weakness, right? You have to have that element of toughness in you. And kind of just like that's what it becomes when you're a leader, when you're in a position to talk, and you want to give other people's platforms to talk as well. It's like, it's not taken away. It's just like, if you're in the firing range, you have made everyone clear. Yes, I have a bulletproof vest on, and you are going to take shots, and I'm here to accept that.
Well, and again, that goes back to the idea of celebrity being somebody that is active in the public sphere, or active in a field that is obsessed by people like that. Sports is a very good example. People obsess over their sports teams so that they can't, even when there is an accurate call for their sports ball game, they can't help but get enraged by it because if it's against their team, that means it's bad by default.
It's bad, yes, exactly. We talked about that in my because it was in kinesiology and with sociology with it.
Yeah.
Dude, it's so, oh my god, I could do an entire podcast on it. I just don't, because I was actually thinking about that whole concept of what happens if one day I became a voice that people actually gave a shit about and would listen to me, like, you know how they call on people like Ninja and the Tatman to speak out against things.
Yeah.
I wouldn't do it, not because I don't believe in the things that I say, but because I don't want, like we were talking before, I don't want to be put on a pedestal of, like, ideal perfect human. I want every action that I do to be the ideal, not even ideal, just like, this is who I am, and I don't feel like you go in an everyday conversation just hanging out with chat and all of a sudden you just break out and go, I'm against Asian hate, you should be too. Like, you know,
I mean, I think the problem is that you don't get to decide when you reach that point. You don't get to decide that you do not get to be that you are not a role model to people. You don't get to decide whether or not other people are looking up to you. They already are.
Yeah.
And you know, by making that decision to not act, that is still an action, and people will still judge you accordingly. And I mean, that's something I've thought about a long time as well, even though I'm obviously nowhere near a point of anybody giving a shit about what I have to say. It's still important to me that you know, even if I don't go out of my way and post on Twitter saying, yeah, I'm against Asian hate, or you know, trans hate and things like that, I'm not going to be afraid of talking about those things if I am confronted with it, and just saying, hey, you know, trans rights are human rights. Everybody deserves to have their bodies respected, their lives respected, their circumstances respected. And it's, I don't think I want to be in that situation. Like when I was younger, I was all about like, yeah, I want to be a famous rock star. I want to make millions of dollars and, you know, have people look up to me and so on and so forth. But now that I'm getting older, I'm just like, well, you know, I would like to, you know, be able to make a living doing this stuff, but I don't think I want to be like ninja level famous or, you know, PewDiePie level famous, because there's a lot of fucking baggage that goes with that. It's I mean, celebrity and fame are I mean, not to try and say, oh yeah, celebrities they have it so hard, they get to, you know, live in their mega mansions in LA and have people wait and hand and foot on them and so on and so forth. You know, they have it really well, but I mean, everybody has problems in their lives,
of course,
and money and fame do not make those problems go away. What did I say?
It comes back to money. See?
Yes. Yeah, it does. It does come back to money. Mo money, mo problems, as they used to say.
God.
And that's the thing, is that you're never going to have a life that is free from problems.
No, God, no.
Money can help solve some problems, but it also causes other problems.
Yes.
Fame, which is usually associated with money, usually comes with money, can help some problems but also cause other problems. You know, you might be able to pay off your house and not have to worry about bills for a while, but then all of a sudden you have a number of people showing up at your doorstep claiming that they're your long lost cousin, and needing, you know, 10 grand to be able to pay for their dying mother's illness, or whatever shit like that. You know, you have plenty of stuff that you know, you can't, you know, you start to not be able to trust people because maybe they're only trying to get on your good side because they want to be close to fame. They want to be able to take advantage of that.
Would it be weird to say that I've actually had people with streaming want to play with me because I had a big community? I'm like, I've averaged 8 for 6 years. Thank you.
Yeah.
But
to somebody who's averaged 0 for 6 years, that's the weird
thing. I'm just like, it's so weird. Not that I'm not flattered by it, but it's just also strange because I mean, I treat everybody the same way. There's a guy who's been trying to stream with me for a while, and my requirement is just like, okay, have you streamed before? And he said, no, I haven't really started streaming. Well, here's the thing, man. It's a business as much as for me as for you. And if you want me to take you seriously, look, I trust you, but I need you to show me something, just like how other people need me to show them that I'm going to be good for their charity event, that I'm going to be good for conversations. It's not a tough guy attitude. It's not like I made it this way, you have to do. No, it's just like, look, I have standards, and my standards are just making sure that you're like my standards really that you respect my standards. That's it. My standards are pretty low, to be fair. Sorry, Fedora. It's not anything against you. It's just
I want to say before I continue.
Trap inch. That's bait. That's a miss.
That's bait. That's a miss. Okay. I mean, I'm very much the same way. I mean, obviously, I have not been streaming on a regular basis for a long time, but
come on.
That's also the reason why I don't really stream with anybody other than you. I don't co-stream. I'm very closed off to people in regards to like rating others or co-streaming, because I only really want to stream with people that I know personally.
Yeah. He knows me.
And you know, because we have developed, you know, a separate friendship over
Wait,
the
what?
many years that we've known each other, outside of just streaming, outside of just like a streaming relationship.
I was gonna say, which other version of me do you talk with on a regular basis? We don't talk
The one that's,
unless we play
not
HOTS.
on stream. Yeah.
We only talk when we play HOTS or Deep Rock or something.
Yeah.
Which is fine. Nothing wrong with that. There are more.
But yeah,
of me.
I'm always very. I've become increasingly cautious about the idea of like, oh yeah, sure, let's have random people come in and play on the stream, or I don't like doing like follow notifications because people have people like to troll with shitty Twitch names.
Yeah.
I don't like the idea of doing video, or not like video chat, but like Discord with randos while I'm streaming, because I have no control over the shit that they might say.
Yeah.
Or what they might do. So it's just very difficult. It makes you choose your friends a lot more carefully. Also, Nidoqueen. Nidoqueen. It's a miss.
Yeah. I mean, this field is very much it can be done without having to put, like, I don't raid people that I've never met before, right? I just don't do that anymore, because I actually ran into issues where I started raiding into people, and then I go to put my headphones down, and I just hear them being like, motherfucking fucking piece of fucking shit, piece of fuck. I'm just like, whoa, hold on. Hold on. End raid. Or end host. End host.
Can't have that anymore.
Like, I restricted rating for the longest time. I can tell you guys now, right? Rating is fantastic. I'm glad that I've met people like Chocobos, the Millibug, Visual Pine, like outside communities that are not connected, like how Fedora and our communities are very similar, or how like mine and God, I'm really bad at friends. I'm so sorry. Like Gamma and our community, like we have some differences, like some different regulars, but we generally have this kind of close-knit community. It's not about assimilation, it's just about togetherness, right? Yeah. Because that's what it used to think. I used to be like, well, if I raid, everybody's just going to try and poach it, or other people are going to try and poach, or they feel nervous coming here, and I'm going to poach their viewers. Like, it's like saying, like, Soft Spoken Serenity came in here, all of a sudden be like, did you guys know that you could probably just stop watching them and watch me? Like, what do you think I'm going to fucking do? No, you're not going to hang out with those people anyways. But part of the reason why I didn't do it was because if I raid into other people, I've now given them my community, and I don't trust other people with my community because
exactly.
It's just like, I want them to have they came to me for a pleasurable experience, and part of that is just like a teacher. We're 24/7 with a lot less like assholery of be a teacher on and off all the time. It's like, well, if you're seen in a position where a kid comes up to you as a teacher and they see you at a bar, they shouldn't hate you for going to a bar, but they should hate you if you're dancing on the table with your boobs out. You know what I mean? Yeah. Like if you're just dancing around and like breaking rules, yeah, they're gonna look at you as a teacher now as a failed role model. Same thing as a streamer. If I send you over, if I didn't trust you with Bentorius or Chocobos or Kami Blade or Visual Pine, Dylan KG, like all these people that I regularly host into, I wouldn't send you there, right? Yeah. We have to procure. It's a business, right? You don't send your best employee to a shitty company that they're gonna like abuse your service and try and take him away from you. Hey Bowman, how you doing?
Gigalith. Jiggle.
That's a hit somewhere.
Oh really?
Yep.
Oh my. Okay. That is.
All righty. He's doing some damage now. All right.
I am doing some damage. That is. I mean, that's good info, but also.
Have fun. I don't remember where that guy is.
I get to do some detective work now. But again, not the Pokemon I was looking for, so I'll take it anyway.
I hate you. Actually, I don't, because this is very normal.
I've finally gotten to the point where I can actually like make some catches and not have to go through all of the story stuff.
Yeah. There you go. I think I know how to explain what I was talking about before with the fame and like standing on a platform type thing. I've never known how to explain. I think I know. Okay, so like you said, if somebody came to me and asked my stance, I'm not a type of guy where I'm like, stay in the lane. I will answer. Yeah. If somebody asks me, I will answer. I find it very strange when if one of your viewers comes in, or like let's say you've got a following of 60K and there's just a name you don't recognize. They come in and go, hey, there's this tag on Twitter right now, hashtag whatever, and I need you to stand up for this because you have that reach and influence. I think that's where I say, it's not that I wouldn't support it.
Yeah.
It's like, it's when people want you to do it because you can do it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, if you're gonna become a face, I understand it works for a lot of people, but I'm just like, I'm personally not that kind of person where just because I'm a big face, slapping my face on it is going to make it better, right?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sitting here and talking every stream about anti-Asian hate or Black Lives Matter. It doesn't mean that I'm not supporting it. But if out of nowhere, like I talk a lot about educational policies, right? Helping the youth and helping people in charities, right? So if I see things that affect schools, like that's my expertise. If out of nowhere someone comes in and goes, "Hey, can you support the Latin community?" and I go, "But okay, yes, I do." But I'm not about to just step up and start like you know, I'm just another person who's got this. Like, yeah, guys, look at me. I'm rich and famous.
I'm not going to use my megaphone because some rando on the internet tells me to.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean? Like I think that's what well, no, it's not what I think. That's what I'm trying to explain is it's not that I'll quote unquote stick to my lane. It's a matter of, it's got to be stuff that I'm known for speaking out against, like poor educational policy, like that type of stuff, right? Like hating sports. That's my stuff, right? There are many other people. Aloma Mola.
Aloma Mola.
You bastard! Stop hitting things. That's sink too.
That's some. Oh, it is.
That's a sink. Damn it.
Fan-freaking-tastic.
I just looked and I'm like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to check if that's a sink. It is.
We are going. So that's one of your 2s down.
Yep.
I have a 2, a 3, and a 5 now that are down.
Fedora, your shots hurt. Stop.
Well, I'm getting a lot of misses too. It's just I'm just getting a lot of shots.
Yeah, I'm down to like 13
Finally
Pokemon
catching
I have
up.
to fight. So here, this circuitry will not give me its butt. It just will not show me. It will not present. Please
present thy booty.
It's literally in Mount Ember or Safari Zone.
Huh.
It's atrocious. There's like 100 slots in both. I don't know how to do this because that means I also have to look for that fifth super rod slot everywhere. So I have literally, when did we start this conversation? An hour ago? I'm not kidding you. I've been hitting the fishing rod button for an hour. It's the only thing keeping me alive.
That's what I was doing with the Alolan Marowak.
Except yours is in one area. Mine's in 2.
Well, that means you have options.
No, it doesn't. They're both invisible. They're both like Mount Ember. I have to go through every corridor. And I think there's like 6 or 7 floors in there, so it'll be over 120 that I have to find. Yeah, it's not great. I might just lose this or have to beg for donations. Chat, please fire a 3x3 on circuitry. Put a $50
Darumaka.
Miss.
Yeah.
Fuck. Okay, found the baby.
I found the baby. Again, not really what I was looking for, but I'll take it.
I mean, you might have to look for it.
I do. I mean, I do need the adult for info.
That man has a name.
It's true.
It's true. It has man
It's
in
true,
it
he
too.
does. Yeah.
Thank God he didn't do something stupid like Darwomatan or something like that if it was a female Darmanitan.
Yeah.
Oh dear. That's the way I see it though. It's like literally because if all of a sudden someone comes out and say, hey, you know, this person of color in sports suddenly needs your support and I'm known for that stuff but I don't speak out, that's when you get a little suspicious, right? Then you start to learn more about the person because if it's literally the thing you talk about a lot, you know, you tout equity and equality for everybody in sports, and then all of a sudden there's that one thing you don't want to talk about, right? Then all of a sudden you begin to understand people and where their platforms truly sit. So,
yeah.
These are some sure as fuck interesting Pokemon that I can't use. I just want to find the circuitry. I just want to be free. Let me free.
Free from the circuitry.
Because the worst part, the better part is at least you knew where Alolan Marowak was. It was on fishing on a particular rod. This one I still have to figure out between Rock Smash, Grass, Water, and Fishing. It's not comfortable.
But the only reason why I found out was because
We had to.
We had to.
Yeah. This one I
would've
don't
been
have
looking for
to.
that
It
for
shows where.
ages.
Yeah. This is not gonna show me. Oh God. I'm sweating. Ish. Not because I'm gonna lose. I'm just sweating because my fingers are like, I need to stop fishing. Yeah, I've always thought about that. I'm like, because that's why when people ask me, would you do motivational speaking? I go, yeah, but on what? I'm very motivational in everything that I try to talk about. I try to talk about really tough topics without making people feel uncomfortable about it, and I want them to challenge the way that I think so that I can learn more. I just don't want people to be like righteous dickbags and come out and be like, oh, look at you, Mr. All Figured It Out, middle-class man. Like, must be easy for you to talk about. Like, I hate when people say that. It's like, you want things to get better. That means everybody of all shapes and sizes has to be able to talk about it. The moment you start saying easy for you to say, it's like, well, yes, but it's out of support.
Right.
You know, if you keep hating, again, if you hate on the person that's on your side, when do you win the tug of war? You know what I mean? Can't win the tug of war if you start pulling against your ally.
And it's a sort of a damned if you do, damned if you don't situation, because a lot of people, I mean, a lot of those same people want the, you know, the normal white folks to be able to stand up about that, so to be able to, you know, raise their voices in support of these things, these issues of equality, which makes perfect sense. You know, we should be able to show support for our fellow human beings, and be able to do the right thing. It's just that issue of like people just are
doing it for the sake of doing it.
Well, people are just angry. People in general,
as they should, frankly, as they should be.
Yeah.
Right. We'll never understand it.
They point that anger in the wrong directions a lot of times.
Yes.
Also, Genesect.
Jesus, I thought that was another hit to miss.
I kind of was hoping it was another hit. That would have certainly been interesting.
Yeah, that's the one thing that I remember a lot of. I mean, that's a lot of people that I used to know, and like a lot of extended family are like, look, it doesn't affect us. Why do they get so upset when we can't help them? I go, it's not that you can't help them. It's the fact that you said that it doesn't apply. Yeah, it doesn't apply to you, but it doesn't matter, right? It's like saying, well, if I'm not going to see that piece of trash kill a fish, why should I care to recycle it? It's like, because it affects somebody else and it affects the grand scheme of things. If you are in earshot of somebody, you are affecting it by saying, I don't care about this issue. Somebody who's more impressionable and maybe not to their own fault. If they walk into earshot and they hear you saying that you don't care about it, they're going to learn from you. And you don't mean it. Like, you know, it's context and all that stuff too. But it's like, you know, you don't have to be, we're not asking people to be a hero for everybody. We're just asking you to, like, when somebody prompts it, even if you stay silent, people don't have to always understand your silence as, oh, so you don't have a bit. It's like, no, it's just, sometimes it's just the overwhelming grief and pain that we are feeling, and we're just showing it in our way. You know, we're not bursting out into tears and crying, and whether we're involved in it or not, right? People respond in different ways. So, like, my silence when someone says something really strange is not because I don't want to yell at them. It's just my response is to not add to the fire, right? They've lit the fire. I'm just not going to throw oil in it. Instead, I'm going to let them burn it. And if people are looking at me, yeah, they might understand because they're like, well, you know, we can't read your mind. It's like, I agree, but I'm also not the person where I'm just going to suddenly fight this random stranger who's spewing shit unless they're actually getting in someone's grill and threatening them, you know, physically to their lives. You know, I'm not saying they should shrug it off, but my response is not to pick a fight. My response is to literally go silent, to show support, and to hope to God they just stop their stupid mouth at some point. And if they don't, then to help people later on when they're not at threat, we're not dealing with this thing being spewed. There's different response.
Cantonian Doug Trio.
Miss.
Okay. Kind of figured, since the Genesect was a miss, which means the Hoopa is also.
Liar.
It's that damn Russian dinghy.
I set my very special Pokemon to be floaty.
Just go out there in the middle of the ocean and
protect my child.
Help your country.
Bring them home. Tell them of my adventures. When the SS Puff and stuff has been destroyed, tell them of their journeys. Yeah. I wish I could go on podcasts with other people who are like super into sociology. I studied it out of intrigue and also out of like personal development. I love studying it because it's like, because then you also feel more secure when you're talking to other people and being like, not identifying. I'm not going to say every opinion I have is correct. And there are definitely things that I've said in ways that are not kosher, but not meant to be harmful either. Right. And it's when you start getting that sort of perspective on people telling you, well, you could say it like this. And I go, okay, I'll try and remember that. If I make the mistake, I'm not just going to have somebody going down my gullet going, I told you to fucking say it this way. And, you know, it's like I need people. I've always needed people who needed to be supportive because the way that other things started for me was always built out of hate, right? Or built out of people who are just like, just do it this way and you'll get away with it. You know, I hate knowing that that's successful. Versus like, as long as you do it this way and say it this way, it's the whole PR talk that I'm super freaking good at. It's all PR talk of going, well, as long as you don't offend them in this capacity, you'll get away with it. That's been literally what I've learned in multiple jobs. And I'm like, I'm glad that I learned to talk in a PR way, but more so in a professional way, not in the way that skirts issues. I know how to, like if I say something terrible like I did a few years ago on stream, the way that I managed it was not drawing up this 20-minute cry fest of a video where I'm just like, I'm so sorry. It's like, no, guys, look.
My apology. Huh?
Yeah, my apology, sad face, hashtag sorry. Like, no,
And then you monetize the shit out of it.
Yeah, and then you put ads on it. Make sure you put 3 minutes ad over a 2-minute apology video. No, I'm the type of guy where, like, my apologies, and you can ask my friends, my apologies are just literally like, I understand what I've done immediately, and I just pseudo-panic sorry, but also I'm not the type of person who's like, is there any way? No, I'm just like, look, I'm sorry. You know, I made that mistake. I know what I did. Thank you for letting me know. I hope you can still support me and understand that I will be a better person and try to be a better person while recognizing that as we're all humans, we're gonna make mistakes. I don't want anyone to hold this over me because I want you to trust in my growth. Right?
Well,
like that's as much as I'm ever gonna say. I'm never gonna kiss ass to people and be like, please don't let. Oh, if I lose money, of course that's the way it's gonna be.
And that's important. I mean, a lot of the big issues with the celebrity apologies and stuff like that, they try to make excuses. They try to justify, or at least, you know, excuse their behavior of, you know, oh, I was drunk, or you know, I was feeling tired that day. I didn't get enough sleep, so I accidentally called someone an N-word. It's like, no, just recognize that.
Just recognize it and go. Just leave.
You fucked up.
Yeah, you messed up.
Apologize for it. Say that you're gonna do better next time, and then the most important part of the apology is that you actually do fucking better next time. Yeah. You actually do what you say, and you recognize your mistake, and you learn from it, and you change.
I like
if you don't change from your mistakes, then your apologies are meaningless.
Yeah. It's just like there are people who slip because they could just be literally damaged. Right? Like, I know people who don't mean to say words.
Tourette's.
Well, yeah, well, there's that, but I'm talking about, like I've had friends in the past where they've said something and we've asked them not to, and then they've said it, like, in passing here and there. I don't hold it against them. It's just like a friendly reminder, especially if, you know, it's in a more secure place. It's when it gets into a more public place, it's like, well, where does your allegiance truly lie? You know what I mean? Like, you kind of have to, I don't know how to say it any better. Play it up more to show that you care more, so that people don't make it worse for you when you're trying to tell your friend, like, hey, you know, that thing here.
The idea is like with a lot. I've seen a lot of articles about this with like pronouns.
Yes. Yeah.
How do you? And I know people who have chosen different pronouns for themselves over time, and I have accidentally called them by their wrong pronouns, and you know, I still get mixed up with that sometimes. But you know, the proper way of dealing with that is if you get corrected, you know, I'm sorry, use the correct pronoun and then move on. Yeah. You don't make a big deal out of it. You don't, you know, you hopefully don't have people who make a big deal about it to you, saying like, oh my God, how could you, you know, call this person a he when they're pronouns are she, there. Right. Just recognize that it was an honest mistake and do your best to do better.
But that's also an individual thing too, right? Like, there are people like me where I'll correct you 1,000 times and I won't hate you if you make a mistake on anything about me. There are other people who literally come with baggage and, again, stuff that we may not understand. So for them, it could be a trauma response, right? It could be something that's like literally, it's the fact that like when people call me my nickname, you know that my real name is the only way I want people to call it, because when people use my nickname, it was to bully me. So when people nickname my real name, it's for me, it's a pseudo like bully, like anti-bully response for me to get super pissed. Like I hate being called anything but my actual name or pro or noob or whatever.
I seriously considered being a smartass and calling you by the thing that you hate.
God
because
damn. I mean, I'm not gonna hate you. It's just like there are people who will not take it the same, like they won't take it on the chin like me-ish. Yeah, like there are people who will literally pick it and will actually get, it's a conditioned response, right, Tim?
Yeah.
Like literally
it's that little twitch that you get in your eye when somebody does something that really pisses you off.
My name, the reason why I hate tough, like suck it up, was every time I heard suck it up, it was from my ex when it was something I didn't want to do, right? Yeah. Like it was an anti-abuse response. Or, you know, in high school, where in grade 9, my entire name in phys ed, because I was shit at sports, was Knucklehead, and then my last name. Like that was my name. So like literally, if you try to call me adult or something stupid like that, I get really upset just because that's what I dealt with for decades, right? It's a different area of being called something that people might go, oh, well, it's only being called a dumbass. For some people, that was their struggles. It doesn't matter. We're not quantifying or qualifying your struggle versus mine. It's a struggle. The point is, it's qualified as struggle or no struggle. If it's a struggle, deal with it like any other struggle. This
person that you just called a dumbass, they might have had, like, their parents might have called them dumbasses when they were a kid, and you just reminded them of all that fucking trauma. Omanite, sorry to...
Helix. I would never pick Helix. It is a miss.
Okay. But I mean, then that's...
Hi, officer.
There's a Robin Williams quote, I think it is, that talks about that. Quotes. Like, everybody in the world is fighting a battle that you know nothing about.
That's his best quote, because that literally reflects his entire life.
Yeah.
That literally demonstrates everything the man stood for in his comedy and the tragic end to his life.
Yeah.
That should be on a plaque.
There's more than one Robin Williams quote that I would pay to have
absolutely.
printed and framed.
Oh yeah, no. If I was into putting stuff up like that, it would be full of Robin Williams quotes. That man was more insightful and knowledgeable than anyone will ever. Like, you could say you know, and you won't. That man was super. He was what we're asking for today 30 years ago. Yeah. He was way ahead of the times.
I mean, and I didn't know. I mean, I loved Robin Williams as an actor. I loved everything that he did. I didn't know anything about his personal life until after he died. And you know, once I started reading about it, I mean, I had a much deeper respect and appreciation for him, but it also just kind of crushed me that it wasn't until after he died that we started that was a discussion that we started having.
Well, it was like...
Also, Phoebus.
Phoebus is a miss. It's the same thing as Chadwick Boseman, right?
Right.
Nobody literally talked about how much impact he had on Black Panther, like how he literally wrote and told, or he was working with the director to not make it like whitewashed media. Like, he literally made it like, we're going to respect the culture it's supposed to respect. We are going to have those tribal representations. We are going to have this sound and this look and this aesthetic, because that's what it should be. Nobody literally talked about it.
The respect that it deserves.
Yeah, nobody literally talked about it until he died, because they wanted to. No, I'm not going to say monetize it again. See, it went back there, but like, it's literally to publicize it and to use it as a, man, look how great this guy was. Like, we could have talked about this in the making of Black Panther, because it wasn't like, are you telling me that wasn't going to be shared by the director at the time that it was? Like, come on, really? We're gonna pick at the wound and only say, wow, can you imagine? Like, we already knew the man was great, but now you're really just gonna friggin' say how great the man was? Like, just now? Come on. Yeah. Fuck off. Right? I hate when people do that. Like, Robin Williams, like, again, it's one of those things where you start looking at the lives of people who have left when they're 80 or 90, like, whether they quote unquote go early, because I don't believe in going early. I just believe in going sucks. So, you know, like, no matter your legacy or number of years you've had an impact, even if you've had an impact on somebody for the past 3 years, if you did work that impacted it and you decide, like Prince or Michael Jackson or all these other celebrities, where you go like, Yeah, exactly, Tim, right? Or like Stephen Hawking. Like, you don't talk about how great they were until they're dead because you want to make them a martyr. It's like, fuck off with the martyrdom. Like, why didn't we celebrate them when they were alive? Then we can
all the people that we're talking about right now definitely got celebrated while they were alive. It's just that we didn't.
Things.
There were things. Yeah, there are things about them that were. I mean, their personal lives.
Yes.
That were kept personal.
Yes.
Oftentimes by their own, for their own reasons. I mean, Chadwick Boseman, his.
Well, no, he didn't want to talk about his cancer.
Yeah,
right?
his medical condition and things like that. That was intentionally.
Oh, that's perfectly
kept silent
fine
by him. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, like, it tends to be the case that when famous people, or even anybody, passes away, we learn things about them that they probably would never have told us themselves.
And I bet you it's because to keep it kosher with the people they work with, right? Like to keep it.
Or it's just because it's a personal thing, and it's not that really they're they are not required to share anything about their personal life while they're still alive to say something about it.
But then that begs the question on why people should call on people like Ninja to speak out against anything and say like, well, if you have the platform, why not use it? That's always my interesting thing is like, and that's complete. You don't have, like I said, you don't have to talk about everything and show that you 100% support, because it's not saying that you're not going to support things when you're challenged with it. But it then makes me think it's like, well, then if we want people to do better and use their platform, like, are you just waiting for people to die so you can then share, be like, yeah, this guy stood for this, you guys should too now, when it's like, we have to wait for people to be famous then die to have an impact? Like, isn't that a sad reality? That seems like a sad reality to me, doesn't it?
Yeah, but at the same time, there are plenty of people who labored for social justice and for human rights and things like that, who spent their lives working on good things.
Oh, of course.
Who did not get really any recognition until they passed away.
Well,
and,
yes.
Because they do, sometimes people do that. And a lot of people who have done good things in the past don't get recognized because they don't try to make a big deal about it.
Yes.
It's just something that, I mean, everybody, I'm sure, knows somebody in their lives who they recognize as an extremely good person, who donates to charity, who volunteers, who do those really awesome things that probably don't get the appreciation that they deserve, because they're not, famous or whatever. Everybody knows those people. Yeah. You don't have to be famous to do a good thing. You don't have to be famous. You don't need to have an audience to be able to come out and say, yeah, I support trans rights. I support, fighting against Asian American hatred, whatever. Everybody, I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about
the beauteous Maximus, about
the social media that we have, is that everybody has a platform now.
Yes.
Even if you don't have, a million followers like Ninja does or whatever, you can still take to Twitter and say, hey, I am against Asian American hate. I'm against, hatred and violence against the black community. I'm against all of these things, and be able to put it out there for the record that, like, yes, I am trying to do what I can to fight these injustices.
Oh yeah.
But at the same time, it is our individual right as humans to not have to do that.
Yeah.
And to be able to, and that we can find other, probably more impactful ways of being able to right those wrongs without just getting on your social media megaphone and talking about it.
Yes.
I mean, we've been talking about racism in North America for as long as North America has existed. And yet we still have to deal with it because a lot of people over the decades and centuries, all they did was stand up on their soapbox and talk about it, but never actually did anything with it.
Yeah.
I forgot what I was looking for.
Yeah, Tim, that's the thing I work on in therapy a lot. That's why social media and the reason why, again, I do put overemphasis on they won't talk until they're dead. I'm not saying that people are inherently evil or hiding it on purpose. Obviously, there are some people who might be hiding it or because it's not good for their PR and that's how they're making their money, right? Some people will literally pressure it in. That sucks. Like I said, I don't believe in people sticking in their own lanes. You should be able to drive in whatever fucking lane you want. That's free speech, right? As long as you're not,
as long as you're not driving directly into oncoming traffic.
I don't consider that a lane. I consider that a spike trap. And they could drive into that too. But especially if it's intentional. If it's unintentional, that's where again you have people like Fedora and people like me who handle things in different ways and hopefully reach them in different approaches to help them, you know, jump on a lane that is not so bad, right?
Yeah.
But that's one thing I work on in therapy is because I internalize when people tell me you don't speak out enough about it, right? Like I feel when I see all these people talking so passionately and stuff like that on social media, it just makes me sit there and go like, well, I'm not doing this. Am I an asshole? Like I feel bad because I'm not out there fighting and be like, well, yeah, anybody can make a difference. And I believe that one person can make a difference. That's always been what I've been taught by my family, by my teachers and stuff like that. But because of the, you know, I'm not the type, I hate when people, like, look, if you're this type of person, it's all you. This is just a personal hate. I hate when people say do better. Like, I hate what, like, they tell you, like, don't do this, don't do that, do better. Like, be better. I hate that. It sounds like tough it out or smarten up, right? I hate.
Suck it up.
Yeah,
pull yourself up.
Or it's just like, or like, suck it up, be better. I hate that. Yeah. It's just, that's a personal thing. And I know for some people, they need that type of pressure. And I hate having to beat that type of teacher for certain students who need me to be tough with them. Like, I really don't like being like this, but you need it, clearly. And you've made it clear you need me to be this way. So I will do it for you. But it's just the fact that I see something and I internalize it, right? Yeah. It's not that person's in the wrong. I just get super... not sensitive, but again, it makes me think back to all the times that I could have been helpful to people, and then I start hating myself for all the mistakes and all regrets and all this other stuff, right? Like, it gets to that point for me, and it blows. So, I don't mean to make it sound like they're like, yes, people should be speaking out. I believe in the front line and the back line. I'm definitely a backline supporter, and I think there is value in both your supports and your aggro. It's attack defense in sports. You got people who are really good at attacking the goal line. You got other people who are really good at defending the goal line. At the end of the day, you're a team. And I'm definitely the type of person where I'm in the back making sure that if I know somebody went out to a protest, I'll check in and make sure they're okay. But you will not see me on the streets because I'm not that kind of person. I don't have that gusto. I don't have that personality to confront. I very much I'm the guy who like patches up the soldier and goes, all right, get back in there, have fun, you know, I'm here if you need me, you know, that type of guy. I'm the support, which is weird because in HOTS I'm the assassin. But
Swirlix first and foremost, and Skuntank.
Swirlix, miss. Skuntank, keeping it in the same letter, miss.
Yeah, and I think that's another important thing to consider for everybody on any side of you know these sorts of issues, is that, you know, everybody has their own strengths and weaknesses. Everybody has their own fortes. Everybody can contribute in different ways. Just because somebody is not contributing to a cause in a very specific way that you yourself you know, contribute, doesn't mean that they aren't doing something to make the world a better place.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, I don't go out and participate in you know, protests for, you know, BLM or things like that, even though I do believe in them. But I try to do my best to support those things in other ways, whether it's through donations or things like that. And then I do charity work for others. You know, I volunteer at a cat shelter because, you know, that is my way of doing something that makes the world a little bit better. You know, and then
excuse me,
there's only so much, like, while it's important to recognize that, you know, people can do anything, at the same time it's also important to recognize that there's only so much that one individual can do.
The complexity of the conversation going back full circle.
Yep.
Saying that there is no way of doing things correctly, and yet there are ways of doing things correctly, but then it becomes individual, which then becomes a collective agreement on the individual, which then leads to stuff.
Yes. Stuff. stuff and things.
I think this is why I can't talk with a lot of people about these types of things, because it's just like, well, then what's the point if you get nowhere? It's like, it's not that we didn't get nowhere. You just told me that you think about this in a complex way. That's somewhere. That's way more than other people go.
There have been way too many people in my life who stop discussions like these short because like, oh, it's not getting anywhere, or this is not, I don't feel like I'm learning anything. It's like, I can listen to you say the same thing verbatim 100 times and learn something new each individual time because of how you phrase it, or how your difference in tone. There is always something new to be learned in any conversation you have with anybody, as long as you have the patience and the perception to look for it.
Yeah. I think there are, I mean, I do believe that there are natural stopping points for conversations, not because people won't come to a discussion, but I think it's like once it's a tough thing to learn, because I learned it in school too as a teacher. It's like when to stop a conversation. It's not to stop an idea that you or the other person doesn't like. It's stopping to the point where it's not that you'll never agree, it's just you're not understanding each other's sides. Like there are many Fedora can tell you, there are many conversations where I just sit there and go silent when him and another friend of mine are talking. I'm just like, yeah, I don't fucking get it. There's no reason for us to talk anymore. Not because you're not wrong, or because I'm not wrong. It's just I don't get you anymore. So we just have to stop. Like I'm never gonna understand. It's not that I'm just not getting it right now. So there's just no point in you wasting breath on me.
Right. It's one of those things where taking, like, oh, we need to take a step back.
Yeah. And
just like mentally process what we're talking about. And you're right. Like there can reach a point in conversations like that where it's just like, okay, I need to Tim, exactly. I need to think about this in my own solitude, and we can try to come back to this conversation another time when I'm a little bit more attuned, when I can make sense of it in my own brain. Yeah.
There's this guy that I worked with on Fiverr a few months ago. And actually, it was kind of cool, because it's nothing bad. It was more about, like, he wanted to learn about how to create content with confidence. And, he was trying to follow an algorithm. I said, well, dude, you can follow an algorithm, but you can also follow an algorithm while individualizing it. And I gave him, like, some tips on how I've approached my own brand. And I said, yeah, people have told me that, the things that I sell on and the content that I do is not popular. And I go, well, if I don't accept that, then I'm never going to create the best of my unique content. People start in a niche that just wasn't recognized, and you'll never know until you've given up, or until you essentially sell in and try to take pieces. Now I've taken a bunch of pieces. I've got like clickbaity YouTube videos, but I'm still the same ProPokeNoob, right? Nothing has changed about me per se. If anything, I'd say I've become a better person over the years. And I was trying to explain to him, and he's looking at it as like, well, my social media manager is telling me that I got to follow these certain things and say these certain things. And I go, but here's the thing. Yes, because he is concerned about the business, but what are you concerned about, right? You have a manager, but their focus is supposed to think exactly like that. They're supposed to focus on getting you the numbers. But if you're not feeling good about your content, what content can you give your social manager to then figure out how to get the numbers for?
Right. Well, and people like that are looking at what has worked for other people.
Yes, and they're supposed to. That's their job.
Yeah,
they're an analytics expert.
Yeah, but you as an artist, as a content creator, as a unique human being, your job is to figure out, okay, well, how do I find my own path and still be successful like these other people? There are certain times where you can say, okay, yeah, this person did something really well. I'll take that little piece of information and apply it to my own stuff. And that's how the artistic process works. That's how life works, is taking lessons that you learn from other people, taking the things that you see other people doing successfully or not successfully, and making your own choices as to how to adapt those decisions and that experience into your own personal goals and your own personal life.
Yeah. So after I finished with him, we kind of left on that point where he was just kind of like questioning it. He goes, I know this sounds really good, but it's really hard for me to believe and work with it. And I just kind of left him with the message of, like, just really consider, because the brand and the decision that you take, the direction you take, if you want to maintain numbers, you have to stick with it. And if you don't think that you can stick with it, then don't do it, right? And you can change anytime you want. That whole thing, like, yeah, you know, if you're going to make it your full-time income, yeah, you got to be very stringent. You can't tell me that full-time creators on here, you know, you talk to many people who main one game, you ask them would they love to play a different game, they go, yeah, but that's not going to make me money because that's my livelihood. And you can't blame them. That's their livelihood. Right. You don't go to get a full 9 to 5, you don't get a full-time 9 to 5 job and then decide one day when you have no other options to be like, yeah, no, I don't feel like doing this. No, you do it for your reasons, to support your family, to support yourself, to support society, right? So he actually messaged me on Instagram because he was trying to do Instagram too. So I didn't know a lot about like the proper way of making stuff. I just know how to make videos with charisma, right? It was about charisma coaching. And he sent me a message. He basically said, dude, like, I followed your advice. I told people, like, one thing, he was a war veteran, right? So he wanted to talk a lot. He wanted to be a motivational speaker based on his war veteran things. But he was being told by his PR manager or by his social media manager that it doesn't sell really well because it's hard for people to relate to. And that's what I was trying to tell him. Like, yeah, but dude, here's the thing. That's for him to figure out. If you're going to be paying him and he's not letting you do it, like, I'm not going to tell you how to let your bosses boss you around. But if I have a support squad, you know, I want people like, you know, Broken and I need to be on the same page. If we're not on the same page, why would I use Broken? You know, this is supposed to be about teamwork. If we're not aiming for the same thing, then I can't really use that. Same thing as content creators. You know, if you guys not notice that the people that I stream with more, it's not hate on people who are not like business like-minded like me, but I don't stream with a lot of casual streamers anymore. Not because I don't. Well, yeah, but you take it seriously though. You know to take it serious because you trust that I take it seriously, right? Yeah,
I know for a fact that you take it serious. So even when I'm struggling with my own schedule, like I have been lately, I'm still trying to do my best to make sure that I show up for you know, the stuff that I'm working with you. Yeah. Also, Darmanitan.
It's a sink.
And another one.
This is getting a little out of hand now.
we're getting spicy here.
It's not looking good on this side of the table because I'm looking for 13 Pokemon, specifically a Xurkitree, and I can't find it. Oh, it hurts.
Slowly catching up.
That's okay. We're just adding suspense. It's gonna come down to that one donation again, just like last year. But yeah, like he literally messaged me saying like, dude, everything you told me was immaculate. Like, I started telling my manager that I wanted to talk about my war stories and use that as the basis of my motivational speaking. And yeah, the numbers aren't that as big, but like they're bigger than I expected they would be to begin with. Because he was showing me stuff that he was doing. It was like 40, 50 views. Pretty decent for Instagram and video, right? Yeah. And for a guy who was very small, and he was doing the PR stuff, meeting with people and talking with them. He said, yeah, man, I've been getting like 20, 30 views, but holy shit, I can do it nonstop. I love what I'm doing with it. And you know, the support that I've had for it, it's not quantitative and it might not be niche enough, but you know, with enough work of working around other things, I can make it work. And I'm just like, you're literally living everything that I'm trying to do right now. Because I suck at advertising, right? But I'd like to believe I'm really good at putting on a show. I'd like to believe that. It's not toot my own horn. I'd actually just like to say, you know, when people come in and say, hey, you know you have a voice for radio? And I go, yeah, I have more than a voice for radio. I have a face for radio. And like when people tell me that, I'm like, yeah, I know that. I'm sick of people telling me over 6 years now. I get tired of people telling me, man, why aren't you bigger? I go, shut up. I know. Yeah. Stop it. Like, I get it. Look, it's not an ego. It's like you need a level of ego to respect yourself no matter where you are in life. I get it. Yeah. Yes, I'd be really good if I was in front of an audience of 50 or 60 people where people would be talking about this conversation nonstop. But guess what? I don't need a super chatty community to prove that I have people who support me. You know, I don't need people coming in here and omega poggering all over the place and showing off like all the emotes in the universe and doing all the spammy stuff and dropping me, you know, 5 gifted subs every 12 minutes to show that I've made it somewhere. We have made it somewhere, right? And that's what it was trying to explain to these guys. Like, man, look, I'm also really bad at remembering the small things that count. But when it comes down to business, you listen to the gurus, and the gurus will always be like, yep, there's a proper way to do this and go with it. But that's not some of us. Some of us don't want to follow that system, even if it's good for it, right? Yeah. We can follow aspects of it that will be good for it. But at the end of the day, it's you have to run something that you know and something that you want to do. It's not, and stepping out of your comfort zone is fine too, obviously. But if you're not wanting to do it, there are some things I'm just never going to do. But I'll make sure that I make it work if it works for other people. And if I could incorporate it and work with people in it, then that's how you build a brand that other people have succeeded with for the past 10 years.
Right, and that plays a big part in like how you want to do, like what is your real goal for whatever. Like this has always been true for the music industry as well. It's like, okay, well, you can sell your soul and just make some throwaway music that will make you some money based off of the success of somebody else that everybody really likes. The Beatles are a perfect example of this.
Yes,
Beatles were super successful, made a shit ton of money, totally started a musical revolution, and there were undoubtedly dozens, if not hundreds, of copycat artists and musicians who were paid by music corporations to just make music, write music that sounds like the Beatles.
Yes,
write music that sounds like the Beatles. Well, it'll make you a ton of money because it's they're already popular. We'll just ride off of their popularity, and there's nothing wrong with that.
No.
But if you want to say, well, I have my own ideas for how to make music. I have my own ideas for what constitutes good music. I don't want to be just a throwaway band that nobody's going to remember 20 years from now.
Yes.
I want to be the band that they're going to remember 100 years from now. That means you have to do something a little bit against the grain. You can't just follow the path of people who came before you. You have to do something different.
Look at Queen, man.
Yeah.
Watching Bohemian Rhapsody, right, where they literally said that song would never succeed on radio. It's a 7-minute orchestral weird song that has the story that goes all over the place.
Yeah. What? Yeah, if Queen tried, if a band like that came out with a song like that today, they'd get fucking laughed at. They'd get laughed out of the studio.
They said that in the movie.
That's because of the time.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. That's what we're talking about. Because of the times, yeah. Yeah, the context, it didn't, in the context of the times, it wasn't going to succeed, and then it just kind of broke. I mean, the ones that I know, based on watching documentaries with those types of artists, Green Day and Weezer.
Yep.
Right? Or even Linkin Park. Because when they came out with Meteora, that pushed, like, the whole industry, just like, whoa, they did that, right?
Yeah.
And people, again, were kind of skeptical, going, I don't know if adding those types of extra rap sort of tunes to it, or this rap techno stuff is gonna work. And now they are literally like immortalized by it. Like Meteora is their
and there's
pinnacle.
artists like Beck who did the same thing. Like his music, it like defies genre intentionally because he doesn't want to be limited by that sort of thing of being like, oh, I'm just an alternative musician, or I'm a rock musician. It's like, I'm gonna just write whatever the fuck I want, and if I want to write a song that has a metal guitar riff with a washboard in it, or a kazoo, or some weird shit like that, I'm gonna do it, and I'm gonna make it sound good.
Yeah. And if not, then he'll figure out how to.
Right.
That's the thing, right? Like, that's literally, that's exactly why certain people make it and others don't with certain aspects. The same, like, again, it's not about it's not about reimagining the wheel, right? It's taking the wheel and making it the shape that you want, and then figuring out how people discover it.
Right. And Timber just said exactly what I was thinking, that the people who are in those jobs, the people who know the market, they know what has, the only thing they know is what worked before.
Yes. Yeah.
They only know what worked up to that point. Yeah. They only know what has sold. You never know what will sell. Yeah. You only have best guesses based on history.
Yep.
And that's why you see a lot of the entertainment industry right now is just so conservative.
They're panicked. They are panicked.
I wouldn't say that they're panicked necessarily, but there has definitely been a trend over the last 10, 15 years especially, where there's not as much exploration, there's not as much experimentation with new intellectual properties, with new stories. It's all going back to like remakes of, 80s content and superhero stuff and things that are very predictable, because that is a predictable way of making money. They don't want to risk spending $40 million on a movie that will only earn back like a tenth of that.
Yeah.
Even if that is something that is good for, the continuation of the art form.
Hey, Taku, good to see you, man. How you doing?
And that again goes back to the idea of money and
Let me hear it, Fedora. Let me hear
capitalism. We're just, this is we're not going in circles. We're connecting the dots.
No, it's not circles. It's literally just origins.
Yeah,
it's just moving
everything
back to the
is
origin.
Intertwined. Everything is connected, and I feel like I'm of the mindset personally that every piece of art, everything is art, and every piece of art it does some little thing to make the world a better place.
Of course.
And I think a lot of our, especially like Western culture, North American culture, doesn't do a whole lot to support art that doesn't make money. There are plenty of indie musicians, indie filmmakers, independent game developers.
Yep.
Who make wonderful pieces of art that don't get financially recognized because, for one reason or another, it's just not something that appeals to the mainstream audience.
Sometimes it's just ahead of its game, right?
Right. A lot of those things are just ahead of its time, or it's just for a very niche community.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Tim, first of all, fuck Disney. Second of all, because I used to watch a lot of Disney, and I still enjoy some of the older movies, not for their messages, but I like The Lion King and Aladdin. I don't like the messages in it, but I like the movies. But I agree. That makes perfect sense, right? And I think that's what's happening in the video game industry too, where reason why everybody is quote unquote venerating indies and hating on AAAs is because what I meant by what I told Fedora before, where the panicked ones are the ones trying to implement policies to like look at Bill C-10 in Canada, right? Where they're trying to put control on social media to promote more Canadian-born content. It's not that they hate other content. They just know that other content that they can't control is doing better, right? It's the same thing as net neutrality. It's the same thing as the DMCA with the music labels. They're losing grasp on what they was so easy for them to control before, and their only response is like a bully. When a bully is out of words, they can't say anything to hurt us. What was the next thing they did to us? I just say us because I assume most of us were bullied. Sorry. What did they do to us? They punched us. So what do you think? What do you think big businesses do? What do AAA companies do? They consume other companies and push them out and say, "Well, you've got a following and you are the wave of the future, but I have a sledgehammer in the back and your face with its name on it." Like that's their approach. They know they can still quote unquote win that way.
Well, and it's a very I've been thinking about this on a personal level as well. It's a very caveman way of responding to the world. Is just like, oh, I don't like this thing. It needs to go away. It's not good for me, so it needs to go away. Yeah.
I mean, we did all come from cavemen.
Aggron and Zubat.
Zubat's a miss. Aggron's a hit. Fuck.
Oh. Aggron is a hit, you say?
Aggron is indeed a hit. Stop it, Fedora. Chat, can you please shoot Xurkitree? Can you just take random $25 pot shots?
Someone put this man out of his misery.
I need this. I'm searching Rock Smash right now. There are 5 encounters. I've only seen 3 in one of the 3 rooms. It is not easy go. I gave up on fishing. It's too much. If it's in fishing, then I'll lose. I don't care. If I sit here for the next 12 hours...
I would rather lose
I'd
this,
rather
you know,
just lose.
30-plus-hour race than even bother to fish for one more minute.
Look, Fedora, there's not.
I know how you feel. I know how you feel.
There are many people who would not complain about sitting in a hot tub and making money. If I'm sitting here smashing rocks for 12 hours, raising money for sick kids, and we have a good time, good conversation, and money is all going to the kids, I will smash rocks and never find circuitry ever again. I'm fine with that.
It's all for the kids.
It's all for the kids. Can't lose. My fingers will hate me, but I can't lose.
Yeah.
This is a win-win situation, except for the part where I can't win. But yeah, that's how anybody does it, right? That's why people hold personal values against others. You know, they hate how smart you were, so they hate on your height. Oh, but you don't care about your height. Well, you wear glasses. Okay, well, you don't care about your glasses. All right, let's find the next thing. Keep going down the list of bullying. I mean, I was a bully at one point. I know how to pick on people. I definitely know how to kick people down.
The one button.
Oh,
Let's just find whatever button you can push that gets a response, and then you push the shit out of that button.
There's that little seam that has that little fray that you could never fix, and I'm just going to make sure that I pull it as hard as possible.
Yep.
Trust me.
Just exacerbate your personal traumas.
No one has ever gotten me... Oh, what's up?
Lurantis.
Miss. Okay. No one has ever gotten me angry enough where I would break into my old school habits of ripping into you in a way that would literally send someone jumping into a river. I can make a person cry and never want to return to society. I just choose not to. Because I'm so observant and I know and people trust me so much. It's like if you ever become an enemy, like
I'm such a nice guy, but I will fucking end you.
I will end you. Yeah, like that's why people find me intimidating, because it's like they want to put so much trust in me, as you should. I'm a very trustworthy person, but you know, at the same time, you get on my bad side, and I will make sure that every single person in the goddamn universe, you go to Subway, and that man's not going to serve you, and he's going to show he's going to picture of my face on the wall, and you're going to know that I'm like Big Brother all over your life, and you're never going to have a single semblance.
Do not serve enemies of this person, or they will burn this place to the ground.
That man will also know that his wife will be told about his third ex that did something and borrowed some money, because I will find out. I know a lot. And even if I don't, you're gonna believe that I know a lot, because if you don't, you're losing either way. That's I actually had that in somebody on work. There was somebody who was like doing bad stuff at a place I'm not gonna mention, but I was so in with the boss that he trusted me to the point where I could even make shit up to get that guy in more trouble, because he needed to be in trouble because he was a bad person. So it's like, it's to the point where I can, and this is gonna set a precedence for the rest of my career. I can lie well enough, as much as I hate it, I can lie well enough to the point where I can invent an entire story like Jake Gyllenhaal as Mysterio. I can be the ending to Spider-Man 2 and literally have someone's life ruined. Yeah. I don't like that.
So yeah, the moral of the story is...
don't fuck with Noob.
Yes.
Do not fuck with me.
And don't self-incriminate on stream. Thank you, Timber.
Wait, who am I? Wait, how did I self-incriminate? What did I do?
Just talking about the ways that you can be evil.
Oh, I mean, feel free to challenge it. I'm going to win.
I could destroy the world if only I was just not such a nice guy.
I am crushing you with my mind. I'm squishing you with my hands.
I'm glad I understand that reference.
Tim, I only know that because people have told me it's a Monty Python reference, so yeah.
It's
Is it not Monty Python?
I think it's New Kids on the Block.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, maybe. Yeah, they might have both done that at one point in time, but that's where I know it from. It's like, I'm crushing you. I'm crushing your head. I'm crushing your head.
Yeah, I'm crushing your head. But Tim, here's the thing, right? Would you rather me not tell you? If I'm open about it, at least you know I'm not lying to you. I wouldn't lie about lying. That's something I would never do. I've told everybody that. I know it's really hard.
Never be sarcastic about sarcasm.
Yeah, I would never be sarcastic. Like, I'm going to tell you every tool that I have. If I go into a fight, I will show you every single tool at my disposal to make sure that you have an equal chance. Unless you're being a dick, then mud in the eye is on the table. But like, if I tell you that I'm really good at lying, there's literally never any reason for me to lie to get what I want if we never have to have that situation where you or I are screwing each other over. You know what I mean? There's a point where, you know, it's like when you're walking around and you show people, it's like belts, right, in karate. If I walk around the street and somebody picks a fight on me and then their arm gets broken because I have to defend myself, and they're like, oh, I didn't know you were a black belt, versus if I'm wearing a black belt, if I tell you I'm a black belt, then you pick a fight, you did that to yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's hegemony. Once you tell people you have power, you can lie about it, you still have the power. That's the great and the terrible thing about the human condition.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I love power constructs. It's as giddy as I sound, being the villain apologist. Now
it's also an important distinction to make, is that like a lot about power is
perception.
Is about perception. It's about how powerful people think you are, which, you know, not to drag this into the world of American politics, but Donald Trump is a primo example.
Yeah.
Textbook case study of
I will end you and you can't do
getting
anything.
people to think that he is more powerful than he actually is.
Yep. He's only as powerful as the people who he serves are. It's astounding. It's really cool.
Yeah.
But then
it's very interesting to examine in a vacuum. It's a little bit less
to apply it.
to examine in the real world and say, oh, this shit is actually happening. This shit is actually going on right in front of our eyes. Like, we're witnessing history happen in real time. Yeah, exactly, Timber. I mean, and that's a whole other conversation that I don't think Noob or I really want to get into.
God, no.
But
I mean, you could guess. You make very educated guesses.
Yeah, I mean, there was not really enough done to make it a true mystery.
They sadly just shat on it today too.
Yeah.
Fuck, man. I don't even understand half the words they use, but I'm just like, oh, good, we're getting into this again. Good shit.
Yep. And we're gonna be, I mean, this is gonna be like,
oh yeah,
Nixon level. We're gonna be hearing about this for the rest of our lives.
Yep. I mean, same thing as 9/11, right? You're gonna hear about it forever because of how impactful it was and how ridiculously it was managed and all the things
or intentionally
going
mismanaged.
Yes.
Scatterbug.
Are we in the same place? Miss.
I don't know. It's quite possible.
But that's of course. I'm always speaking theoretically, right?
Yeah.
It's the same thing as a teacher, right? As a teacher, you have to show an element of gusto. You have to show an element of strength. Otherwise, they're gonna walk over you, right?
Right. You have to at least give the perception that you know what the hell you're talking about.
I was told that by my karate master too. It's like, you don't need to be dangerous. You just need to look dangerous, right?
Yeah.
And that doesn't require you. I've been told when I'm angry or when I'm serious about something, I have a face that I've made a kid cry before because all I had to do was stare in their eyes and they just started fucking bawling because I have a face that's like, you've messed up and I respect you and now I no longer respect you. So now we're going to have problems. You know, it's the way that you present yourself that could be very powerful. But I mean, it's not harmful. It's just, it's showing. Because I always tell, you know, I've told my students before, look at it this way. You can lazy off now when I tell you that this can apply to your job one day. I'm not going to be your boss one day, and I hope to God you don't get a boss that will treat you like absolute garbage compared to how I'm treating you. I'm here giving you, I'm serving whatever punishment you deserve, but imagine one day when you walk up to a guy who is just a complete jackass and will treat you like dirt and will actually like insult you to your face and spit in your face. I'm not that level. I'm just preparing you for what people could be so that you don't test the waters. This is not something you want to be smart about. You want to be wise about this. You want to understand the consequences of your actions before people actually show you the consequences of your actions. You know what I mean? And I'm not even like being cruel to people. I'm just like saying, well, I guess you're going to get an F or I guess you're going to get a 0. And guess what? When somebody tells you that and it's your monetary value and you don't eat that night, I'm not the guy stopping you from eating. Right? I'm just trying to help you not have to experience that guy that's not going to make you, like the guys that going to tell you you're not eating tonight. You know what I mean? And I'm not even the type of guy who's like, it could get worse. It's just like, well, here's the reality. It can get worse. I don't like comparing, but I don't want you to even have to try and compare. It can always be worse.
Always get
I don't
worse.
need to tell you that. I don't want you to have to ever see that it can be worse. So if you think I'm being mean, Jesus, no. I just have a face that will basically scare you out of anything you're doing, and I don't do that unless you get me to a point where I have to.
Well, and then there are people like me who, like, the way that I dress is considered intimidating by a lot of people.
It is?
The way I carry myself, because I look like I came out of a 1940s noir film, and I'm gonna pull a Tommy gun out of my coat and shoot up the joint.
Now listen here, there, Sonny.
I mean, I literally had a teacher in college tell me in front of my entire class that he thought I was like a gangster because of the way I dressed, because of my fedora, and because of my, you know, I dress like I came out of a noir film. Like, and that's fine. Like, I don't have anything against that. That's not a necessarily an inaccurate thing to perceive. I'm just, for the record, I'm not part of any mafia or anything like that.
Don't worry,
FBI,
man.
if you're listening,
they're focusing on me right now, where I said I'm a compulsive and very effective liar that could get anything done, like Lex Luthor. Don't worry, you're fine.
Hey, FBI, this is my supervillain origin story. If anybody's listening.
Yeah, if you guys are curious, I record this for Anchor.
Yeah, this is how it begins.
There are clips on Twitch.
Yeah, but yeah, like that's always something that's kind of carried, that's followed me with my, you know, my own personal style.
Yeah.
You know, I like what I like, and I'm comfortable with what I'm comfortable with. But some people perceive things differently.
And then Fedora could walk down on Wall Street and they'd just be like, who the fuck is this guy? Right?
Yeah.
It depends on who you're dealing with.
Right. It's relativity.
Yep. That's why. I have a teacher face. I have a streamer face. I have a what are you doing face.
Mm-hmm.
But, you know, for me, I am very much try to keep professional, and I try to keep things loose because I don't ever want anyone to see me angry. Fedora's never seen me angry. My girlfriend, I've told her, I'll never be angry at her. I hope I never become the anger that I have, but I've even told her, like, you've known me for 18 years. You've never seen me angry. My exes, they've seen me angry. You don't want to see me when I'm angry. Like I said, I will verbally send you in a body bag.
You and I, yeah, I think you and I are. I wouldn't put it in the same terms, but I think you and I are very similar in that regard. Like, it takes a lot.
Yes.
It takes a lot to get us to the point where we will say, like, yes, now I'm angry. Like, I can be frustrated.
Yeah, of
I
course.
can be anxious. I can be upset with things. But it takes a lot for me to get angry. But when I do get angry, it's not something that anybody wants to be witness to. I've had that same thing as well, Chaos. People tell me. I used to tell myself that I do. Like, I'm not on stream necessarily, but when because I'm having to be, you know, on, quote unquote.
I guess.
But I definitely have, you know, the male equivalent of resting bitch face.
Resting bastard face.
Yep. A completely different college professor called it like a resting dick face, which I was just like, no. I'm not sure I like that.
Sir, there are a few videos on YouTube that would like to have a word with you. And what?
Phrasing.
Sir, did you say
I just started calling it
dick on my face?
resting mean face, but yeah. But yeah, I mean, I've noticed that about myself, and I've had other people talk to me. It's like, yeah, you just look like someone who shouldn't be fucked with.
Oh, God. I mean, I guess to your benefit.
It has its pros and cons.
It has a pros and a con, yeah.
You know, I don't get harassed on the street, which was great when I was living in a big city like Boston. Because I always walk down those roads getting terrified, like, oh, I'm coming home late from college, I'm gonna get mugged, I'm gonna get stabbed.
I was gonna say, excuse my ignorance, but is, like, your style, like, accepted down in Boston? Over here, you get fucking slapped.
I mean, I am a, you know, a tall, big white man who dresses in all black.
True, you're big. You're a big guy. You're a tall guy.
Yeah. I would be intimidating without all that shit, but
oh no.
I'm I am thankful that I tend to look like someone who is not to be messed with.
Just imagining this naked fedora walking down the street. It's just like King Kong, like, you stay away, and just people like running away, putting like leaves down at your feet, like helping you, like lift you over sewer
Tribute.
crates.
You must pay tribute to the naked fedora.
They start tying up like pizza rolls to a post so that you can take it home with you. Hey,
Thankfully, nothing like
welcome in. We're talking about King Kong Fedora in his natural Boston habitat. Oh, God.
This has been a hell of a ride, I have to say.
Man, I prepared conversation topics. I haven't even come in with any of them. I'm more intrigued by sociological constructs of hegemony.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, jeez. How's your day going, Nighty Night? Please change the conversation. Maybe. Or don't.
Palpitoad.
Palpitoad. Didn't you call Palpitoad?
Oh, never mind. I already, it's already marked because I sunk that ship.
King Kong Fedora. No, we had to lead into King Kong Fedora. We needed to talk about power constructs and you know, the way society manages stigmas and the like. And then we had to slowly travel to naked Fedora in his natural habitat, consuming pizza rolls. I'm not
pizza
trying to make
rolls that are pinned to the sidewalk.
I'm not trying to say that as like you're a fat ass type of pizza rolls. I just assume like pizza rolls are something you said that you've enjoyed in the past.
I would not. I would probably not turn down pizza rolls if they were presented to me as tribute.
Sacrifice it to our god.
Yes, sacrifice to the pizza gods.
I mean, mine would be brownies, so you know.
Brownies are good too. Anything with chocolate or cheese, probably not a bad bet.
Have you ever had chocolate cheese though? It's actually not the worst thing in the universe.
I have definitely tried something like that. I can't remember what exactly it was, but I've had that combination in some form before, and yeah, it's not bad.
Chaos, this is a run called Pokemon 802. It is an original ROM hack done by someone else that Officer cleaned up that puts Gen 1 to 7 Pokemon into it. It's a very good one. Officer has done a lot of enhancements to it, though. Just to supply the altar, Nighty Night, this is the type of stuff that we say we want to hear. This is how you don't get verbally body bagged by me. Well done, my friend. Have you ever thought of sitting at the big table? Okay, Fedora, I'm going to tell you this combination. It's going to sound gross, but Mujini's father is very notorious for taking a bunch of foods and mixing them together.
Okay.
Take a burger and melt Hershey's chocolate and cheddar cheese on it with horseradish, mayonnaise, ketchup, and bacon. I don't know what it is.
Oh, really? It's really just the chocolate that's weird in that situation.
The chocolate makes everything taste good. It like savors the meat flavor, and it's really strange. Okay, just to confirm, Tauros. First shot you've had in a while. Yeah, it's not even a real shot. I'm just confirming.
Is a miss.
Okay, I just wanted to confirm. Thank you. I haven't, but dude, this thing is not in here. The Rock Smash Pokemon show. I believe Officer was working on Mega Evo, but it was meant to be put in here. Chocolate coffee beans. I'm not a big fan of many things flavored coffee, but I have had like decaf coffee beans, as weird as that sounds. Like low sugar coffee beans, and it's okay. They're okay. It depends on what I eat with them. But yes, we had to ease our way into that conversation. Oh no, the only message that we could leave you guys with is the world is strange in a good way. Be good to each other. What's up?
I don't know how to broach this properly.
Okay.
I just got a text saying that my mother is in the emergency room.
You need to go.
I should probably go.
You definitely should.
There's nothing I can really do at this point, but it sounds like I should probably be available. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah, absolutely.
I was not expecting that.
Like I said, life is wild.
Yes. This has definitely been a wild time. Just everything that can possibly go wrong seems like it has gone wrong lately. You know, I was saying I got my bank account got hacked yesterday, and now my mom's in the hospital today. Just all sorts of weird stuff. I'm hoping that she's gonna be okay. She's been sick the last few days. Seemed like she was getting better, but now my stepdad just said, yeah, we took her to the emergency room because we think that this might be indicative of a stroke or something like that. And just like,
shit.
oh, okay, that's not good. So I'm gonna call out Chimchar as a capture that I just did.
Miss.
Which is a miss. And then I guess we're calling it here for today.
You're out of here. Yep.
Yep. And again, I'm terribly sorry. This is very sudden.
Don't worry about it.
Life happens like this. So thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for understanding this emergency situation, and assuming best case scenario, I'll be back here with Noob next week for what may or may not be the finish of this.
Maybe. You know, we said that. I haven't. What did I do? One catch and I knew it was a miss?
Yeah. Yeah, so we'll see. But
Yeah.
Thank you guys very much, and I will try to... Noob, I'll definitely keep in touch with you about this.
Yeah, let me know if you need anything, okay?
Yeah, we'll do. Thank you,
Okay.
man.
All right. Well, classic egg breakfast sandwich with strawberry rhubarb. I mean, I'm not a fan of strawberry rhubarb or jam in general, so I'm going to assume that might taste yummy to somebody. Hi, Liz. Yeah, that burger mix was... I think it's just like... the way Justin explained to me was, it's just because the chocolate and the cheese were so overpowering, everything else kind of gets hidden because I don't like horseradish at all. So, like, it's just because everything got, like, hid behind the stronger taste, which is generally the case when you make, like, a stew or something like that. You have primary flavors that engulf everything else, but you just get the benefits of everything you've eaten. I wish I could do that with mustard. I hate how mustard is a primary taste. I am not a fan of mustard in the slightest. Okay, well, yes, exactly. Gin and tonic taste good together, just not on their own. Yeah, and we had to end early. Fedora had an emergency epic fail, so no big deal. You know what? Thank you to everybody who donated today. We are up to $479, and we're not even officially into the 2021 events. That makes me happy. Generally, like I said, 3,000 is going to be a hard stretch. I think we can do it. I'm hoping we can make something like that happen. It's not always a requirement to crush our goal every single year, but it damn looks good if we do, right? And I mean, the more we could do it, let's look at it this way, right? The better we do at charity, this is not pressure on you, I'm just thinking out loud business-wise. The better we do at charity, not only the more support that we give, but the more opportunities that I could potentially push for to support more to help sick kids out more, right? I've already said I would like to see if there's a job or something I can get in Sick Kids Hospital. I don't have a lot of skills that would make for that, but I mean, if there's something that I could do on the fundraising side, I'd like to discover that. And it would be cool to have this kind of like this thing on my I didn't mean to replay that. Oops. It would be nice to have that on my resume or my repertoire of skills to prove that. So well, what should we do? Do I call it here? How long have I been streaming for? We started at around 1:30. almost 5 hours. Tomorrow we have our nuzlocke, our community nuzlocke, which subs voted on. Thank you to everybody who subbed and voted. Appreciate that. We have ones in talks for June if you guys want to drop it in the Discord. Feel free to if you are a sub or you want to become a sub to be part of that discussion. Also, I'd like to once again thank you everybody who did take part in the conversations again or just listening to it. Of course, if there's if there's ever anything that you're not happy about what I say, it's not a bad thing. There's always good to have difference in opinions. I'm not going to say like it's okay to have your wrong opinion. I'm never going to say that, right? But like I appreciate you guys talking in a way that is not hateful or making other people feel bad about their opinions. That is the dream of this channel, is to be able to have these types of tough conversations, and not even tough, it's just like complex conversations that may not lead to any immediate support or like immediate action or paradigm shift that people look for, but it's nice to know that we can have differences in opinions spread without, you know, people looking at it and going, well, it's an internet forum, how could you possibly talk that way on an internet forum? Also, god dang it, man, I gotta send this to Fedora. There's a picture of Aldi in Pokemon, or in America, I guess, and someone painted over to say Aldi's nuts. God damn it. It's full circle. We're back to D's nuts jokes. We can't win. Am I Canadian? Absolutely, sir. I am in the heart of central Canada. Well, eastern, but like central eastern Canada. I don't like to say I'm eastern because, you know, the difference between here and here, I guess, is eastern enough. But yes. I live in the Great White North. I just don't give off big... Oh, hey, I'm also in Ontario. Nova Scotia? Beautiful place. I love Nova Scotia. I have my dad's half family who lives out there in Glace Bay. I can say that because you have no idea who they are, so... That's cool. I didn't know Blame was actually Canadian. I've had a lot of Canadian streamers this year. That's cool. I'm okay with it. Like, it's not a requirement. I don't feel bad or weird if I know a lot of American or Canadian. That's the nice thing about this job. I mean, in any job, it's nice, like, you know, if somebody comes from another country, it's just more cool than anything else because diversity with it. But it is nice to know that there are, like, you know, it's that whole thing where you don't have to, it's not a requirement, but it's cool when you meet other people in there. You don't want to be like the one Canadian streamer. It's nice to have other people that you can talk to about like about Canadian things without having to take the extra 5 minutes to explain every single concept. Not a bad thing by no stretch of the imagination. It's just it's a change of pace sometimes. I'll explain to European viewers and Australian viewers, because that's what a lot of you are, American, Australian, and European. It's not bad to explain what happens in Canada at all, but when you get someone else to just be like, oh yeah, eh? Like that's cool to have once in a while, right? Change bio to must be nah. That's not the Canadian way. That's the opposite of Canadian. Literally what you said before would be the bio. It's really nice to talk to people from all over. Especially when I kind of live in the middle between where stuff is, like, I'm close to the city, but not close enough to the city where I live in the city, right? It's very much, it's like the perfect balance. It's gonna be a shame when I move out of here, because I love the city that I live in. It's the perfect size for me. It's not too big, not too oversaturated, but it's not the boons. You know, there's stuff around, there's amenities, there's helpful stuff like a hospital and a mall and all these other things to experience. I don't feel disconnected, but I'm not in the heart of it, which is nice. Yeah. Oh, Bradford, cool. You know, I always get Bradford and Brantford confused. I don't know why I do that. Oh, because Brantford and Brantford. Oh. Wow, really? Okay, because what the hell is Brantford? Brantford. Wait, Brantford. Oh, wow. I used to think Brantford was an American thing. It's called Wait, Bradford? No, but Bradford exists, right? I'm not silly because I have family that lives in Bradford. Why the fuck would they do this to us? Who does this? Why is there Bradford, and God damn it. That's the one bring. I don't keep up with. I know of Wayne Gretzky. I just don't know a lot about him. The only cursed knowledge that I have is what. Sorry, Tim. Cover your ears. That Justin Bieber lived in Stratford. I didn't give him enough time to cover his ears. It has now actually been officially once again 0 days since he's lived without the existence of that man. Naming conventions. What was it? My girlfriend sent me this text. There are places. There are streets in, I think she said Nova Scotia, actually. Let me pull it up here. In Nova Scotia, there are streets called this street, that street, and the other street. And it's in a C formation. It's in a grid formation. It's like this one makes sense. Marina Park, because that could mean like if it's next to a marina, it's a park next to a marina. Thank you. But this street, that street, and the other street. Come on, man. That's the true East Coast. We have to ask Rufus about the East Coast naming conventions. That is most certainly a Canadian East Coast move. Just like when they built drums out of pots and pans, the true Newfie way. You create an entire drum set out of pots and pans. That will be one of the few memories that will never leave my mind when I went out to Nova Scotia like 21 years or 16 years ago. Oh man, yeah, not this, not that, not the other street. That would be as Canadian as it gets. It's just like literally the first street. Well, no shit. Is it still the first street? No. Will we change it? Probably not. Anyone who doesn't know it's the first street be like, the first street is whatever I touch first. Yeah, it's true. Oh dear. It's gonna be fun when some of you guys come down to Canada. Or up to Canada, I suppose, because not many of you live in the Arctic. Or on the other side of the universe, and it's gonna be coming north. Not saying it's like an open invitation, but I told my girlfriend, yeah, I've got like, what, 12 people between creators and just friends I've met online that all want to come to Canada. So, Lizzie, you've been warned. There might just be one day where I roll up with an entourage to your house and just be like, hey, I'm here for my girlfriend. Everyone's gonna be like, ah, it's gonna look like I have a fan base when it's just a group of friends. They're all gonna have Hero Burger. I've heard that. What is it? Who wanted to try poutine? Was it no, not Gamma. Who was it? Who was I just talking to that wanted to try poutine? Shit, I lost it. It's literally someone who doesn't have poutine in their country. I was just talking about because, oh no, it was probably Gamma. Yeah, it's pretty. Yeah, I mean, I talk about them enough that it won't be a surprise to her. She's not like fully engrossed in what I do on here, but I got to talk a lot about streaming and stuff like that with her, right? I mean, this is kind of like my semi-career right now. It's not paying, but I treat it like a career until I find something else, and then this will become a side career along with my full-time job. So, yeah, I know, Nighty Night, but some people are. I think it was Gamma that said he wanted to try poutine. I'm just like, all right, man. I mean, it's probably right up your alley. I feel like he's had it, though. I don't remember who. No, that sounds too easy. Who the fuck was I talking about to have poutine? Oh, maybe it was Nimbus. It might have been Nimbus I was talking to. Because they don't have poutine in Europe. That sounds more accurate. Someone coming over from across the sea. Like, coming from me, just, it's like from America, it's like, you have poutine. Just, you know. Oh, Hero Burger's fantastic, Nighty. The one near our house is literally what my girlfriend and I have every anniversary. But I haven't had Burger Priest. I've heard good things about Burger Priest. They're like 35 minutes out from me. The closest one, if they're even in that area. I think I'd have to go to like Maple or Bolton to get one. I can't remember. It's in the Italian zone, as I call it. So, yeah, you could tell this light's blown out, so my face is a bit. Wait, really? Is it that bad? I guess it is the light that hits me in the face. It'll adjust. It'll get there. I like Hero Burger. I've become a big fan of two. Like, I don't mind A&W. A&W is pretty good when you're looking for a big, thick burger. That's not too expensive. But South Street Burger, South Street Co. and Hero Burger are good. Go to the Hammer. I'm a really bad Canadian. I don't know what that means. Is that Hamilton? Because I don't know where Brantford is. Fuck. Oh, I was right. Hey. I guessed. Not bad. I'm Canadian enough. Well, chat, I think that's going to be it for me today. We do have stream tomorrow, like I said. We have the Pro Pokeball at noon. And we will be starting around 9 a.m. Eastern time for the community nuzlocke. And then we'll have the other ProPokeBowlRando on Sunday on Discord. And then I'm commentating Millibug's tournament on Sunday at 1 p.m. Eastern time. So, yeah. Thank you very much again for everyone who donated and supported Extra Life. If you want to spread the word and help the cause, supporting money for Sick Kids Hospital, even just passing along that link is more than enough. Yeah, you have a great night, Nighty Night. I've been lurking in Blaine's stream a lot. I feel bad because I've actually been lurking in a lot of people's streams. I just haven't been talking because I've either been busy or incredibly tired and burned out. That's nothing against anybody. I've just been like, it's kind of that phase where I'm going, oh my god, I have so much to do, and I'm sitting staring at it, and I'm going, yeah, why don't I have money to pay people for this? That's I have to do that again. Yep. I love having a job that makes me do the same thing every single year, but it's not that bad because I enjoy it at least, so. I'll break through it, don't worry. Hey, I appreciate that, Nighty. I just feel like I have to say it because otherwise I feel bad. It's not a requirement that people have to hang out my stream for me to like them. It's just a matter of like, I just don't want you to think that when I said, hey, you're a super cool dude, and then I just never tell you again. It's because I don't think so. It's like, no, I'll tell you if I think you're cool. I actually have, spoilers, I have Blaine on my list of people I like to hit up for charity this year. They are one of the newer creators that I've met who I'd like to work with. See if I can get something going with them. I have actually, how big's my list? Who do I got on here this year? I mean, it's a no-brainer that people like Millibug are coming back. So I don't have to hide that. How many do I got this time? 17 people that I want to hit up? Some of them around my level, some people I'm literally talking to Twitch partners. And not the Boix, because usually shows up when I say that. Boix? Boix? This is your cue. You just post something on Twitter. I know you're here. I don't actually know if you're lurking or not. I'm just kidding. Whenever we talk about partners, you show up. Man, we got some people coming. You'll recognize a lot of faces. We got a lot of new faces. We're gonna try and get more things going with Pokelink as well. There's some really cool people in Pokelink that I've only like talked to a couple of times, but it'd be like, you know, if I see you stream, let's see what we're up against here and see if we jive. Because I'm very much a very talkative and very energetic person, and I don't want to tire other people out. You know what? It's really funny. We have a lot of dynamic things that happen on this channel, Nighty, which is, I mean, what you want to see, because it doesn't go away with smaller communities, but it definitely becomes more hidden and more inner group as communities grow. And of course, I'm not just sitting here wanting to be this size for the rest of my career. It would be nice to grow and have more friends to share those types of interactions with. You know, Tim, it's funny you mentioned that. I don't know where she is. It's been a while since Gamma or I have talked to her. We know she's been super busy with school, so I just have kind of said, not goodbye in a bad way, but I've just kind of said, like, you know what? Let's just put this on the back burner. It'd be cool to do something with her again. Right now, the collaborations that have us practicing would be with Gamma and Chocobos right now. He doesn't know it yet. But, and Broken. Because Broken, we have the Animal Crossing thing we have to build. He also has something else he mentioned that we might do. But it would be cool to practice something. I think practicing Minish Cap Rando with Gamma would be kind of the thing that we can raise for. I don't know if we'll have another bidding. The bidding thing did really well last year. Like, we raised like $600 alone on people bidding on skins. I don't think we'll have something like that this year. But we'll have other things. Like I said, we've already started working on milestones and incentives for things and grand milestones and giveaways and stuff like that. There's actually something I need to talk to Gamma about with the trading cards and also some other merch. Because my merch store is I'm not very happy with it right now. I wanna invest more into the flexing Dunsparce. I think Lord Sparse in all his jacked, juicy glory is gonna do a lot better than my face, and we'll do my face later. My face is good as Emo's, but I think jacked Sparse is the selling point. Personally, I personally think that's going to be a better merch standpoint that people could know me about more than like, you're not going to recognize who I am, but you'll recognize what a Jack Dunsparce looks like. It's kind of hard to ignore. It's quite unique and quite out there. So Dunsparce emotes be damned. This one will suplex every other Dunsparce emote and say, you can look cute and dumb all you want. This man will snap you in two. And then we'll feed your family. Not with the person snapped in two, with food. Don't be weird, chat. So, but yeah, I got returning faces, newer faces, some people I'm hoping. It's a bit of a stretch, but if we can make it work, we'll make it work. It should be a good variety. Again, I try to find people who play like Pokemon related stuff, but also, you know, you have people who surprise with games and we're just like, oh, I play that too, and then we end up just playing something like Deep Rock or you know, Kingdom Hearts 2 and things like that. So we get a good variety thing going. There's one streamer I want to hit up. She plays a lot of horror games, and I'm going, can we find like a pseudo-horror, pseudo-comedy horror game? Just so I don't have to extra censor myself during charity. That's when it gets tough for me. When I'm scared shitless, I say things I don't like saying. Nothing terrible, just I start to sound very... I begin to... yeah, you know, it wouldn't be out of the question. Ask Ben. I can't even watch him play Lunch Lady, and Lunch Lady is some fat abomination that bonks you with a friggin' frying pan. Yes, actually, yes, I am full Shaggy. I'm the type of guy where I will push my girlfriend in the way of the horror if I have to. I'm not a valiant dude. I'm very much every man for himself, and I'm the man. It works in our favor, though, because my girlfriend is also not good with horror stuff, so we both kind of just run. We both know the deal. No one's standing in front of the other. There's no expectations here. You run the hell away when you're afraid. Travis Willingham? Who the hell is Travis Willingham? Travis Will... Oh, Critical Role. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I've been finding out all these people on Critical Role have, like, a lot of voice lines. I didn't know that. That's cool. I wish I could do that one day. Not voice acting, but, like, have something that gets you into other things. That's usually what this thing adds up to. Anyways, let's find someone to raid. I'd like to raid Ben because he's actually starting tonight at 7, but I'm not going to wait another 25 minutes for him unless he is live right now when I check my list, and he's not. Yeah, I said it'd be 10. I'll watch it later. Who do we got on the docket today? I'm really hungry. That's good, though, because I've been feeling really fat lately. And I haven't eaten that much. Not in like a starving myself way. I've been very much not snacking, which is a good thing because I had the Collie Tots, and breakfast. So that's a good sign. Is she still going? How far is she into this run? Yeah. Maybe. I don't know if she'll be live for much longer. But let's go raid the Millibug. She is currently practicing for a multi-world tournament that she has been in. I know they are doing some good work with it. I don't know how well they're doing in it, but that doesn't matter. They're practicing and they're having a lot of fun, and they should we should as well. Thank you very much for coming out, guys. We'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Eastern Time for some Community Nuzlocke Challenge. Make sure you drop some new squids at ProPok J's and Millie's chats. We will see you in the morning. Until then, stay safe, stay happy. You have a wonderful night, everybody. Enjoy your weekends if I don't see you. Or if I do see you, hope to see you on Discord on Sunday for the Pro Pokeball match. Take care, and peace.